Hello. Hello, hello. Is this thing on? Hey, mate. How's it going, guys? Howdy, howdy, howdy. Okay, we're good there. Hello, Betty Boop. I'm so glad that you are here, and thank you for reminding everyone to like and subscribe. If you are new here, my name is Lacey Jane. This is Criminally Confident, not because I'm confident in my own criminality, but because I am too confident for my own good. I am helping you guys discover the wrath of Jodi Arias. That is what we are here for, and it has been quite the journey. As we are ending said journey, we are going to finish off with a bang. I have some more video of her on the witness stand, which is just, you know, pathetic, to say the least. And I have some of her police interrogation videos, which I have never seen. So I think that will be just a hoot and a holler for all of us. I have 2 puppies in here with me right now and a cat, so we're going to see how that works. My Frenchie is making my tripod look like it's going to fall down. Anyways, I hope that you have taken the time at this point. Oh, we might have to move the Frenchie. Come on, Frenchie. Come on, baby. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to like this stream and subscribe to my channel. That helps the algorithm immensely. And if you were here last week, then you know last week was crazy. Like, we have over 300 and I believe 50, like 350 new subs. It just took off. My last video has like it's either close to or just at 60,000 views. So we're doing things. We are doing all the things. I'm really excited. Let me bring the Frenchie up here. It's going to take me a moment because she's a big Frenchie and not like fat. Pearl, I'm going to need your cooperation, ma'am. Oh, I just heard the cat knock something over, so that's going to be fun to discover later. This is Pearl. Pearl, say hello. Hello. No, not yet, Mark. Today, I think, is our last day of finishing the Jodi Arias stuff. Yes, she says. Oink, 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 oink. Okay. Let's get everything together that I had together, but then we decided to bring dogs into the mix. And like I said before, like and subscribe. Let's keep this friggin' wave going. 350 subs in a week. That's wild. That's absolutely crazy. Someone just commented AI question mark at you too. Okay, let's get this thing started. And I will be doing my makeup. Coco. My French bulldog ate the ate the sedative that was for Riley. So I'm going to have a very sleepy Frenchie and a very alert 14-year-old Maltese. You guys are in for a treat today. It's okay. Like, she's like 4 times his weight. So this will be nothing, but still, she's already a tired dog. She's just watching everything like, what's going on? Oh, Coco Chanel. How may I help you, kitten?
All right, the record will show the presence of the defendant and all counsel. This is the time set to hear objections on the juror questions. The defendant had approximately an hour and a half to review the questions. The state had an hour and 20 minutes to review the questions. Are you prepared to make your objections?
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's start. I asked you yesterday if you would identify your objections by the question number.
Okay.
They start at 42. All right, let's hear objections. Who wants to go first?
Just list out my objections.
Ow,
Okay.
no.
Is it
First,
question
sorry.
43?
Let's hold on. I totally forgot about this. When I ended the stream last week, we were just learning that there were over 100 questions from the jury, and the judge was like, I'm going to give you guys some time in the morning to look over these 100 questions and decide how to answer them and blah, blah, blah. So that's why Jodi is not on the stand right now. They're going through procedural stuff, but I actually think it's stuff that we're going to want to hear. Hence where we're at.
Okay, hold on. 43,
Uh-huh.
60,
75 and 90.
75, and 90.
And do you want the reasons or?
Just
Maybe we can save some time with some of them. 43 and 60 we would agree with.
hold on 1 second. I'm still marking.
I
Step
agree.
ahead of me. All right, so 43, there's no objection. You're both in agreement.
We would object as well, so yeah.
Go ahead and lay down, Pearl.
All right. So sustain the objection to juror question 43. It will not be asked. All right. Number 60, what's
Good
the
girl.
defense position?
We would also be objecting to that, so we would agree to the state's objection.
Ooh, we have
Okay.
agreements.
Then sustain the objection to juror question number 60. Takes us to 75. There are 3 questions on 75.
But that question, I believe, was prefaced to Detective Flores this night. We would object to Ms. Arias being asked that question.
Yes, so question 75 is not an appropriate question for the defendant, so I will sustain the objection to question
Defendant.
75. Now that takes us to 90.
And
Objection.
we have the intent of objecting as well, so we obviously did that.
Court will sustain the objection to juror question. Any other objections from the state to any of the questions?
I have no objection.
Mr. Nermi.
Attempt to go in numerical order as best I can. Let's see, we dealt with 43. Question 50, as to the relevance.
Just relax. Oh, there we go.
State's position.
I believe that it is relevant. They're talking about financial issues in the defendant's
We must have not heard the question.
surgical procedure.
All right, I'm going to sustain the objection to question 50 on relevance grounds. Right?
Yes, the next in order being the question 55, drawing the court's attention to part 2, what we've interpreted as part 2 of that question. If there's clarification, we can certainly provide that if we have the question, but
Let's speed it up.
So your objection, there's no objection to the first question. There's an objection to the second and third questions?
no, part 2. Well, maybe if we could approach it.
Yes.
Excuse you,
For all of
Riley.
these reasons.
And forgive me, Judge, did we address number 62 yet?
If you're just joining in, make sure to please like the stream
All right.
and make sure you're subscribed to the channel.
The answer
Thanks.
necessarily goes into privileged, attorney-client privileged information.
The approach.
This is what I'm just going to have to do. I'm not going to put on my makeup. I'm just going to have to speed through them.
I think you need to approach so that everyone can actually read the question. Mr. Nardi?
Number 90.
Judge, you've already,
90 is out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
Correct. Number 97. My notes are 2 is 97.
Why don't you approach them?
Why don't you guys just stay up there? Honestly.
Question 2 on number 97 is overruled. The question will be asked.
Number 74. As you notice, the objectionable part is being part 2 of the question.
Approach again, please. One, the objection is overruled. The question will be asked.
Hey, S.C. Gilmore. So I don't know if you heard the beginning, but this is actually jury questions. The jury in Arizona is allowed to ask questions in between each witness. So Jodi just got off the stand and there were 100 questions. So they're having to go through every single question and decide whether or not they are going to ask the defendant said question. So it's more like the jury trying to bore the rest of us to death. But I don't want to miss a thing. Hey guys, if the Frenchie noises,
Question 109, the second question.
if the Frenchie noises become too loud when she's sleeping, let me know and I will move her
Objection sustained.
because she's right above my mic and she's going to start snoring a lot from the trazodone that was supposed to be given to my Maltese. I'm beginning to think that it's just going to be right here where we pop in. Oh, all right. All right. After that little delay, now we are ready to begin.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We had a mechanical difficulty. It is now corrected. This is the time set for the court to ask the questions you have submitted. Before I ask your questions, I would like to refer you back to your preliminary jury instructions, page 16. I'm going to read portions of that preliminary jury instruction to you. If you have a question about the case for a witness, write it down, but do not sign it. The lawyers and I will discuss the question. The rules of evidence or other rules of law may prevent some questions from being asked. If the rules permit the question and the answer is available, an answer will be given at the earliest opportunity. When we do not ask a question, it is no reflection on the person submitting it. You should attach no significance to the failure to ask a question. I will apply the same legal standards to your questions as I do to questions asked by the lawyers. If a particular question is not asked, please do not guess why or what the answer might have been. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
I'm going to ask the questions in the order they were submitted. Did Mr. Alexander pay for a majority of your trips?
No, they were all split 50-50.
I can't stop. I have this like the Cheshire cat smirk on my face. Like I can't help but think that the jury's just gonna like ask her the most cringeworthy questions. I think that's the best way to put it.
If he did pay, was that a factor in you questioning his choices? For example, introduction to others and sleeping arrangements.
He created the itineraries, but I'm not really sure how to answer that. He made all the itineraries for our trips, but we split the cost 50-50, if that makes sense.
Was it his money, his choices?
It was his choices on the church history trips because he knew which places would be significant in the church history. I believe the choices were mutual as far as the list that we were trying to check off for 1,000 places to see. And what was the last part of that question?
Was it his money, his choices?
Sometimes it was his money and I would make it up to him through housekeeping. Sometimes it was my money and he would pay me back.
Why did you put the camera in the washer?
I don't have memory of that. I don't know why I would do that.
Did you ever take pictures of yourself after he hit you?
No, I did not.
Why did you call the cops on your ex who shook you, but you never called the cops on Travis?
Well, that was when he tried to break my forearm. We were wrestling. I was trying to get to the phone. It seemed logical to call 911. I never did with Travis because that one prior experience with calling 911, he grabbed the phone out of my hand, hung it up. It was a very negative experience. He told me to shut up, they're going to call back. They did call back. He created an excuse as to why 911 is accidentally dialed. And so after that, I mean, this was years and years later. As far as June 4th, there were no phones upstairs to my knowledge. And for previous reasons, he would make up for it in ways that Bobby didn't.
Why would you continue to sleep with Travis after you learned of his child porn issues?
That was not a side of Travis that he wanted to even exist. And of course I didn't want it to exist.
I'll allow it.
He had told me that when he slept with women,
Sustained.
Here's
Answer the question without referring to a statement.
Okay. I was under the impression that when he was able to sleep with a woman, as opposed to fantasizing about a child, he felt like more normal as a man. So also I had seen prior to this incident many beautiful qualities about him and good qualities about him and things that were attractive about him. And I believe this incident was a negative part of himself that he didn't want to foster or he was fighting or struggling against and that he ultimately wanted to eradicate.
Why didn't you just change your Gmail password so Travis could not get into it anymore?
That wouldn't be fun.
It didn't really become a problem right away when we exchanged our passwords. And so it just stayed that way for many months. And after I moved, it became a problem. So eventually I did change my passwords. However, and I know the date because of our text messages and things, it was May 22nd, 2008. We had a conversation, that in my journal entries, I remember. We had a conversation where we decided we're not gonna do that anymore. So after that conversation, I made no further attempts to ever log into accounts.
Which lip
And to my
color?
knowledge, I don't think he made any attempts to log into my accounts either.
Did Travis's closet doors have locks on them?
Pink
I don't remember them having any locks.
toffee.
If no, how did you have time to get the gun down if he was right behind you?
I don't know if he was right behind me or not. I just had the sense that he was chasing after me.
Did you record other phone sex conversations?
Yes.
Why didn't we hear him?
Ryan Burns testified that he met you at a PPL event in April 2008 and you had blonde hair. How is that possible if you dyed it in March 2008?
Well, the reason that is the case is because I didn't meet Ryan at convention in April 2008 because convention is not in April, it's in March. So he got the month wrong is all. Convention always occurs in
you're-
September and 6 months later in March.
Why did you feel so uncomfortable about anal sex with Travis when you had previously tried it?
In my previous relationships, it was only something we tried one time, maybe 2 times. And those were long-term relationships. The reason that that was not a regular part of the bedroom curriculum was because it was uncomfortable. And with Travis, that was his preference. And that's one of the reasons I got the KY. It made it less uncomfortable, obviously. So that's why it became more regular in our relationship.
You took pictures of the shirt and shorts. Did you take pictures of the Spider-Man underwear? If so, why not?
I did not take pictures of those because that's embarrassing, as opposed to the shorts and shirt, which were sentimental to me. I didn't want to memorialize boys' underwear, and I didn't want people to know that that was a preference of his and that I was dumb enough to go along with that preference.
You told Daryl you wanted to abstain from sex until you were married. If that were the case, why did you have sexual relations with Travis?
Well, my understanding at the time, Daryl and I we were not intimate after convention.
Daryl?
And shortly thereafter, the missionaries began to come over to my house and preach about the law of chastity. They didn't overly preach, they mentioned it, explained it briefly. Not in great detail. I wasn't comfortable asking these 2 young kids that I just met in detail about it. But Travis and I had intimate conversations, and how he explained it to me was that vaginal sex is absolutely off limits and everything else is not as egregious to that.
Travis stated on the phone sex conversation he did not like Spider-Man. Why did he buy you Spider-Man underwear if he did not like that character?
I
Oh,
don't know why, but they were Spider-Man, and
holy shit. A juror outsmarted the entire case. I certainly didn't catch on to that. Wow. Wow.
I do know, however, that the year prior, there's a child he was close with that really liked Spider-Man. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but he was very much into Spider-Man. He would dress up as Spider-Man. He had the,
She was asked if she knew why.
Leave, bitch. Bye.
Why would you tell Leslie you wanted your kids to play with Travis's kids if you felt Travis was into younger children?
this again is a statement that I made on June 5th. And I wanted to edify Travis only in good ways at that point. I didn't want to say anything bad. Even prior to June 4th, I only would have edified him in a good way rather than saying anything negative about him. I wanted him to be cast in a good light, not in a good light.
Thank you.
If you had bruises that were visible after the April 2008 incident, why is it no one else said anything to you about those bruises?
Well, that's not really true. The same day that the bruises occurred, there was a PPL associate who made a joke about it. It was very embarrassing. There were people around. We were at a business briefing. He joked about it. Travis was in the joke, and I don't know if it got beat red, but it felt like it did. I thought the makeup was covering them sufficiently, and then also Matt was somewhat confrontational about it. And at that point, I was putting more makeup on. I had foundation cover up, something that was very opaque that I was putting on them from that point on.
If you were so nearsighted, how were you able to drive?
I never had a problem driving. When I was on the freeway, I could see objects. They weren't very sharp, but they were sharp enough to where I could see whether or not I was in danger or driving safely or not. As far as freeway signs, I had to get closer to them to actually see what they said. But as far as I knew, that was normal vision. I never had glasses my entire life. And in 2010, I put on someone else's just for fun. And it was like, I didn't even know that you could see the world that way. Everything was sharp. So that's when I realized I need glasses.
In Travis's text to Jodi, text 12308, exhibit 444, he talks about the mysterious man you've never seen before that wrote for you. Who is this man and why is he bringing it up?
That man would be Steve Carroll. He wrote me a very nice email and it went to my Gmail account, which Travis read. And when I tried to explain myself, I said, I've never even met him. And so I guess he thought he was a mysterious man, but I'd never met Steve. That's what I told him. And it led to a big fight.
Did Travis think it was someone you lied about?
I think he did, the way he postured his words.
You took a picture of the t-shirt and pink shorts, but not the boys' underwear. Why were the pictures taken so much later?
They were taken in July. I knew my time was winding down. And by that point, I heard several rumors that said I was obsessed and all these things. And I thought, well, if somebody finds these, it does look a little strange to have a shirt that says Travis Alexander's and Travis is across the seat on the back of these shorts. So I didn't want those to be found. I knew I was going to be arrested. but they were sentimental to me. So I still wanted to memorialize them in some way. So I laid them out and I photographed them because they were special to me.
You testified that Travis gave you the Book of Mormon at Starbucks. Did you read it thoroughly? If so, when?
I did read the Book of Mormon thoroughly. Following that meeting, I attempted to read one chapter a day. And so I finished it sometime, I think I finished it in about 8 months, more or less. And then thereafter in 2008, I read it, I started January 1st and read one chapter a day, not always consistently, but more or less right
Like that short?
And then I did that in 2009 and 10, and I haven't done it since.
Does the Book of Mormon go into detail regarding the vow of chastity?
It doesn't give explicit detail, but it does, and it doesn't even say law of chastity to my recollection. It just talks about, it uses verbiage such as whoredoms, things like that, being unclean, and it's all in
Thank
reference
you.
to sexual sin. So it doesn't go into detail, but it does reference that those things are considered sinful.
You're
Who
just so
initiated
sweet.
contact after the various breakups with Bobby, Matt, Daryl, and Travis? Start with Bobby.
Let's see. With Bobby, we broke up and got together so many times, it would be hard to remember exactly what times when.
That's healthy.
Let's see, I know there was one time where I was packing all my things and leaving. I was packing all my cars, driving away. He lived in Montague. It's isolated. It's a tiny little town, about 1,000 people. His parents had already left to go into a rest home. He had nothing. He had no food, no money, nothing. So I sort of initiated contact in a way because after I took all my things to my grandmother's house, I went to the grocery store. I bought him a bunch of groceries and I brought them over to his house. And I left them on the door and I left. And he called me back for that. So in a way, I initiated that contact by leaving the groceries on his porch. And he knew it was me because he liked certain types of food and I got him those kinds.
Well, that's nice.
Yes.
Kind of weird.
I want to make sure I hear everything. Can we address that?
Yes, we will address that. It could be part of the issue we were having earlier.
What?
We're going to give you another headset and see if that helps.
With Bobby, we broke up and got together so many times, it would be hard to remember exactly what times when.
I'll slow it down for
See,
this.
I know there was one time where I was packing all my things and leaving, packing all my cars, driving away. He lived in Montague. It's isolated. It's a tiny little town, about 1,000 people. His parents had already left to go into a rest home. He had nothing. He had no food, no money, nothing. So
slow.
I sort of initiated contact in a way because after I took all my things to my grandmother's house, I went to the grocery store. I bought him a bunch of groceries and I brought them over to his house. And I left them on the door and I left. And he called me back for that. So in a way, I initiated that contact by leaving the groceries on his porch. And he knew it was me because he liked certain types of food and I got him those kinds.
Judge.
Yes.
Excuse me, Your Honor, the viewing device is coming in and out. I want to make sure I hear everything. Can we address that?
Yes, we will address that. It could be part of the issue we were having earlier. We're going to give you another headset. We'll see if that helps.
Easy enough.
Ms. Arias, I'm going to ask you to move the microphone back just slightly. Back, further back. That might help the issue as well. Sir, can you hear me now?
Don't seem to make a difference.
Does it make any difference?
Sir, have you gotten your hearing checked recently?
All right, we are going to contact someone. So what we'll do is we'll take a recess and attempt to address that issue, and then we'll be back with you shortly. So I'm going to ask the jury to go back to the jury room at this time.
So I don't know that if you guys know this about me, but I actually watch everything on closed captioning. I don't think it's a hearing issue. I don't know. Sometimes I do, but I also have freakishly good hearing on other things. Like I can hear cars down the street, but
Courtroom, you may be seated.
I read lips a lot. And so if I were ever in this sort of situation, I would absolutely
We have
need
recess for approximately 5 minutes.
headphones. Does anyone else here watch on closed captioning? I actually looked at my stats from Friday's show, and it said like 99% of you did not use closed captioning. Yeah, Betty Boop, once you start listening or watching things on closed captioning, you'd be amazed how many things, especially songs, you misheard.
Ms. Arias, please take the stand.
It's mind-blowing. 73 watchers, my lucky number. That makes sense. I met S.C. Gilmore in a Unsolved Mysteries chat. Real talk. And I was like, I have a cool group of people that I like to talk to, usually every day around 3:30, except for the weekends and Mondays, because I don't do Mondays. That's actually not why. It's because I go out with my retired
Please be seated.
guys
The record will show the presence of the jury,
on
the defendant,
Mondays.
and all counsel.
If you're on Twitter or X,
Juror 13, thank you for letting us know you could not hear. Are you able to
You
hear me
know.
now? All right. I want to make sure that you heard all of the testimony earlier, Juror 13. Did you let us know immediately when your earphones cut out?
oh, it was a
So we will
juror.
proceed then. I'm going to ask the last question again, and I'm going to ask Ms. Arias to answer it from the beginning. Who initiated contact after the various breakups with Bobby, Matt, Daryl, and Travis? Begin with Bobby.
With Bobby, we had many breakups and we got back together many times during our 2-year period. And I'm trying to remember, I don't remember the specifics of each.
Okay, for anyone watching for makeup, I'm going to try to go quickly, but I also need to stop during the stream so I don't break any laws. When you hold your brush from like further away, it's a much softer technique. As for me, I'm usually like here, but if you want a harder look, go up closer to the brush. For something softer, always towards the end.
Time, but it would have been both. I know one particular time when I was moving my things out of the house, I packed everything up and left and put in my grandma's. This wasn't the time that I found out she cheating on me. This was another time subsequent to that. And I guess I kind of initiated contact that time because I knew he didn't have a vehicle, money, job, and his parents were already in the rest home by then. So I went to the grocery store. I bought him some groceries. I left them on his porch so that he could have something to eat.
I'm not
And he called my
quite
grandmother's
sure
house
you
after
guys
that
are.
and thanked me. So we picked up again, sort of. We never really stopped contacting each other until we finally stopped for good. And I remember actually when we finally stopped for good, he sent me an email and I did call him back. And that conversation wasn't unfriendly, but it was definitely not a get back together conversation. And that's the last time he and I ever spoke. Let's see, with Matt, we broke up after I sort of confronted him. I went to his dad's house and he was there. He was on the phone with Bianca. So he already knew what I was there to talk about with him.
Oh, yeah.
We went into my car to chit chat and discuss this. There were a lot of tears. We knew we were done. We were broken up. My heart was broken. And so
Never,
what I did is
ever
I wrote out a long letter to
getting
him.
back
It was an
together.
email. I typed it out and I sent it to him just so that he would know my heart, where my heart was, my thoughts, and that kind of thing. And where I felt that maybe he did err, where I felt he erred. And so that was just, it wasn't like trying to initiate.
She was trying to get in the last word. Let's be real. That's why she wrote the letter.
Contact again, but I did send him that. That was kind of just my goodbye email. I don't remember how it came about that he ended up coming down to Ventana with me, but I know that he was looking for seasonal work, and the time that he was in Borrego Springs, the weekend or week that I found out about Bianca, that job application did not pan out. So he still needed a job, and he came down to Ventana, and Daryl hired him. As far as Daryl, well, there was really no separation right away, because when I broke up with him, we still had the same house together. We had separate bedrooms, but we would see each other coming and going. We had different work schedules mostly, but typically we both worked at night. So sometimes he was there in the daytime, whether I was at work or not. I had 2 jobs during most of that time. So we never really stopped contacting each other, but we stopped being intimate. And then he moved away in early December. So I think we continued to contact each other for bills. Usually it was him because I didn't have money and I felt bad about that. So generally it was that, but I don't know, I've initiated contact since, like when I stopped by to visit his son and him later on in 2008. As far as Travis, we broke up over the phone on June 29th, 2007. And I don't remember, but I believe he called me the next morning. He was at his friend's Christmas guy's house and he called me the next day and we just had another conversation. It was kind of less dramatic. It was more just normal, the conversation, and then it ended up turning sexual. So that proceeded that way. I continue to contact him as well.
How far is Crater Lake from Ashland?
Crater Lake from Ashland, I want to say 70 miles, I'm guessing. I think there's a freeway sign somewhere in that area that says Crater Lake 70 miles. So
How far is Medford from Crater Lake?
it's a similar distance. There are, if you imagine a triangle, you have Ashland, just north you have Medford, and you can take a highway this way to Crater Lake, a highway this way to Crater Lake, and it's about a similar distance in driving time.
How far is Medford from Ashland?
Medford and Ashland, I'm not sure exact mileage, but it takes 10 to 15 minutes on the freeway.
Why does this matter?
How did you know Victor's family?
Victor Arias, my ex-boyfriend in Costa Rica, I moved to Costa, well, I didn't move there, but I went there on an exchange program and lived there for a few weeks in the summer. Victor was in that household at the time, and that's how we met, and that's how I knew his family. And when I went back there the second time, it was to spend time with his family. Victor had already moved out and moved on by that point.
Please explain the events again that led up to your dad slapping you during the incident you described earlier.
I'm not clear if that's the one where he knocked me out or the actual slap, but I will describe the one where he slapped me twice. That was, I snuck out of the house when I shouldn't have. We were moving soon. The whole family was moving soon to Wairika. I was very upset about it. Wairika is a small town. When you're going into high school, it just doesn't sound exciting to live there at all. So I was upset, and my friends that I had made, we wanted to spend more time together. So I snuck out of the house. We hung out. I don't know what we did. We just hung out. And so sneaking out of the house was against the rules, and my parents found out. I believe they found out because the dog got in because I didn't shut the door all the way and woke them up. And so I don't think they waited up for me because they were asleep when I got back, and I went to sleep, and they woke me up around, I don't know what time it was. It was early, very early. And so he asked where I'd been. I think I said, I don't know. And he smacked me. And then he sat me up, asked me again. And I think I said the same answer. He wasn't happy with whatever I'd said, and he smacked me again.
Smack your ass.
What is your relationship with your mother like today?
It is very complicated, and it's very strained. Her and I, we rub each other the wrong way all day long, but nonetheless, there is a deep love there. I think there are very few individuals that I love as much as I love my mom. So in that regard, because it's strained, it's also very painful, but I love her a lot.
What is your relationship with your father like today?
It's not incredibly close, but I have unconditional love for my dad, and I find that I'm able to love him better when we interact a little bit less as opposed to more often, because I don't know if it's because our personalities don't.
I
align, or
understand that.
I don't know. I think he's kind of a negative person, but maybe it's because I'm negative. I don't know. I'm not trying to blame him, but we get along, and times we don't get along, and times we don't get along, it hurts me, so I don't like to go there very often.
Would it be possible to have Jodi run through the attack on 6408 using the floor plan, Exhibit 249? Valerie, would you take Exhibit 249 and put it on the projector, please? Ms. Arias, will you run through the attack on June 4, 2008 using the floor plan?
Can you move it up to show the shower? And
Okay, we are going into like
to show
normal
more space.
speed. Maybe 1.25.
That's actually
That
where you
was
just had it was.
the most cringe
maybe right
laugh.
there. It might have to be moved again because the bathroom is long.
Yeah, I agree, maybe.
Yeah, that's good. It'll probably have to be moved up though. Eventually, it starts.
Let me know.
Okay. It started where Travis was in the shower. I was right outside the shower a few feet. I was taking photos of him, facing him in the shower. Back and forth, we would check the photos. Some got deleted because they didn't turn out great, or he was making a wrong expression or something. And then others we kept. And so I would do this and do that. And then we crouched and did the same thing. We tried a few different positions. And then at one point we were deleting, and I went to move again and shift and face him, and the camera, it slipped. It was kind of like, the best I could describe it, like when you go to catch a football, but it bounces and you kind of fumble it a little, because it didn't slip and just drop. It slipped, and I tried to catch it, and it kind of bounced a little and then fell on the ground and bounced and rolled onto the tile. It fell first on the mat, then it rolled right onto the tile. The mat isn't very big. It's just kind of right outside the shower, and then the tile is right outside. So at that point, he got very angry, and he stepped out of the shower. He lifted me up from the crouch position with enough force that my feet came off the ground momentarily, and he body slammed me on the tile. At that point, I rolled and I ran down the hallway, which is where 7 goes on there. I'm sorry. Yeah, right there. Yes. I ran down the hallway. I ran into the closet. I slammed the door. I start running. If you are looking at the diagram, it would be on the left side of the seat. I began running that way with my initial intent to probably run out this door. I instead went for the gun, grabbed the gun. Right about then, Travis was opening the door. I grabbed it. I ran out into the bathroom. He ran, I believe, straight toward the door as well. And can you show the bathroom area again? A little bit more. Yeah. At that point, I had run out of the bathroom. And I turned and I just wanted him to stop. So I pointed the gun at him, hoping that that would just make him halt. And it didn't. Instead, he lunged at me right around the time that the gun went off. And I didn't mean for it to go off. We fell with pretty good force down in the corner near 15, but not quite that close. It was kind of near the sink, kind of sort of that area. And he fell kind of on top of me, but to my right. I didn't want him to get on top of me. He was grabbing at my clothes. He was trying to get on top of me. I don't know where the gun went at that point. It was not in my hands anymore. It got knocked out of my hands or if I dropped it, but I broke away from him. And as soon as the moment I broke away, that's when he threatened my life. I'd have no clear memories after that
My life.
at all. Things began to get really foggy after the gun went off. And I know he was screaming and cursing. I don't remember exact words except the ones he said to me right after I dropped the camera, which was about a 5-year-old being able to hold a camera better than me and that I was an idiot. And he was using profanities with those statements.
Regarding the 9mm gun you purchased on July 1st, 2008, you mentioned a camping trip as one of the reasons for the purchase. Who was going on the camping trip?
There was 2 dishwashers from Purple Plum, which is where I had worked in the past, and I was still friends with them. One guy's name was Calvin. I don't remember his last name. He was somebody that I'm trying to remember if Calvin was one of the dishwashers or one of the customers or a former employee, but he was at the restaurant all the time. And then another guy, I don't remember his name. He's very tall. He worked as a dishwasher in the back and a prep cook, and he was going as well, and a few other people were all going. So that's all I can say.
Hey guys, if you haven't done so already, please help me out and boost the algorithm by making sure that you like this stream and you are subscribed to the channel. It is free. It costs you nothing other than a little thumbprint. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter.
Why were you planning on going if you were scared?
I wasn't scared. I was just being cautious. These are people that I knew, but I wasn't very well acquainted with, and I just didn't want to. I'd rather have it, not need it, than need it.
Double tap that screen.
Yeah. I wasn't scared. I was just I was trying to be cautious. I had seen like a new side of what a man can do. So I wanted to be extra careful as far as being out there alone with a group of men. I think maybe some women were coming too, but I didn't know at that point. I was the only girl on the trip.
Were you paid for the interview with 48 hours?
No, I never asked for compensation. They never offered. There was no compensation at all.
Were you paid for the interview with Inside Edition?
The same, no. I was not paid. Someone encouraged me to ask because she had given an interview to Inside Edition and they paid her $50. She had a charge in New York and they did that. And, but I did not ask and they didn't offer.
I would have asked for money for my commissary.
03. You talked to him about taking photos of Travis while he was shaving. At some point, you state he must have liked it because he used it on his MySpace page. Can you explain what he used?
Yes, he used the photograph that was displayed yesterday. He used that photo as his profile picture. And what that means is if you type in the URL to his MySpace page, the profile comes up and you can, if it's public, you can see different things about the people or the person whose page it is. If it's private, you don't see those details, but you still see the person's profile picture, and that was his. So that was kind of his photo that represented his MySpace page. There were other photos within photo albums on the account, but the one that comes up on the front page or the main page of this thing was that photo of him shaving. So I assumed he liked it because that's what he was displaying to the world at that point.
Go ahead and lay down.
You stated
little
that you
baby.
tried to call Matt and Daryl about your change in plans regarding going to Mesa, but said they did not answer. Why didn't you just leave them messages or text them?
When I called Matt and Daryl, it wasn't really about the change in plans. It was more about, I was trying to see if I left my phone charger there because I couldn't find it anywhere and my battery juice was getting very low. So I definitely wouldn't have told Daryl I'm going to go see Travis because I think that would have been a snub to him. And I was still sensitive to his feelings in that area, nor would I have told Daryl I'm going to go see this guy, Ryan. So I wouldn't have told him either of those. I definitely wouldn't have told Matt that I was going to go see Travis because Matt had very, very negative opinions about Travis and he would have been very against it.
You testified that you reported your cell phone lost in May of 2008. When and where was it found?
Yes, I actually reported it to the Wairika Police Department as stolen, possibly lost. I thought it was stolen because I searched high and low and I left it in my grandfather's vehicle when I ran in to pay for a Chinese takeout and it's in Wairika. I mean, locking the car door is a big deal. I didn't think I left it in there, but that was what I concluded when I made the report because it was in my purse. I called it, didn't ring. I looked everywhere. Was the rest of the question, when was it found?
Yes.
Okay. It was found, to my understanding, in 2010. My aunt found it. Actually, she's sitting right over there on the front row. She cleaned out my grandfather's car and found it somewhere in there.
Of
And
course.
turned it over to my grandmother or my parents. I don't know.
I'm not surprised
Have you taken
whatsoever.
long trips by yourself, such as the one from California to Arizona to Utah in June of 2008 in the past?
I'm sorry, will you repeat that?
Have you taken long trips by yourself in the past, such as the one from California to Arizona to Utah, the one you took in June of 2008?
Only along highways that I was familiar with, such as from Monterey County to Wairika, or after I became familiar with the drive from Arizona to Southern California. And the Monterey to Wairika drive, I'd probably driven it 50, not driven it, but ridden it with my family over the years, several, like.
All right, so we just got a question that is actually a valid question. We are showing this as a cautionary tale for men who are dumb enough to introduce people as crazy as Jodi to the rest of their families, and let people know that it's not just men who are violent offenders. Women can be crazy too. I think we all know that. And we are also showing this because, quite frankly, I've seen a lot of crazy on the internet this last month. So I felt like this was a good cautionary tale to revisit. And I hadn't watched it. I was working full time, and like when I say full time, 14 hours a day when this was going on. So that's why we're watching it. Also, I am the owner of this here stream, so I dictate what goes on. Let's continue.
Countless times. I could name all the cities, all the landmarks, all those things along the way. I knew where everything was on those roads, and I had experiences in various cities along those roads. So those roads I was familiar with. I've never driven on the I-15, at least for any great distance, and not outside of California.
How often did you take such trips?
I like to do road trips. Travis and I began to do road trips.
Sustained. How often did you take such trips?
I would know an exact number.
During the trips you took, did you take extra gas cans with you?
Only after I moved to the desert. Daryl was like, we're from the coast, so we had total shocks to our systems when we experienced our first summer here. And we began to carry cases of water in our trunk. And if we were going long distances, we'd carry a gas can just in case, because he would be like, you can die out here. You know, if something happens, if your car runs out of gas, you can't turn the air conditioning on, you'd literally die of heat stroke, and that was fear. So we carried water, and we didn't carry gas around with us all the time if we were just hanging around town, but if we went out to 29 Palms or somewhere like that, then that would happen.
If you took gas cans with you, where did you get them?
I got the two gas cans that I took on that trip, I got from Daryl. And then I bought the third one, and then I determined I didn't need it, and I returned it.
I think the question is referring to in the past, if you took gas cans with you, where did you get them?
Oh, they were Daryl's.
Daryl.
In your
Daryl.
testimony, you mentioned Travis had hit your car once. Can you tell us about that incident?
Yes.
Why?
That was the incident in May 2007. We had spent 2 days at Disneyland and then we were driving from Anaheim to Los Angeles, where the Getty Center is, because the Getty Center is on the list. That was our purpose for going. And on the way there was a ton of traffic. I don't remember if it was 5 lanes or 6 lanes, but it was bumper to bumper. Not any of the lanes were moving at all, hardly. We would just inch along. And he grew very frustrated, very impatient, and angry. And he began I don't want to say what he said, but he just began yelling at other drivers, and they weren't aware of him at all doing that, but he was just screaming at the other drivers. He was beating on the steering wheel. He would beat the inside of the door, the driver's side door, just with his fist, or the horns were on the side, wasn't honking the horn, but he would beat the center of the steering wheel.
Why did you confront Travis after seeing him with another woman through his backyard window, if it was not due to jealousy?
I felt that because he was making an effort, this was also right after we had just slept together consensually, like, and we went all the way, and he said, I love you, and all these things. So I felt like we were getting back together. And when I saw that, it seemed in contrast to what he had been telling me for the last month and a half. So what my intention was to do was to go there and just find out what's the.
Why did you confront him?
I'm explaining why I went over there.
You may continue.
So my intention of going over there was not out of jealousy, but it was because I wanted to know where I stood. Are we still trying this? Do you have any girlfriend? If you had a girlfriend, it's fine. I just wanted to know.
Pearl.
If you simply wanted to know where you stood because
Say
he was
hi.
courting you back, why were you so upset that you needed to call your father about the incident the next day?
I didn't want to call my father. I wanted to call my sister, my little sister, because her and I talk. We're relatively close, and we talk about stuff like that. It's a girl thing. So I called my parents' home because she lived there at the time, and she wasn't home, but my dad answered, and he could tell that maybe I was sad. So that's why I began to talk to him. The reason I was sad was because Travis and I were getting back together.
Sustained. Sustained. You mentioned an earlier failed attempt using rope during a sexual encounter. Can you tell us what happened that day, when this occurred, and how Travis handled the failure?
I
The
didn't hear that.
failure?
Can I ask a quick question?
Certainly.
I thought that last question said, why were you so upset that you had to call your father? So I began to explain why I was upset.
All right. Your attorney will have an opportunity to follow up with you.
Okay, thank you.
You mentioned an earlier failed attempt using rope during a sexual encounter. Can you tell us what happened that day when this occurred and how Travis handled the failure?
Yes. He handled it just fine. He didn't get upset, he just stopped. He used twine and it was very scratchy and it sort of was not cutting into my wrist, but it was abrasive and it was somewhat painful. So at that point, he just cut the twine off with a knife as well.
Did Travis's dog usually bark when someone came into the house?
Yes, if the dog heard the door open, he was very animated and he would bark very loud.
I want to
Did
know
the
what kind of dog he
usually
had.
bark with loud, unexplained noises?
Typically, if the doorbell rang or somebody knocked at the front door.
Why would you continue to stay with someone who had sex with you while you were sleeping?
At that point, that would have been May 2007. I was in love with Travis. I knew I was in love with him and it didn't
No one
It
else
didn't
could
make a
have
difference to me,
him.
honestly. I was in love with him. My only concern was that I believed from a religious and spiritual perspective that our relationship would not be blessed if we acted that way. So as in vaginal sex, that was my belief at the time.
When did you find out that Travis had a gun?
I found out in the fall 2007 when I was cleaning his shelves. I had different projects and it was around the fall. I don't remember if it was in October or November, but it was around that time.
To your knowledge, did police ever find your grandfather's gun that was stolen?
To my knowledge, no, none of the property that was stolen from that
Huh.
house was recovered ever.
Why did you place Travis's body back in the shower?
I could only speculate because I don't remember.
Uh-huh.
And I could speculate based on who I know that I am or thought I was. Should I?
Ah, objection. Please don't
Do you know
answer.
what time you left Travis's house on June 4, 2008?
I don't remember the exact time, but as far as the daytime,
Sustained. What happened to the clothes you were wearing on June 2008?
I don't remember. I was in clothes when I came to and I don't.
Sustained.
Are
You
they
say
both
Travis had attacked
objecting
you
at the
before
same
June 4,
time?
2008, but would apologize to you after he did it. So why was the June 4, 2008 incident so different?
June 4th was escalated and he always apologized afterward prior occasions. On prior occasions, I never feared for my life. And even when he was choking me out and I was losing consciousness, I didn't have enough time to fear for my life. I passed out. It wasn't until after that incident, when I reflected back on it, that I realized I could have died. And if he could take it that far, and he was as angry as he was, and I perceived very clearly that he was trying to get back on top of me again, that freaked me out. I was scared out of my mind.
You and
Uh-huh.
Travis continued to talk on the phone after you moved back to Wairika, including phone sex. Would it be fair to say you were upset he was taking another woman to Cancun?
Good question.
No, I was not upset. I wasn't upset at all, actually. Cancun was long, it was announced a year before. He was taking a babysitter, I thought. I didn't learn that he was taking me hall until well afterwards.
Sustained. Why did you send his grandmother flowers?
In retrospect, it probably wasn't a good idea, but I felt that it would be more insensitive to not do it, anything at all.
Why did you take the rope and gun with you?
There were a lot of actions I took that day that I don't remember. But as far as disposing of it, I knew that something bad had happened and I knew that something,
Uh-huh.
I felt like I had done something wrong.
Did you lock Travis's bedroom door when you left on June 4, 2008?
I
Well,
don't
who
remember
else
anything
would
of
have?
that nature, that whole time gap. I don't know.
Did you try and clean up the scene after you left on June 4, 2008?
Based on the evidence, I believe I did. Maybe make some kind of attempt, but I don't recall doing that.
If you climbed on the shelf to grab the gun in a hurry, how is it that nothing was disorganized in Travis's closet?
I only had to step on the edge of my foot. I put up 1 foot. I only had to just, well, it's the shelf, so I just had to grip the edge and grab it. So it's not quite as tall as it appeared in the photo. You just put 1 foot up on the edge, grab the other, you're up like 2 or 3 feet extra already. And grab the gun with my right hand, I don't know, right or left, probably right, and I ran out the door.
If you shot Travis first, how did the casing land on blood?
I don't believe it landed on blood. when-
Objection.
when
She's
our-
not a physicist, but
Any question asked?
Overruled.
Go ahead.
Continue.
I do know that we struggled, so something could have happened subsequent to that, but to my knowledge, there was no blood in that bathroom before the gunshot went off.
After you shot Travis, why not run out of the house to get away?
Initially, that was my attempt. That's why I started running down the hall. The bedroom doors were closed.
Remember.
No, I said it got body after the shot.
Overruled. You may continue. You may
Maybe I
continue.
misunderstood the question. I thought it was after I got body slammed. Is that,
After you shot Travis, why not run out of the house to get away?
okay, I'm sorry, that is correct. After I shot him, I didn't know that I shot him, but after the gun went off, while he was lunging at me, we fell over and he was trying to get on top of me. It's hard to describe the fear. It was like mortal terror. It really was. He was trying to get on top of me. I thought he was, and then he threatened my life. I really thought he had intentions to kill me. So I don't remember any specifics of what happened right after that point.
Why didn't you call 911?
I was very scared of what happened to me, I was scared at that point of what was going to happen. I mean, I knew that, well, I felt that I had done something wrong, and I don't have really an adequate explanation for my state of mind following that. I just know that I knew something really bad had happened, and I was scared.
If Travis attacked you on June 4th, why not just tell the police the truth from the start?
That one's kind of a complicated answer. I didn't want people to know the kinds of things that were going on in our relationship. I felt that if I told police Travis attacked me, I would have to give explanation as to why he attacked me. And if I gave explanation as to why, I would have to go back through the different incidents that we'd gone through and how those things didn't really begin until after I walked in on him. I believe they were related, and I didn't ever want to go there. So it was all convoluted, and I thought that by saying that would open the door to that, to that, to that. And I didn't want to de-edify him. I was embarrassed about a lot of those things, and I was ashamed. And I was also very scared about, I mean, whether I was defending myself or not, I felt like I felt like it was wrong to kill somebody regardless of the circumstances.
Were you kneeling when you dropped the camera?
Yes, I was kneeling on one knee, I think.
When Travis stepped out of the shower to attack you, was he wet?
Yes.
If so, did he slip at all on the tile in the bathroom or hallway?
I didn't see him, but the tile is slick when it's wet.
When entering the closet, why didn't you just go up in the door closest to you?
My intention was not to run into the closet. When I rolled away, my intention was to run out of the room. I didn't make the decision to go into the closet until I realized that by going left, well, I kind of just went back to that brief moment when he caught my wrist last time. I intended to run left. And this time I would have to open the door. It would swing open this way. As I'm running down I would have to go this way. Like I would come down the hallway. The door would open this way. I would have to go out this way. So it just seemed this door over here was open. It split-second decision. It just seemed safer or easier or faster to run in there and slam the door. And then I knew there was an exit. It wasn't a dead end. So there was another door there that I could run out of.
Do you know how tall the ceiling in Travis's closet was?
No.
Was the gun in a case or just laying on the shelf?
I don't remember how it was on June 4th. When I first discovered it, I don't recall seeing a holster of any kind, but Travis did have one for it. I don't remember on June 4th.
Why is it that you have no memory of stabbing Travis?
I can't really explain why my mind did what it did. Maybe because it's too horrible. I don't know. I really don't know the answer as to why I blacked out or have memory gaps that much of that day.
Whether you had plans to commit suicide or not, why even mention no jury will ever convict me, mark my words, because I am innocent in the interview?
Well, I was very confident that no jury would convict me because I was going to be dead. As far as saying I'm innocent, definitely innocent of my charge was what I meant. And also I assumed that I would be in the next life where I believe that, you know, God is the ultimate judge, that he would understand the circumstances of that day and that it would ultimately, that he would know all the circumstances that happened that day. So in that regard, innocent of the charge, but definitely there wouldn't be a conviction because you don't convict a dead person. I would be in the grave at that point.
In your interviews you gave on TV, were you forced to answer all of the questions they asked you?
I was not physically forced, but when you put on the spot, it kind of feels like it. Like you kind of, for some reason I felt like I had to answer every question, but I wasn't forced, if that makes sense.
What?
You have pictures of your other finger injuries that include timestamps. Do you have any pictures of your finger injury with timestamps?
I guess that would be the left finger. I didn't take a specific picture showing the injury, but any picture taken subsequent to June 22nd would show my ring finger bent, whether it was like that one in the photo or anywhere else.
Do you have any pictures of you wearing a finger splint?
No, definitely not.
Did anyone see you wearing a finger splint?
I wore it one day when I was working at Mimi's Cafe, but I don't know if anyone commented on it or not. So it was kind of embarrassing because it was
Sustained. When did you realize that you had memory loss? The approximate date?
If that's a reference to June 4th, when I pulled over in the car and I began searching around for the water, the shoes, everything, just trying to clean myself up and then that kind of thing. I can attribute it to being maybe, I mean, I had memory loss one time when I was 19 because it was alcohol related, and one time when I was 15 because it's alcohol related. So that's the only other thing I can attribute it to, just like a blackout. So that was when shortly thereafter, when I couldn't remember certain things. Some things have come back to me since, but just not all of it.
Did you have an attorney prior to the interview with CBS?
Not for my case. I had an attorney for the limited purpose of assisting me in my extradition from California.
Sustained, yes or no?
Yes, Lord, yes.
You said you got the 2 gas cans so that you could fill up in Nevada or Utah where gas was cheaper than California. Why did you fill the gas cans up in Pasadena?
Yes, that's why I initially got the gas cans from Daryl.
She was
so that I
going to
could
the Rose
save my
Bowl
own
to
gas
watch
and
Ohio
everything,
State.
and Cooper,
Yeah.
that kind of person. But when I got to Southern California and realized I'm taking the I-15 across 2.5 states, I've never driven this before. It's the middle of the night. I'm by myself. I'm in a car that I'm not very familiar with. I didn't want to be stuck in the dark somewhere in the desert. I've heard lots of horror stories, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't surrounded.
In all of the 3-hour church sessions, family home evenings, missionary discussions, and other church events, you were never told or were never under the impression that other forms of sexual intercourse, oral and anal, were forbidden.
I did get that impression on a few occasions, and I discussed it with Travis, and he clarified it for me in his way.
Objection is the way that she got it from these occasions that when she spoke with the victim.
Sustained. Is the answer yes?
Somewhat, yes, but it wasn't clear.
Did
We're
you know that
talking
Travis
about the
did
butt
not
again.
like John Dixon prior to your date with John Dixon?
Dickhead.
Prior to my first date with him, no, I didn't even know. I don't think he even knew John Dixon. Maybe I'd seen him through a group of people, but prior to that date, no. And I'm talking about before Travis and I became boyfriend girlfriend. As far as the date that occurred after we broke up, I knew that he didn't care for John Dixon.
Why were you willing to get involved with 2 men at the same time?
Well, I was
So
trying to get.
scandalous.
It was very difficult to break away from Travis. I knew we were going in separate directions, but we kept continuing with the same habits that we had. And I'd said before that I'm monogamous, and by that I do mean sexually monogamous for sure. I've never had more than one partner at the same time in that regard. So as far as Ryan, he was just a potential person that I wanted to get to know. And if things had gone further, then I definitely would have cut off that sort of contact with Travis.
When you were asked about the video you made having sex with Travis on June 4, 2008, you said you used your camera. But when you were asked about your camera later, you said you didn't take it out of the car that day. Which of these 2 is true?
For clarification, both is true. Both are true. The Canon stayed in the vehicle. My Olympus was tiny and it was always in my purse. So it went in. And the Olympus is Stylus 500 model, I think. And it had video and on it. The Canon did not.
When you realized that you did not connect like you expected, why did you continue to speak to Travis?
I think that's a reference to Ehrenberg because we weren't connecting the way we had before. Travis and I connected very well over the phone. It seemed like it was more of an emotional and mental sort of connection, a meeting of minds, so to speak. And I was not going to contact him again after 3 failed attempts over the weekend, and then I didn't hear from him. So when he called me Tuesday and left me a very sweet voicemail, it kind of was a feeling of relief, like, oh, okay, I wasn't just being used. He still cares. So I called back, and he was somewhat remorseful that we had gone that long without talking, and we agreed to not do that again. I mean, as far as going that long without communication.
What is your understanding of the word skank?
I don't know an official definition, but it's a very negative and pejorative, derogative term against women.
Why did you share housing with Matt at the time you were in a relationship with Travis?
Well, the reason I moved to Big Sur, well,
Oh my
Matt was the
God.
available housing in Big Sur. And Matt, by this point, had reached,
Objection, she's asking questions. Available housing.
was it why?
Overruled. You may continue.
Okay. The reason I felt comfortable living with Matt was because at that point in time, this was, I want to say 7 years after we'd broken up, our friendship had evolved to a point where we were like more like a brother-sister kind of relationship. There was no attraction, zero. We didn't even hug. It was just, we were just friends and we were more like siblings. And I think Travis understood that. I don't know.
Sustained.
Objection.
Were there any girls working with you that you could share a room with?
At Ventana, no, there were not.
How can you be a sister to Matt, someone you had sex with in the past?
It does sound strange, but it just has to do with the way our friendship evolved after the breakup. I got over what he did with Bianca, and that resentment melted away and gave way to sort of just a genuine goodwill toward him and him toward me. Also, our time at Ventana was broken up because when at one point, I think I mentioned on direct that the restaurant at Ventana closed. And so the entire dining operation was moved over to the inn and we operated out of there. During that 5-week period, the restaurant was being remodeled. Matt moved to Vail, Colorado. I didn't see him for 6 or 7 or 8 months. He had another relationship at that time. And by the time he moved back, Daryl and I had started a relationship. And at first it was a little bit awkward, but then Matt and I realized we just jive in a certain way, but it's more like we're better off friends rather than boyfriend, girlfriend. And that was a place where we reached an acceptance and there was no longer an attraction to Matt. I think it was more, I was blinded by love and now I saw all his other qualities. I still liked him as a person, but I was not attracted to him, if that makes sense.
Why didn't you read the Book of Mormon to see what you were and were not allowed to do?
I did read the Book of Mormon. There is additional doctrine that explains the commandments a lot more called the Doctrine and Covenants. And the Book of Mormon does cover a lot of the basics. It's very similar to the Bible in some of those things, like the Beatitudes are sort of reworded in one portion of it.
the reflex again. One moment.
I think the 10 Commandments are sort of reworded in some portion of it, but it's more the Doctrine and Covenants that go into detail, and also subsequent presidencies that the church has gone through have clarified even more what some commandments mean, what that really entails, such as the word of wisdom. When the Doctrine and Covenants was written in the 1800s, it doesn't say anything about coffee, tea, alcohol, or illegal drugs. It mentions hot drinks and tobacco, and more clarification was given in the 20th century. And so it's kind of like that. Like, I did read the Book of Mormon, but it's not ultra specific.
Why did you ask Travis about everything you did?
About everything I did? I don't understand that question.
All right, then we'll move on to the next one. Why did you start a relationship with Ryan Burns when you said earlier, when I am with one guy, I don't see other guys?
Oh shit!
Well, I didn't consider myself Travis's girlfriend because I broke up with him on June 29th of the previous year. Also, I moved.
Hey, if you are just now tuning in, please make sure to like the stream and subscribe to my channel. It really helps boost the algorithm. Thank you very much.
Over 1,000 miles to get away from him. And so even though it was hard to break up, so to speak, we were broken up, but we still continued some of the same patterns we had. I was still attempting to move on, maybe not making the best attempt, but when somebody introduced us through text message, we began to call and just sort of hit it off. We were just talking friends, and it was only a potential thing. So I didn't consider myself seeing Ryan or seeing Travis, but Travis was still the person that I was most intimate with.
Why is it that you cannot remember when Travis lent you money, but you remember the exact amount that you lent him all 3 times?
I do remember times he lent me money. I think went into a few times. And one of the reasons I specifically remember amounts that he lent me is because it's documented in my journal, and I've since reread that journal several times.
Why did you think that the incident that happened on June 4, 2008 was any different from the ones before, so that you had to kill him to protect yourself?
June 4th was very different in that, even though I thought he would never get that way again, because it was like, I think he scared himself when I passed out based on our subsequent conversations, and we realized how far it went. I thought that it was done at that point as far as violence goes. So when it happened again, and I realized how far it can escalate when he gets that angry, I was terrified this time, especially because he was trying to get on top of me. And also, he just kept coming. He didn't stop. Even when I tried to stop him by running away or pointing a weapon at him, he kept coming, and he just did not stop.
You mentioned injuries that would not have been seen by others when you were in Utah in June of 2008. Can you go into detail as to where they were and how you received them?
Yes, my ankles were bleeding, not profusely, but they were scratched and
Chihuahua?
injured. I had socks and shoes on. Also, when I hit the tile, the back of my head right here slammed on the tile. And I do have, my shoulder's never been the same, but I don't know if it's related to being slammed on the tile or not. It's off, is all I can say. It hurts constantly, actually.
When you injured yourself at Casa Ramos, rotating the glasses, did your supervisor have you fill out any forms to document the injury for workers' compensation purposes?
No, this was a small business operation. They didn't have formalities like forms and that kind of thing, just what was
Oh,
minimally
bitch.
required.
Oh,
as far as
stop
being a legal
that.
documented worker. It was a less formal, it was in a corporate kind of setting where those kind of formalities were done.
Who was the main factor in your decision to move from Big Sur / Palm Desert to Mesa, Travis or Rachel?
It was Travis, ultimately.
You testified that you thought you heard his footsteps. If you weren't sure, why didn't you just run downstairs and out the door?
It was all a split-second decision, but like I said, when I got toward the carpet area, that's where he caught my wrist before when I began running down that hallway on a previous occasion. And so here I am running away from him down the hallway again. And on the previous occasion, my intention was to run out of the room, and I didn't make it out of the room. So rather than try to this time open the door and run out of the room, this closet door was open and I knew there was another exit. So I just ran into that as quickly as I could.
Why would you take the time to delete the photos off the camera after you killed Travis?
That would go with all the other things that I did that day when things happened. I don't have memory of it, specific memory of it at all. But I mean, I could.
Listen to maybe, please.
Sustained. You stated you remember dropping the knife and hearing it hit the tire.
Wherever you're
What
watching
happened
from.
to the knife after that?
I don't recall what specifically happened right after that. I just know that it didn't go with me in the car.
Sustained. If your phone had died while at Travis's, why not use a wall charger so you would have it charged before you got on the road?
That was a thought of mine, but Travis did not have a wall charger that had a plug that fit my type of phone. So I was not able to charge it there.
Okay.
In your email
Been
to
there.
Travis after June 4, 2008, you told him you would sleep in his bed while he was in Cancun. Did you ever stay overnight at his house without him there?
Yes, when I was pet sitting Napoleon, I did that.
How is it that you were so calm on the television interviews?
I tried very hard to present the best image I could, and I had had a lot of prior experiences experience of pretending that everything was okay when it wasn't everything on the surface was okay, when really it wasn't. I was accustomed to that. And also I wanted to portray that I'm confident and that I'm okay. You know, I didn't do this, no worries. That's what I really wanted to get across at that time. And then I wanted to kill myself so that I would never have to own up to it.
You stated in the 48 Hours interview that Travis's family deserved to know the truth. If you really believed that, why didn't you confess then?
That was not entirely true, in that I didn't want them to know certain truths. And again, I said that because it's a derivative of my attempt to deny that I had anything to do with it.
If Travis wanted the phone sex conversations recorded, why didn't he record them?
His phone did not have that capability, neither did mine until I bought the Helio, or until Gus got me the Helio.
Beep, boop, bop,
I
bop,
discovered
bop.
that feature and we joked back and forth about it, and then I began to record them when we decided we would do that. His phone didn't have recording capability.
If you didn't want to be tied up to a tree, why would you go up and look for a place where he could do that?
It wasn't being tied to the tree that I was looking for. We were looking for a place out in the woods, nature, to somehow carry out this little
Fornicate.
riding hood fantasy. And my understanding of that is that it would involve sex. But he had many other ideas, as you can on tape. It didn't necessarily mean that I was going to go for all those. I was kind of pushing my own limits anyway by going out to the woods to find a spot. And that was the purpose, was for that fantasy, but not specifically getting tied to a tree.
If you drop the camera on the bath mat, how is it that it rolled all the way in front of the bathtub?
On the diagram, it looks very far, but it's only a distance of this. You have the shower, there's a very thin wall, and then the bathtub begins right here. So wherever I was standing here, it didn't have to roll. It just bounced
Shut
off
up,
the mat. It's
Lefty.
not way down by the bathroom area, but it's right near the bathtub at that point. There's only a distance of about this much between the shower and the bathtub.
On the phone sex tape, when Travis was talking about photos and taking video, was that all part of his fantasy?
Taking photos and video, yes, that was a fantasy that he hoped to realize.
Did you ever voice any concern to Travis about being uncomfortable with some of his sexual fantasies?
This is the
Yes, there
truth.
was one fantasy that he wanted to do, which was pulling off on the side of a freeway exit and having sex on the hood of a car. And I told him that would be impossible. I couldn't even think of an exit and roll another
Okay.
where that would be accomplished and nobody would see us. So that, and I was a little uncomfortable with the mile high thing that he wanted to do because the flight attendants tend to monitor who was going and coming from the bathroom, and they don't allow two people in the bathroom at once. So just those two that I recall.
Why didn't you call Ryan and tell him you were going to Arizona when you decided you were going to Arizona?
I guess I didn't want Ryan to know that I still had the interest that I had in Travis. It would be kind of just the way I want Travis to know that, but for different reasons, that I was interested in Ryan. I kind of felt like, how would it sound if I called up this guy that I'm going to go meet and say, hey, I'm going to go hang out with my ex-boyfriend for a little while. Sorry. You know, I didn't feel comfortable, or like that was something that I would have done, is say, let him know I'm going to go hang out with my ex and then also invite me to you or something. It was a bad decision, but I made a lot of bad decisions when it came to Travis.
You have testified to many different occasions where you performed sexual favors with Travis to keep him pleased and happy. Are you saying you never got pleasure out of sex with Travis?
Definitely not. I did. Many occasions he was very romantic, very loving, and I guess you could say attentive, and he cared about my pleasure as well. Not always, but there were times when we were very compatible in that regard.
Why would you continue to carry your journals around with you if it was possible others, including Travis, might find them and read them?
To my knowledge, no one else read my journals. And then once I discovered that Travis did, I was a little more guarded about it, but I kept my journal inside my purse, and my purse zipped up, and nobody really went through my purse, so I considered it safe in my purse because nobody got into my purse except me, typically.
Why were the laws of attraction so
I
important to
would
follow?
hope not.
The law of chastity was not.
I believed that I was following the law of chastity for a long time. I realize now that I was not. The law of attraction was also a huge philosophy of mine. It was my second religion, pretty much. Also, with the law of chastity and what it prohibits, there is a great deal of temptation when I would hang out with Travis. And even though we eventually did begin to, under how I understood it, openly violate the law of chastity, it was kind of like, I don't know, I guess it's hard to describe. I mean, I think it was temptation, it was weakness, it was not that I didn't believe in the law of chastity, but when it came to Travis, that was more important.
Do the laws of attraction also apply to recording phone sex conversations?
The law of attraction? I guess it could be construed that way, in that when we were doing those things, I got positive, I had positive interaction with Travis. He wasn't angry, he was complimentary, he would say things that were in a complimentary way. He would be nice to me, so it was the attention that I craved. And the law of attraction does state that you focus more on the qualities of the person that you like and don't focus on the qualities that you don't like. And so when we were doing those things, we were both focused on each other in maybe not a spiritually positive way, but in a way that made me feel good and him as well.
you stated there were times that Travis made you tear out pages of negative things that you said about him. Right before that, you said you wouldn't write negative things about Travis in your journal. That's correct.
They're both correct. The entry that he made me tear out was very detailed and a lot more, I was quoting him directly on a couple of things he had said. And when he discovered those, he made, and so I used to
Excuse
write
me.
Purge. When he admonished me and reminded me of the secret, at that point I wrote less specific things. Sometimes I would just write about my emotions.
I have to
and
grab a
sometimes it was
drink.
negative, but writing about suicidal thoughts, for example, helped me process it, and getting it down on paper to get it out of me, I felt like. So when it came to Travis, I would be less specific. Like I would write, today Travis was obscenely mean to me, but I wouldn't go into detail about what that meant. I just remember that that was a really bad day, so I would write something to that effect.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 10-minute recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. Be back in the designated area at 3:50. I'm sorry, right, 3:50. You're excused. Council, please approach.
What'd I miss?
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Can we see other examples of when you called men that you did not have romantic interests in Hadi Biscotti? Are there text messages, emails, or instant messages?
Probably, well, none that I've seen that have been recovered, but there would be some in text messages. I texted Daryl a lot. I texted my little brother a lot.
Shown not what she's telling you.
Approach, please.
Oh no, really? Maybe says that every time I walk away, they go to break. That's weird. I was hacking. For those of you who don't know me, I have a cat and I am very allergic to cats. It's a weird thing we got going on. And she was laying really close to me today. And ever since then, I have been coughing and sneezing and all of the things. All the things. Help me, Jesus. Help me, Tom Cruise. Okay, I'm going to use this and I'm not doing it on camera.
Did you call any men you did not have romantic interests in Hadi Biscotti in text messages, emails, or instant messages?
Yes. Text messages, not the other.
In
two.
text messages.
Yes.
That would be the 14-year-old Maltese you hear. That didn't get his
If you were not going to
down.
marry Travis because of the January 21, 2008 and January 22, 2008 events, why stay with him at all?
It was difficult to stay away from him. It was difficult to break away from him. And when he would invite me over, it was hard to say no. He was persuasive and he still had an effect on me that when I came over, when he was in a good mood, it made me feel good. and I enjoyed being with him during those times. And that's something I was familiar with.
Do you feel the guys in your life cheated on you because you were controlling?
I feel it was just the opposite.
Awkward.
I feel they cheated on me because I was too tolerant. I was very trusting, implicitly trusting and very naive.
Okay,
And
we're good
I
now.
gave them the freedom to be and do what they wanted when they wanted. And I think they took advantage of that.
Okay,
Were you mad
Broad.
at Travis while you were stabbing him?
I don't recall fear being a prominent, I don't recall anger being a prominent.
She didn't remember. She does remember. She should tell us.
I remember emotions, Judge.
The question is, were you mad at Travis while you were stabbing him?
I don't remember being angry that day. I remember being terrified.
Stabbing him.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I think you've answered the question. How is it that you remember so many of your sexual encounters, including your ex-boyfriends, but you do not remember stabbing Travis and dragging his body?
Well, as far as what happened on June 4th, I don't know how the mind works necessarily, but I know that that was the most traumatic experience of my life. And outside of those blanks and ones that I've mentioned as far as that were alcohol related when I was a teenager, I don't have other blackouts that I can recall, just when memories get foggy, when I get stressful. I think actually that I have a very good memory. I can remember tons of things. But when I'm under a stressful situation, it's as if my mind, you can imagine a computer that freezes. It's turned on, but it's not functioning, and you can hit the keys, but nothing's happening. Just like the sound waves are hitting my ears, but the brain is not computing. It's kind of like that. So I don't black out during those times, but my mind's not processing the English words that are being sent to me or screamed at
The
me.
English words? What about the Chinese words?
During cross-examination, you were asked if you were crying when you stabbed Travis, and you said no. How do you know that if you had a memory gap at that time?
I think that was misunderstood. I said, I don't know. And I know I was probably crying when I said that, and maybe I didn't speak clearly enough, but I said, I don't know. Not know.
You sure?
You stated you bought a gun to commit suicide, but never ended up doing it. What stopped you from doing so?
I was going to wait until I left Wairika and got to the Salinas or Monterey area so that it didn't happen right in my family's own backyard, so to speak.
Coming off the rails.
And I was leaving for that area the morning I was arrested, actually.
You stated you would not want kids with Travis because you would be worried about them. If that is the case, why did you tell Leslie you couldn't wait until your kids and Travis's kids could play together at future PPL events?
I wanted Travis to be viewed in a positive light, and I know that he wanted to be viewed in a positive light. I didn't want to de-edify him, especially not at the moment that I made those statements. And also, prior to June 4th, that was a hope of mine. It wasn't that I couldn't wait. It's just that sometimes PPL events would be family.
Hey guys, just so you know, one thing, it is pixelated right now because of what's going on that user's end when they recorded this, not because of me. Second thing, we are so close to 900 subs. If you could please share this, that would mean the world to me. Or just make sure that you are subscribed to my channel. Make sure to like it, because that, like the stream rather, because that helps boost the algorithm. I'm not on. Okay. I was like, oh my God, am I muted? And if Frenchie Pearl's snores become too much, just let me know. She accidentally ate a quarter piece of trazodone that was supposed to be given to my hyperactive Maltese who needs to be resting right now due to a recovery injury thing. Anyways, we're going to keep going.
Oriented, and I would hope that our families would be able to be cordial and kind. Not that we would be ultimately very close, but just that was a hope of mine. We could someday be happy for each other in our respective marriages. And I didn't want to say anything bad about him.
A lot of your answers to the questions you were asked made it seem like you put Travis's feelings and priorities before your own. If that were true, why didn't you call for help after you shot Travis?
Usually his priorities went before mine when it was something that he wanted. When the gun went off, I didn't know that I had shot him. I thought it hit a wall. So as far as not calling 911, immediately after it wasn't an option, he lunged at me and we fell. And
Oh, Rory.
I broke away. And then as far as not calling 911, like I said, I can't really explain my state of mind immediately following. And after that, it was basically fear-based as far as not calling any authority or telling any authority at all.
Why did you decide to tell the truth 2 years after the killing?
It took 2 years because I was very deeply ashamed of what had happened. I used to consider people who were violent in any form to be somewhat uninvolved. That's how I looked at it. And now I was that kind of person to a very extreme degree. And I was horrified with myself and very ashamed. And it wasn't the kind of person that I was trying to portray to the world, as well as who I even believed I ever could be, inside or out. However, as time went on and I evolved and I matured and I gained more perspective as things get farther away, there were a lot of people that reached out to me and offered support because they believed in my stupid story. And I felt really bad for that because they were there for me and they wanted to offer some moral support. And I felt fraudulent the farther along things got. At first it was like, yeah, okay, I'm going to be dead soon, so I won't have to answer that. And then it started off as a secret that I wanted to take to my grave with me, and then it became one that I didn't want to keep anymore. So it wasn't an overnight decision. It was a very gradual process. And I felt fraudulent. You start just feeling, I mean, obviously I did from the beginning, but it becomes a really yucky feeling inside. It doesn't feel good.
What made you change your mind and tell everyone about Travis's secret, a child picture?
Well, the first time I decided to was when I was talking to a psychologist from California. And we were exploring dynamics of our relationship.
Yeah.
And it took me a long time, but several months beyond that, I told other people. It became, I made a promise to him that I would never say anything. And so he made a promise that he would get help. And I wanted to keep my promise. I didn't want to throw mud on him.
Wait. I thought that she had never spoke to him about this. Am I incorrect? Because if not, we just caught her in a lie. Just wondering. For anyone else who's been paying attention throughout this, I'm fairly certain I remember her saying that. Sorry, my face is getting blocked by this. Okay. I thought that she said that she hadn't spoken with Travis about what she had seen him doing. So otherwise, yeah, she would have just committed perjury right here. Oh, she was caught in several lies on the stand. Yes, that is absolutely accurate. It's cringeworthy how many lies she was caught in.
It's not like he was a threat that anything was going to happen to any children at this point. Why even go there? Why tell anyone? But it was such
I'm
a
putting
huge
this
part of our
back
relationship
up.
and that everything
We gotta hit 900,
everything.
babes.
So
love you guys.
when I realized that in retrospect, I don't think he ever upheld his end of the bargain, I felt less obligated to keep that secret. And also it changed everything in our relationship. So leaving that element out, it's like a huge missing piece of the puzzle of how things ultimately evolved the way they did.
You said you were sick to your stomach when you saw Travis with child pictures.
I'm going to write a Twitter post, so I'm going to mute myself really quick.
After throwing up a few times that day, I wanted to talk to him and give him a chance to explain what was going on. So we ended up getting together later on after FHE, much later in the evening. And he gave me a tearful explanation. And I felt more sympathetic toward him than disgusted at that point because of how he explained it to me.
Would you classify your relationship with Travis Alexander as a love-hate relationship?
It certainly had all the motions of love-hate relationship, but I never felt that I hated Travis. I screamed that out one time when he wasn't present after a really mean phone call, but I never felt hatred toward Travis, although we had those ups and downs that were pretty extreme.
On June 4, 2008, after you got up and ran toward the closet, is it possible that Travis picked up the camera on the bathroom floor and moved it?
Yeah, and to clarify, I didn't run toward the closet. I ran down the hall right after I rolled away from him. And that's completely possible, and that's an idea I've entertained also, but I didn't see anything. I just ran, and I didn't look back.
Could that also explain the delay in his arrival and his anger in the closet at the door threshold?
Would that be the camera related?
Yes.
It certainly could. The delay, maybe the floor was wet, and I don't know if it's just the traction, but I mean, with him getting down the hallway, I don't know. But the camera, I don't even remember how the camera ended up where it did. So I don't know if he picked it up and inspected it, or how it got kicked around, or if it got kicked around, that kind of thing.
Given that there are guiding principles such as the law of attraction and practices like passing down journals to future generations, do you feel the Mormon religion encourages burying the truth about issues that may be considered embarrassing?
Encourages bearing the truth?
Yes.
Well, to be clear, the law of attraction and the Mormon church are two separate animals. They intertwine in some ways with certain scripture, but they are completely separate. In Mormonism, being a religion, I felt that there was an unspoken undercurrent in the church, which puts pressure on members to present a squeaky clean image. However, I know that's not official church policy, even though that you feel that pressure when you're in the church. My understanding of official church policy is if you have transgressed in any way, no matter how embarrassing, if it's a serious transgression, it's dealt with internally in the church, internally inside, but also with a church authority such as your bishop or another appropriate church authority. The law of attraction, the way I embraced it 4 or 5 years ago, I was in denial. Like, I didn't want to deal with the negative things I was going through, because I felt that by dealing with them, I would then be focusing on them, and then that would attract more of them, rather than dealing with them in a healthy way to eradicate them. So I kind of lost track of the question.
The question was, do you feel the Mormon religion encourages burying the truth about issues that may be considered embarrassing?
The Mormon religion, yes. You are encouraged always to tell the truth, no matter how bad it is. That doesn't mean broadcasting it, but going through the appropriate channels for repentance.
Can you give a few examples of what might be considered negative other than those already discussed?
Negative experiences?
This says negative. I think it's in connection with your journals.
Well, I don't know that that means specifically to me, but other than the violating the law of chastity or violence, that kind of thing, words that you speak. There's doctrine in the church which says that every word that flows from our mouth, we will be held accountable for those words one day. So that's an example of something negative. I know some Mormons that drink. That's an example of something negative. I know gay Mormons and homosexuality is prohibited in the church. That's something the church considers negative. It's not my philosophy. There are things to that effect. I mean, plenty of things that go on and on. So, I mean, I guess there would be an example as far as the homosexuality goes, because Travis wanted to have a threesome with another woman, and I wasn't, I mean, I'm not gay, but it's something I was contemplating going along with. So that obviously, in addition to the sexual sin, depending on what interaction I may or may not have had with that woman, could also be a violation of another law in that regard.
How do you determine when you will tell the truth and when you will not tell the truth? What are the determining factors?
Anything that related back to my involvement in Travis's death or de-edifying him in any way, I covered up. I attempted to cover up. So the lies that I told after all of this happened were directly related to those two main themes.
When did you find Travis's gun?
It would have been October, November, sometime in the fall. It was before Christmas, 2007. I know it was before Christmas. I don't remember the exact time in the fall.
Was it kept loaded in the closet?
He told me it was not loaded. Okay.
Overruled.
He assured me it wasn't loaded because I.
No, hearsay.
Oh, I'm
Sustained.
sorry.
Sustained.
Should I?
Wait for another question. Today, March 5, 2013, you stated before lunch that you think you fill the car up first. If you did have the third gas can, as we saw in several hypothetical situations after lunch, do you see it possible to put 8.301 gallons of gas in the car, exhibit number 237.011, and then 9.59 gallons and 2.774 gallons for a total of 12.368 gallons in the remaining 3 gas cans, exhibits 237.011, 237.012, and 237.013.
Okay, that was a lot of elements to that question. So first, I didn't have 3 gas cans.
Objection, no response to the asking is possible. So we have 3 gas cans.
Overruled. You may continue.
I didn't have 3 gas cans. I believe we were discussing a hypothetical if I had 3 gas cans. No, it wouldn't make sense to put only 2 gallons and change into 1 gas can while filling up the others. And as far as whether I think I filled up the car first or not, I honestly don't know what came first. I do remember having a fear of filling the gas can, overfilling them, because I didn't want overfill because of the highly flammable substance. So I remember that. So I can't say that I filled them all the way to their maximum capacity or not. But I wouldn't have only put 2 gallons in one if I filled up 2 more. I only had 2 anyway. So there were never 3 on that trip when I pulled out of Salinas.
You initially testified that sex was a way for Travis to relieve stress, and later testified it was a way for him to relieve anger, which is correct.
Both are correct. Anger was stressful, and he had the term de-stress, and sex was a way to de-stress. And it seemed like after he climaxed that he felt a lot more calm
How do you know that?
based on his demeanor and conversations we've had regarding that and requests that he's made specifically to that, of that nature, and the term de-stress.
Would a screwdriver be required to take off the license plates?
I heard,
Sustained. Would a screwdriver be required to take off the license plates?
I believe so, because Brian had to borrow a screwdriver from,
Sustained. Sustained. Did you find it strange that only your license plate was messed with in that parking lot?
I don't know that only my license plate was messed with.
If you were driving to a place you had never been before, meaning Utah, why wouldn't you map out different towns that would have gas stations or rest stations?
I did go to MapQuest to determine the number of hours it might take, and I printed out MapQuest directions, and I also printed out MapQuest directions from San Diego to West Jordan, as well as Pasadena or Los Angeles, whichever area, to West Jordan. I wouldn't know what website to even visit. I guess I could have gone to Google and just typed in where are the gas stations on I-5 to bring all that up. I'm not aware of a website that specifically shows those things. It's for that purpose. I only knew of MapQuest, and I printed directions that way because I relied on my GPS all these years, but I wasn't going to be taking that car with the GPS, which usually just guided me and tell me where the gas stations were.
Did you ever see a doctor for your memory issues?
I don't believe that I have memory issues that are really persistent. I just have trouble processing things under stressful circumstances. And June 4th is kind of in a class of its own. Outside of those things, I feel like I have really good memory, and I never thought to seek medical help or any kind of professional help for that.
If you were scared of Travis's anger and violence, why would you go upstairs when he was banging his head, knowing he was already mad?
Well, Travis had never, one, I didn't know he was banging his head. I just didn't know what this steady noise was. It was kind of just a pounding, not incredibly loud, but loud enough to hear from downstairs. And 2, he had never been violent with me prior to that, except, I mean, it wasn't violent. The only time he'd been physical was when he grabbed my wrist at the convention. So I didn't really fear physical harm from him at that point in time.
Did Travis ever tell you he kept his gun loaded?
He told me of one time that he considered loading it, but he assured me that it was not loaded.
If you did not think the gun was loaded, why chance grabbing a gun that may not be loaded instead of just running outside?
I grabbed a gun not because I intended to shoot him. I grabbed a gun because my thought is that if a gun is pointed, you stop. Whether it's loaded or not, I've always been taught you don't point guns at people, period, just as a safety precaution. So I can only imagine what I would do in that situation. If a gun were pointed at me, I would stop. And I was hoping that it would have that effect on him.
You stated that when you walked out of Starbucks, you did not notice anything wrong with the back of the car. How is it that the back license plate ended upside down?
I didn't see anyone turning my license plate upside down, nor did I notice the license plate when I walked out. What I noticed is kids skating away from my car. It's possible that it could have happened.
Overruled.
It's possible that it could have happened at any point during my trip. I could have even rented the car that way and never noticed. But I believe.
Sustained. Why did you plan on going to see John Dixon when you were on your way to Utah to see Ryan?
John Dixon was a friend. Although there was somewhat of an interest there, it was nothing that I ever let grow because he wasn't a church member. So it would be kind of a poor investment of my heart to get attached to somebody who was not a member of the church. What I was going down there for is he had a friend
That took
who
so long.
owned a
I
gallery, or
apologize.
ran a gallery where he hung some of the greats, such as Van Gogh and Monet. And when I told him I painted, he said, "We can make a space in this gallery for you. I can hang it right next to a Monet or Van Gogh." It sounded like a very exciting thing for me because one of my goals at that time was to get my paintings into galleries.
How many men were you willing to be involved
Thank
with
you,
at the same time?
maybe.
Well, it depends on the level of intimacy.
If you just received one of the incredibly generous gifted memberships from Maybe, please make sure to send her a thank you or a W or an emoji. Anything will do. She has been a great supporter. She is my #1 and my ride or die. So I appreciate her support of the channel. I appreciate your support of the channel. Please make sure to double check that you are subscribed and that you are liking this stream. That would be great. Thanks, guys.
See, as far as a boyfriend, I have one boyfriend at a time, an intimate partner, one at a time. In the church, you are encouraged to go and
There's no response.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
There's no response, so she's already indicated one, and then she wants to talk about the church.
Explain her answer and her beliefs about dating. That's the question called for.
Overall, you may continue.
in the church, you're encouraged to date around and find somebody that you might be compatible with, and not to get too serious with somebody that you don't think you would be very compatible with. So Mormons are encouraged to go on group dates and not spend too much time together with only one person unless you are certain that you're going to start being serious with that person.
Did you ever seek medical help for your mental condition?
I'm not sure what mental condition that refers to. But
Have you ever taken medication for your memory issue?
no,
Did you ever tell anyone about your condition prior to the killing?
I don't really think I had much of a condition prior to the killing. I mean, I have ADD, I think, because I space out, but I don't.
She told somebody about it, not.
Sustained.
Okay.
You told us that you were not able to make out the license plate leaning against the curb in front of your car because you are nearsighted and did not get glasses until 2010. What is your prescription in each eye?
My understanding is that my prescription is negative 2.5 and negative 2.25.
I have no
Is
idea
there
what
anyone
mine
who
is.
saw you shaking during a fight with Travis?
Dan saw me visibly upset after. But I don't think anybody saw us fighting during, at least to the level of fights where it would cause me to shake.
Do any of your journal entries or any other items discuss you shaking or blacking out or getting scrambled?
Possibly allusions to getting scrambled, but I had not blacked out.
Look at that. She's
Except,
so
like I said, those
helpful.
2 times when they were alcohol induced. One time I did induce blacking out with some friends. That was earlier than that, and that was a one-time incident. But I didn't journal blacking out because there were no incidents during those times that I was
Gotta
journaling.
take these
And
off.
shaking. I mean, I shook when I wrote, but I didn't write that I was shaking. So probably only when I got scrambled. There were times when I would write things.
You claim to have memory lapses or gaps during times of stress, such as when you are being yelled at or grilled. How is it that you have such vivid and specific memories of violence and yelling by Travis such a long time ago, if this is the case?
With the violence, it's not that I have to process the English language. It's more, I feel those things. I know he broke my finger because it's still broken, or it's healed, but it's crooked. I know he choked me out because I woke up from being unconscious. As far as him yelling, I know he's yelling because there's a loud volume and it has an effect on me. I don't know all the things he said. For example, tonight he said disparaging things about my grandfather and my brother. Those stand out. That's all I can remember of a 3-hour session of him screaming at me and before I was able to leave. So many things were said, mean things, and I didn't process them all. Some I wrote down, and that's when he made me tear them out. So I didn't write them after that. All
right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the evening recess. Please be back in the designated area at 10:15. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Have a nice evening.
All right. Nothing else is said. Day 28. Here we go, here we go, here we go now. I'm going to have to let Riley out here in a few minutes. He's going
Please be seated. The
crazy.
record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ms. Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
I'm going to continue to ask you the questions submitted by the jury. Several times while testifying about the abuse by Travis, you have made comments like, "as I understand it now," and "I've come to realize." How has this realization come about?
Because about almost 5 years have passed, just the farther away I get from the situation, the more perspective I have. Whereas before I constantly made excuses for him. Now I understand that the things that occurred were not okay. And, forgiving him is different from continually putting up with it. So in hindsight, the farther away I get from the situation, the more perspective I have of those events and the abuse.
Were individuals involved in helping you come to these realizations?
Sometimes spiritual leaders, things like that. It's mostly just reflection on the incidents.
Tell us who they are and what their professions may be.
These were individuals with the church. I don't know what their professions are. So they come to where I live, and they counsel me spiritually, things like that. Most of them are from the Mormon church. There's also a lady from the Baptist church who continues to visit me regularly.
Her mother looking
You are
proud as
recalling times of
always.
memory loss with Travis. How is it possible you remember such details?
Still
from that
100
days if you
questions,
had a
yeah.
foggy memory.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
You are recalling times of memory loss with Travis. How is it possible you remember such details from those days if you had a foggy memory?
The fog or the confusion only begins when he starts screaming, or if there's fear that maybe there's going to be tension or some kind of escalation of anger or violence. And then certain incidents, such as the physical pain, is crystallized in my mind. So that sticks. And then also there are journal entries that I've made that remind me of that day and details of that day. So it helps me remember, oh yeah, that day I did this before I went to Travis's house. I remember it was around this time, or this day or this day of the week. So I did review my journals constantly over the years, and that's given me perspective as far as, things like that. So the confusion comes in when he begins to get angry.
Is there anyone else who knows about your memory issues?
Well, I mean, again, I think I have a really excellent memory. Just the
Which ones? She has many
Answer
issues.
the question as stated.
It's hard because I think I have memory issues.
All right, then that's your answer. Did Travis's roommates ever hear these altercations to your knowledge?
I'm not sure about that.
To your knowledge, did anyone else hear your altercations?
Yes, they have. That would be Dan Freeman heard the last tail end of the altercation the morning we went to have some pie. He came into the bedroom as Travis was storming out of the bedroom. So there was that. And then also in the car, we had pulled over, and it was actually, I could use the bathroom in the forest rather than take pictures. But that led to an argument when I came back to the car. He had locked me out. Travis locked me out. So he saw that. I just went and sat by the side of the road and waited for him to open the door, and he lost patience and he came out of the car. And I came back in, but it led to an argument over that. So Dan and Desiree were witness to that. I don't know if they saw any other arguments, and I don't think anyone else, that to my knowledge, would have seen any.
You have testified about several incidents where Travis was physical to you. Were you ever physical to Travis besides when you killed him?
I think when he was choking me, my hands were free. It was over my torso. My arms were free. So I may have tried to push him off, or I didn't want to injure him. I just wanted to get off of me, but it was very quick and it didn't last long.
Would you consider the event when Travis choked you a stressful event?
Certainly, yes.
If yes, why do you recall the event so clearly?
I recall up to the point where he was choking me and passing out. I had disorientation after I woke up. I had to get my bearings. I wasn't sure where I was. Then I recognized Travis's bedroom. I was laying on my side coughing, and so I saw the carpet.
How she's able to relate it today.
She's explaining it.
Juan is mad.
So I was experiencing disorientation. I wasn't thinking, gosh, Travis just choked me out. I was actually, thought sort of wandered through my mind. I said, where's Napoleon in my head? That was my thought. So it didn't really have any relation to the event. That was just
Where's the
I was
dog?
kind of getting my bearings. So it's not completely clear. I just remember he had his hands around my neck and he was banging my head on the carpet. And I tried to push him off, and then I blacked out really shortly after that.
In moments of stress or fog, how do you recall what happened in those moments if it affects your memory?
I don't recall clearly what happened in those moments, as far as details, every detail. I just sometimes have a general sense of what's going on, and sometimes I don't. But as far as the fog goes, it's more, again, just words that are being spoken or screamed or yelled, and that's what processing, that sort of thing. Physical things I can remember because I feel them physically. I can remember what I feel internally and emotionally as well, but it's more the words that are being spoken and their meanings. But I do remember what I feel. If that makes sense.
Why were you afraid of the consequences if you killed Travis in self-defense?
I believed that it's not okay in any circumstance to take someone's life, even if you're defending your own life. That's how I believed it. So I never really stopped to consider how society would view it if someone is defending themselves. I just felt like I had done something wrong, and I was afraid of what the consequences would be.
What happened to the gas cans after the road trip in June of 2008?
They went back to my grandmother's house, where I went back to eventually, and I was taking a road trip to Monterey and had intended to bring them to Darryl, but I never made it to that road trip.
Regarding shaking memory, foggy reaction. Number one, do you always have a reaction as you describe when someone corrects or challenges you?
I do now. I've gotten a little bit better and a little bit stronger. It's a condition that started again in November 2007 and continued. It continues to this day, but I've gotten a little better about it.
Number two, is this the same reaction you have when someone yells or raises their voice at you? Yes, for the most part. Sometimes someone might yell and it's done and over with, and
it doesn't make me shake, but the majority of the time it does.
I agree with this.
Number 3, have you ever had any situations where you have raised your voice?
Yes, probably a million times.
You mentioned the pain of sex is one of the reasons you brought KY into the relationship. What are the other reasons?
Well, for example, on direct, I think I mentioned that it facilitates our activities a little bit better. It makes them more enjoyable and, of course, less painful.
During these altercations, why didn't you just scream in hopes that someone would hear you and help you?
I did scream. I wasn't thinking of somebody helping me. For example, I screamed when he threw me on the floor and started kicking me. I was unable to scream when he had his hands around my windpipes. And I'm sure I was screaming on June 4th.
I'm handing you Exhibit 164. What was the date and time stamped on Exhibit 164?
1:42 and 53 seconds p.m.
And the date?
I'm sorry, it's 6:4:08.
If you were scared of what Travis was capable of doing, why would you ever let him tie you up?
When that occurred, he was in a very good mood and he wasn't displaying any signs of agitation. And that was the Travis that I liked and was not afraid of.
So bullshit.
The moment he began to get angry, my warning bells started to go off and I began to get cautious, for lack of a better term. But he hadn't displayed any of that. We just woke up, we were getting along. So, and again, they were losing up to wiggle water. So
This was actually like a thing, a conversation point in the trial. So that's why it's funny to me. And that's the only reason I'm putting it, like displaying it for you guys to see. They actually talked about how she liked KY and he liked Astroglide. I cannot begin to express how fucking cringe this is. This is just, oh. Okay. All right. I've composed myself. We are jumping right back into this shit show.
I wasn't like stuck there at his mercy, so to speak.
Was Travis tied up at any point on June 4, 2008?
No,
Do you recall the injuries on Travis's body at any point during June 4 without the aid of photographs?
no, I didn't even realize that I shot him.
You mentioned that one of the reasons you
Gotta
chose
go
not
let
to
him
write
out.
negative things in your journal was because you were concerned that Travis would read it. Is that correct?
That's correct. After October, I didn't write anything else negative. He found it. This would be late October, early November, and said that's not in line with the secret being a law of attraction, and maybe tear it out. So at that point, I was into the law of attraction. I agreed with him. I figured he's right. And honestly, I felt really bad because that's the first time he ever heard me say something, write something negative about him. I never said negative things toward him or about him. I always edified him positively behind his back. And I felt like, kind of like I'd been caught saying something very bad about him. So I didn't do that anymore.
If that is the case, why were you okay with leaving an entry in your journal that talked about how Travis would get angry if he knew you had gone to Rachel's house?
That would have been in late August or early September that I wrote that. And this argument that occurred would be late October. And the subsequent lecturing of writing negative things occurred after that, maybe later in October, late or early November.
Why was it okay to write about how Travis made you both sick and happy, or sad and miserable, or that something wasn't right about him?
That was a very mild way of how I sometimes felt about that darker side of him, as far as sick or miserable, as far as just the emotional turmoil and the pedophilia. And so that was also a side of him that, again, he was trying to overcome and eradicate. So at the same time, he had beautiful sides to him. So what I was doing in that is I was listing the contrast of the range of emotions that I felt when I was with him.
After you snatched the gun off the shelf, did you do anything to the gun, such as cock it, slip off the safety, manipulate a slide, or anything prior to it going off?
I don't even think I would know how to do that. So the answer is, I don't know. Probably not. I just grabbed it and pointed it, is what I remember.
Had you ever had any firearms training or fired a .25 caliber pistol prior to this event?
Never fired a gun, but I was relatively familiar with them. Not formally trained, but relatively familiar. Just, I don't know, not formally trained.
How far away from you was Travis when the gun went off? Not when he lunged, but when the gun went off.
The lunging and the gun going off is sort of contemporaneous. I don't remember how close they were or if they happened exactly at the same moment or one right after the other. It all happened very fast and it all seemed to happen all at once. And I would say as far as distance, maybe as far as Mr. Babick is, but I couldn't say for sure, for absolute certainty.
You stated that you remember throwing the gun into the desert, but do you remember what happened to the box it was in?
No, I do not.
What about the holster you mentioned?
I only saw the holster before I moved. I didn't see it again after that.
Did he keep extra ammunition with the gun?
I never saw ammunition next to the gun, and I never found any in the house when I was cleaning.
If Travis lunged at you, why didn't you just move to the side out of his way?
Well, it happened very fast. I didn't have time to think. Everything just happened, it seemed, in a split second. So I really don't, it just didn't have time to think, move this way or that way, or back up or do this or that. It just happened the way it happened without really thinking about the best move to make.
You remember dropping the knife and screaming, but you don't remember taking the gun or rope with you. Is that correct?
In a sense, that's correct. I remember that, dropping the knife and screaming, and that memory came much later. I'm sorry. Can I
Overruled,
start?
overruled. May continue.
But it goes blank after that. I don't remember putting the gun in the car. I don't remember putting the rope in the car, but I have not crystal clear, but pretty solid memories of disposing of those things. So they did go in the car, obviously, but I don't remember placing them in the car.
You are stating you believe you stabbed Travis based on logic. How do you explain the blood on your hands and clothes and the bloody palm print on the wall?
Well, I do know that we struggled that day. And I mean, based on logic, it would have been because of how we fought. I don't know how things ended up where they ended up. I just know that we were fighting physically.
If you were kneeling when you dropped the camera, how did it roll as far as it did?
It didn't really roll very far. It just kind of gave a bounce or two and maybe rolled like right here. It didn't roll very far.
Was Travis sitting down when you dropped the camera?
Yes, he was. I think so.
How did Travis's anger escalate after you shot him?
I don't remember the words he was saying, but he was angrier. He was screaming more. He was cursing more. And we had fallen over right after that shot occurred. And he was grabbing at my clothes and grabbing at me. And again, as soon as I broke away, he threatened my life. So that was definitely an escalation in his anger. That's how I interpreted it.
Was he chasing you after you shot him in the head?
Right after the shot occurred, we had fallen over in the bathroom, again, toward the sink and garbage can area, kind of in the corner. So he didn't chase me in that moment, but that's where we struggled on the floor. And again, as soon as I broke away and he said, "Effing kill you, bitch," I don't remember a lot after that. So whether he chased me or not, I couldn't say.
When you purchased gas at the Arco in Pasadena, why didn't you just fill everything up at the pump so that it was all under one transaction? Why do 3 separate transactions?
Well, what I do recall is when I filled the gas cans, rather than have just a loose gas hose somewhere, I didn't have anywhere to put it. So I hung it up. And when I hung it up, that ends the transaction. So that's probably why, if I could have, put them back in the trunk or wherever, and then started the car or vice versa. At one point, I didn't want to just set it on the ground. So I hung it up. I know that ended the transaction. So that's probably why there was more than one. And maybe I was topping off the gas tank for another.
During your testimony about the abuse by Travis, you have made several comments like, "As I understand it now," or "I've come to realize when discussing events that you may not have classified as abuse then, but see it as such now." Have you utilized professional help?
I have not had access to professional help. No, I haven't utilized that.
Did you enjoy having sex with Travis?
For the most part, yes, I did, very much.
Did he force you to do things you didn't want to do?
There were things I was uncomfortable with. I didn't feel altogether forced. I went along with it. So he didn't physically force me or anything like that.
Why did you wait for so long to tell the truth?
Again, it took a long time. It took a long time for me to get to this point. I never wanted to admit to this. And I'd written out all my suicide letters. I sent my note, I sent them all in an envelope to my grandmother's, do not open until November 10th, 2008. I was hoping to be dead by then. I was like giving myself a little time to get my affairs in order. That date rolled by, and then more time rolled by, and I was still here. So with the evolution of just time and the couple of years that went by, it was a gradual process, and I began to feel not right about keeping it in instead.
How many times did you try to kill yourself?
I believe that was in California when I took apart my razor and was going to do that. That was the only serious attempt I made. Other than that, it's just like ideation, thinking how I might be able to do this or that, things like that.
Would you decide to tell the truth if you never got arrested?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
You said that one of your worst fears was for everyone to find out what was going on in your relationship. So why did you talk to 48 Hours and other TV stations?
My attempt to talk to them was to present a better image of our relationship and downplay the negative aspects. It's not really a big deal. It wasn't that bad, that kind of thing. Oh yeah, I knew that he did that, but that wasn't a big deal. Even our arguments, oh sure, there was turmoil, it was rocky, but we were friends. So my attempt was more to present a good image of Travis and a good image of myself, and that our relationship had its ups and downs, but we were still on good terms.
You stated in the interview with Detective Flores that Travis liked to shave the old-fashioned way. This would normally include use of a traditional straight razor. Did Travis own or use a straight razor?
I don't think he did. When I said traditional way, I'm not overly familiar with the process of how men shave their faces. I just know that he really got into it. So I think he used something that would be like a Bic, actually. A Bic razor.
In testimony on March 5, 2013, you mentioned filling a third gas can. When and where did you get this can?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
In testimony on March 5, 2013, you mentioned filling a third gas can. When and where did you get this can?
March 5. I believe that was a hypothetical. I had a third can when I originally purchased one in Salinas. I returned it before leaving Salinas. So what we were doing is throwing out a hypothetical as to why would I only put 2 gallons in a third tank or third can. So that was a hypothetical. I only had 2 gas cans with me.
Why didn't you just run out of the house instead of grabbing the gun from the closet?
Well, again, it happened so fast. I didn't initially think run, so that's why I went down the hallway. And then right as I got to the hallway with the doors being shut, it just seemed like more of an obstacle. It would give him more time to catch up, to open the door this way and run around it and out when this door was in equal distance and open, and I could just run that way and into it. So my thought maybe initially was to run out the other door and then around and out, but just something to create more distance, because last time I'd run that same route, I was not successful in running out of the room.
You said when the gun went off, you weren't sure if you shot Travis. So when you came out of the fog on your way to Utah, why didn't you call 911 to help Travis?
When I sort of came out of the fog, I realized, oh crap, something bad had happened, and I was scared to call any authority at that point.
All right, counsel, please approach. There's some additional questions from the jury.
Hold on, guys. I'm having trouble putting the right camera on. Okay, I'll be right back. That's Pearl eating her food, by the way, you guys. Well, oh shit. Maybe if you can just keep going, that would help me. I don't know what's going on. I know you guys can hear my dog eating. I'm sorry. Okay. We're good. I'll mute my end so you don't hear the snort eating. All right, this is Bitsy McBobson's Esquire. I don't know why this break is taking so long. There we go.
Yeah, I think that's about as much.
Ready? More in my belly. Get on with it. Come on, guys. Hey, if you guys haven't done so already, please make sure to subscribe to my channel and like the stream. It helps a lot with the algorithm. And in our quest to hit 1,000 subscribers, which we are so close to doing, I appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to skip it.
You say you waited 2 years to tell the truth because you were ashamed. Does that mean you are no longer ashamed?
No, that doesn't. I'm still very deeply ashamed. It simply means that it became more difficult to deal with holding it in because, like I said, the feeling of being fraudulent was so great I couldn't hold it any longer.
Did you look into the possibility of renting a GPS system along with a rental car?
I believe it was offered. They're typically offered when I rented cars in the past, but it costs more, and I was trying to save money. So no, I didn't.
Oh my God, those days.
In the story of a man and woman attacking Travis, you mentioned talking to him. Also mentioned was Travis being on all fours. Do you in fact recall him doing any of those things?
I do recall him screaming and yelling at me. So I don't know if that constitutes as talking, but he was saying words. The other things, I don't recall as far as being on all fours. I don't.
You claim that everything happened so fast and you didn't have time to think. So how could you think of grabbing the gun from the closet?
What I should have said is I didn't really have time to reflect on what I should do or what I shouldn't do, or what would the consequence be if I did this, X, Y, or Z. So everything happened really fast and I didn't give it any forethought. I just reacted and did that very quickly.
How can you say that you don't have memory issues when you can't remember how you stabbed him so many times and slashed his throat?
Well, I think that I have a good memory, and June 4th is an anomaly for me. It's like I said yesterday, it's in a class of its own, and I can't explain what kind of state of mind I was in. It was, most of the day was an entire blank, and little pieces have come back, but not very many. So I can't explain that day alone. But if you were to put that day over here, all the other days of my life, I don't think I have memory issues that are any different from another average person.
Did Mr. Martinez fake during his questioning?
Yes.
If so, can you please provide an estimate of how many times this happened during the current trial?
During the current trial, it happened on the day of opening statements. I remember that. It happened almost every day. It was most intense on the first day of cross.
After all the lies you have told, why should we believe you now?
Lying isn't typically something I just do. I'm not going to say that I've never told a lie in my life before this incident, but the lies that I've told in this case can be tied directly back to either protecting Travis's reputation or my involvement in his death in any way, because I was very ashamed of the death, and also I wanted to edify Travis in a good way. I didn't want to de-edify him or say hateful things about him, especially now that he had passed away. And I also didn't want that to be construed as
That is
for
not
example,
yours.
He was violent with me.
What happened to the suicide letters you wrote to your grandmother?
I mailed them to my grandmother and I asked her to hold them.
How could you kiss another man when you knew what you just did to Travis?
Again, my state of mind wasn't right at that time. This was just hours afterward. And one of the reasons I went to Utah is because it was expected of me. And I thought by not showing up, it would look even more suspicious. And when I got there, Ryan and I had talked extensively about things we might do when we get there, including being romantic. Not sexual, but romantic things. We would maybe dinner, hikes, things like that. Part of me felt that that was expected of me. If I went there and just showed up as a total ice queen and didn't want to touch him or have anything to do with him, he might think that's strange. And so part of that was an attempt to appear normal. Also, when I was with Ryan, I felt a sense of safety. He wasn't pressuring me for sex, and I didn't think he was going to haul off and smack me if I said the wrong thing or did something that displeased him. But again, even
I just saw I was muted. So I just saw this comment. Don't glorify this bitch. We are doing the exact opposite. We are trying to warn people of crazy behavior, especially right before the holidays. Don't let them, cross boundaries, meet your families. It's been happening a lot recently. And we want to make sure that people are aware of what goes on sometimes behind closed doors. So this is more of a cautionary tale stream. If you are offended by it, if you do not want to be nice, you can politely leave. But I'd love to have you. And I'd love for you to be a sub on my channel and like the screen. Screen, that works too. Stream. All right, I'm going to go ahead and keep going. If Pearl does make too many noises for y'all, let me know, please. That's the Frenchie sitting next to me. I know she can snort and snore a lot. So looks like she's going back to bed after eating.
with all of those things, I wasn't in my right state of mind during that time.
Were you in the fog when you were kissing Ryan?
Yes,
Would you agree that you came away from the June 4 incident rather unscathed, while Travis suffered a gunshot and multiple stab wounds? You only had a bump on your head, a bruise on your head, cuts or scrapes on your ankles, and a possible shoulder injury.
as far as making comparison of physical injuries, him versus mine, yes, I would have to say that's a relatively accurate assessment.
Ladies and gentlemen, are there any other questions from the jury at this time? Mr. Nurmi, you may follow up.
She might be all old news, but what she's doing is
Yesterday, you
continuous.
asked about
We see it all the time.
receiving the Book of Mormon from Travis. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you were explaining to us how you read a chapter a day of that book, or basically a chapter a day after you received it. Do you recall telling us that?
yes,
And there were some other questions about, or answers, I guess, that brought up the visits from the missionaries that came over to your house in Palm Desert. Do you recall those questions?
yes,
What the basis of some of these questions really related to the law of chastity. Do you recall that?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, one of the things that you talked about in answering these questions as it relates to the Book of Mormon, does that contain a sort of list of, as it relates to premarital sex, of activities that are okay and activities that are not okay?
Not in the Book of Mormon. It's broad. It's not listed out in detail in the Book of Mormon.
For example, the Book of Mormon doesn't say oral sex is okay or not okay. It doesn't spell that out for you.
No, it does not.
You mentioned the missionaries being younger men that came to your house, younger men, correct?
That's correct.
And this kind of do's and don'ts list, we'll call it, that wasn't in the Book of Mormon, did they give you anything of that nature?
No, I had pamphlets, but they didn't have, as far as the law of chastity goes, that was not broken down. No.
What they explained to you from your answers, it seems to be that you weren't to engage in premarital sex. Your takeaway of that was penile vaginal intercourse. Is that accurate?
Well, I considered other forms of sex, but after gaining a sort of clarification from Travis and how he explained it, then I came to understand that vaginal sex was the ultimate, place to not go until marriage.
And in terms of going to this place, meaning penile vaginal intercourse, after these missionaries started coming over, were you still engaging in sex with Darrell Brewer after they came over and started telling you these things?
No,
And part of what we heard in your questioning is that
People think you're cute.
Travis served to provide you with elaboration, if you will, on the law of chastity. Is that true?
yeah, he delineated it more for me.
So that kind of list of using oral sex as a continued example, this oral sex is okay or not okay, he kind of provided that checklist for you, right?
Yes,
People can't.
And
see
based
them.
on his teachings, if you will, you came away from that with the idea that the law of chastity only restricted penile vaginal intercourse. After Travis taught you these things, what was your understanding of what the law of chastity prohibited?
the law of chastity prohibited vaginal intercourse between a man and a woman, and that it should be safe for marriage. That was the black and white of the issue on that.
Now, we heard, as you answer these questions and throughout your testimony, of another guiding principle in your life being the law of attraction. You were asked a few questions about that. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And one of the things that came up while you were describing the law of attraction, I want to make sure it's clear, you also started talking about something called the secret. So is the secret part of the law of attraction, or could you just kind of explain that for all of us?
The Secret is a documentary film that came out in 2006 explaining the law of attraction. So they're synonymous, and there was another movie version that came out in 2007. Also, The Secret, just a different
I've
sequel.
never seen that.
It's the same, it's exactly the same thing.
Is that
It's the
good?
law of attraction.
So the secret, was that something that you and Travis, this movie, documentary as you call it, is that something you and Travis watched together or tried to adhere to together?
Yes, he introduced me to the movie.
He introduced you to the movie, but the law of attraction was something that you were familiar with before you met Travis. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Now, we talked a little bit yesterday about your breakups with your boyfriends, and I kind of want to go back through that a little bit, okay?
Okay.
You began with Bobby Juarez dating, if you will, what have you, around age 15, correct?
That's correct. The first time.
What's that?
The first time, yes, I was 15.
And you mentioned when you were answering the questions posed to you yesterday that you broke up with him and got back together a few times over the years. Could you kind of explain that to us?
Yes, starting at age 15, I broke up with him because I felt the relationship was getting too serious. I didn't talk to him for a few more years. And then when I had called him and he wasn't responsive, I let that go. And then he called me back and we struck up a conversation and a friendship again. And then some months later, that blossomed into a romantic relationship and I began to fall in love with him. And he's who I would consider my first real true love. And then when the other girl came into the picture, I broke up with him. We got back together. She actually came in and out of the picture a few times. She came from Louisiana, so I broke up with him. There were many things that caused us to break up. Sometimes he would get on his feet and have friends that would help him out and he didn't want anything to do with me. And then other times it had to do with that girl or just some little things. But it seemed that we were always getting back together. And then finally we separated. And then 2 weeks went by where we didn't talk. And I felt like that was sufficient time. Whereas in Costa Rica, when I'd gone there, it was 8 days. I felt that was sufficient time, but he came back into my job and we started talking again and we got into the same pattern again. And then some months later, I didn't see or hear from him for 2 weeks. And then I received an email from him. And I called it. He left a phone number in the email. I went to a payphone, so I didn't have my phone number, and called it. And we spoke for a little while. And it wasn't a heated conversation, but we eventually just said some things that we needed to say and hung up, and that was the end of it.
Okay. In this conversation you just spoke of when you were in the phone booth, how old were you then when you finally ended things with Mr. Juarez?
I was 20.
And
I'm sorry, I was 19. I was almost 20.
then you spoke yesterday about this occasion when you were giving him, you gave him groceries after you broke up on one occasion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was that after this last phone call or was this before this last phone call?
It was before. I don't remember exactly what time period or even what time of the year, but it was during one of the several breakups that we had.
Show your pretty
Or after
face.
that.
And after this phone conversation, when you were about 19 in this phone booth, there were no more attempts to contact, you didn't make any more attempts to contact him. Is that what you're telling us?
That's correct.
Now, you were asked also about Victor Arias yesterday. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And for a little bit of clarification, and based on what you told us, it sounds like Victor was a gentleman that you became involved with sometime when you were in an off period with Mr. Juarez. Is that accurate?
It was during a period where I never thought I'd see or hear from Bobby again or even contact him. Yes.
You were asked about a trip you made to spend time with Victor's family in Costa Rica. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Maybe if we step back a little bit, what were the circumstances? You met Victor in Costa Rica, right?
Yes, I flew to Costa Rica when I was 16, and he and his mother and father and 2 sisters and his other brother were at the airport to meet me and pick me up.
Okay, and how did that come about that you just go to Costa Rica and spend time with his family?
This was right after my sophomore year, and in September, at the beginning of my sophomore year, there was some flyers put up and it was announced, and
Hi,
it just
Kevin.
sounded so exciting to me. So I went home and told my parents, I'm going to Costa Rica, and they just looked at me like I was crazy. But what I did is I worked at my dad's restaurant and saved up all the money I could for the trip, and I think my parents threw a little money toward the trip for me as well. And I was very shocked that they were okay with it and that they let me go, but that's how it came about.
Okay. So is it accurate then to surmise that this was some sort of a exchange program with host families?
Yes, it wasn't a long-term exchange, but it was considered an exchange.
I'd
They
do
have
that.
some kind of rotating semester system, so they go to school in the summer as well. And I went to school with them during the day and did things, extracurricular activities on the weekends.
So you met Victor when you met this the entire Costa Rican Arias family, right?
Yes.
And then so when you went to visit, we talked about, I guess, the continued contact with Victor, the correspondence. Was there still then a friendship with his family?
Yes, we emailed on occasion, just his brother and sister. Not all the family members had emails, and Victor would.
Why
email
didn't
mom,
you
so
tell
we
me
emailed back.
Riley was eating Bitsy's food,
And so to
girl?
clear, was going back to Costa Rica to clear your head, as you told us about many days ago, was that a matter of trying to rekindle things with Victor, or was this just, was that on the agenda, I guess?
No, I was not interested in rekindling anything with Victor. I was interested in maintaining a friendship, but not a romantic relationship.
As it relates to the overall question of your breakups throughout your life, you also had a breakup with Matt McCartney.
Oh, man.
Okay. And we heard about the conversation you had with Bianca and how he was unfaithful to you. You learned that through that conversation. Do you recall telling us about that?
Yes.
Okay. That breakup then, you had a conversation with Mr. McCartney after you spoke with Bianca. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Tell us again how that conversation took place and if you could,
Hi,
just the kind of
Coco.
content of the conversation.
I went to his father's house when he returned from Borrego Springs, and when I arrived, he was on the phone with Bianca, so he understood what I was there for. So we decided to leave the duplex where his father was living in so that he wasn't privy to our business. And we went into my car, which was parked on the street, and just sat in there and had a conversation regarding that. We were both crying. We hugged. We were sad that it was over, but we knew it was over. And it was sad, actually, but it wasn't volatile or anything like that.
Freaking who?
It wasn't volatile, is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. As far as after that conversation, when you broke up, did you
Freaking zoo around here.
disconnect yourself from Mr. McCartney for a while? Did you still converse right away? Just kind of describe for us the period after that breakup.
Well, a day or two after the breakup, I sent him an email. It was a really long email. Just one of the ways I processed things then was by writing everything down or emailing it. So I sent him that email, kind of like a goodbye email, just letting him know in hindsight and retrospect, this is how I feel about our relationship and how it ultimately ended up. And then beyond that, I think I spoke with him one time on the phone, but we went for about a month without talking.
Okay. So you go for a month without talking after you send this email, then you strike up a friendship. Is that our friendship builds? But maybe just describe that for us.
I don't recall exactly how we even rekindled our friendship. I do know that he was looking for seasonal work. And when he found out I was going to be staying in a campground, he's like, oh no, he didn't like the idea. So he came with me, not as an intention to try to get back together with me or vice versa, but to gain employment, also make sure that I was safe. I think that was my impression, but he really was looking for work as well.
You mentioned, and it was questioned of you yesterday, this idea that eventually this man who you've been involved with sexually, you got to a point where you viewed him more as a brother. Is there a way for you to put into words how you got to that point?
I think with time progressing in the separation, it would have been spring, I think 2002, because it was the following spring that I was hired. And I remember Matt and I broke up around September 11th, 2001. So it was that following spring that Ventana closed.
Oh,
The restaurant
someone's
closed.
passing
And so when the
gas.
restaurant closed,
Oh.
Matt's income went away. And so he moved to Vail, Colorado.
Okay. So whoever just asked if it's sped up, she is sped up 1.5 because if you notice her attorney asking questions, he speaks slower than molasses. And considering the fact that this went 75 days, we can't have that. So she is sped up a little bit. If you need to, you can slow me down. That could help you. But I have to keep it sped up so that we can keep moving along.
For other seasonal work. And I stayed there and did little odds and ends things to continue earning a little bit of money. And he stayed in Vail for a while. And when I think the season was up there, he came back to Ventana and was rehired because he'd been a good employee. And with that space, I think he had a trailer and I went over there just to visit him briefly. And we kind of just laughed and joked a little. And he thought my blonde hair was weird because I didn't have blonde hair before he left. And then I did. So yeah, we just kind of were comfortable with each other, but we were no longer intimate or physical. We don't even really hug often, or we didn't. And
Captions
so
are
we just kind of had a level of
unavailable
understanding that
until
it feels like another life
after
since having dated him.
the
That was
stream.
then, and we're different now, and we respect the fact that we each have a past, and that past is in the past, and we're able to maintain a friendship.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the jury room at 1:25. Please remember the admonition. You are excused. Have a nice lunch.
I wonder what they're having for lunch. Do you think her parents were ever like, Jodi, if you keep this shit up, you're going to be on trial one day and no one's going to believe you? Uh-oh. We're breaking out the tissues. Oh, God. Papa, just lay down. Take a nappy. Oh. Oh, she is very, very emotional. What are we talking about here? I don't know why, and I mean this with the most respect. His dad scares the ever-living crap out of me.
Ms. Arias, please take the stand.
If you're a member of my channel, like you're a paid member or you've received a membership, this is the ugly blanket that I was referring to the other day. referring to. Oh, whoa, 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 per, Coco. Sorry. She was almost stepping on the keyboard. Fierce is one way to put it.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nerman, you may continue.
Thank you. Ms. Arias, before we broke for lunch, we were discussing your breakups or the history thereof that you were asked about yesterday. We just finished with Mr. McCartney, so I want to move now to your breakup with Mr. Brewer in 2006. Okay?
Okay.
In that regard, you had said previously that, probably paraphrasing here, but the relationship kind of was fizzling out or coming to an end to some degree. Is
Yes,
that-
in 2006, yes.
Okay.
Sounds
And
good,
was
maybe.
that period where, at least in your mind, it began coming to an end, was that before or after you met Travis Alexander?
It was starting to fizzle a little bit before. I'd say the summer of 2006 was a big wake-up call for where I was going in my life. And Daryl and I weren't progressing in our relationship.
Okay. So, but you, as you've told us before, you didn't actually end the relationship with Mr. Brewer until after you went to the prepaid legal convention in Las Vegas. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was still officially in the relationship, committed to him. Yes,
Officially, what was the last part of that sentence?
committed to him.
Committed to him.
Yes.
Okay. And that is why, as you told us previously, you didn't kiss Mr. Alexander or anything during that conference, correct? Was this the reason why you didn't have contact with Mr. Alexander?
Yes, prior to breaking up with Daryl, I didn't have any kind of inappropriate contact with Travis.
And any kind of contact, based on what you've told us in terms of your view of fidelity, would have been inappropriate. Is that accurate?
That's my philosophy, personally. Yes.
Okay. So when you go back and you break, and let me ask you this: when you came home from the prepaid legal convention, were you thinking, okay, it's time to break up with Daryl?
When I left convention, it was painful because I knew that there were changes on my horizon and Daryl would be one of them. It was difficult for me to make that decision because I loved him a lot, but it didn't fit my future anymore because he didn't want the same things I wanted.
So when you broke up with him,
Oh, why are you crying?
did you sit down and talk face to face in your home?
Yes, we sat at the kitchen table.
And in terms of that breakup, was there yelling and screaming?
No, there was none of that, just a civil conversation.
And in terms of how the relationship ended, it sounds like you would have been the one who at least initiated this conversation. Is that correct?
Yes, I asked if we could talk and we sat down at the table.
Now, at this point in time, you and Mr. Brewer still own the home in Palm Desert together. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
And it sounded like from your previous testimony that you still had a lot of bills to deal with and that sort of thing together, mutual bills.
Yes, utilities, mortgage. Mhm.
After you broke up with Daryl, how long did the two of you obviously didn't have other places to live at the time of this conversation? Is that accurate?
Yes, we only had the house for living arrangements.
Okay. So do you both stay in that house for some time?
He stayed until early December and then he moved back to Monterey Peninsula.
So we're talking about, after this breakup, we're talking approximately 4 months or 3 months, I guess, of cohabitating and not being a couple. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And was there romantic or sexual interaction between the two of you after this conversation?
no sexual. The only one romantic gesture he did is before he hopped in his truck and pulled out of town. He kissed me on the lips. I wasn't expecting that, but that was the last time that we had any kind of contact of a romantic nature.
The time period between you broke up and the moment in time you just told us about him pulling away in his truck, was the relationship between you and Mr. Brewer, would you describe it as civil?
Definitely.
And you were dating to some degree. You were dating Mr. Alexander during this time period. Is that accurate?
I would say we were seeing each other, but we were not boyfriend, girlfriend.
And to your knowledge, was Mr. Brewer dating anyone at this period of time?
To my knowledge, no.
Did you feel the need to hide your dating or budding relationship with Mr. Alexander? Did you want to keep that from Mr. Brewer?
I wanted to keep that from him out of being sensitive to his feelings and concern for how I didn't want to parade another guy in front of him, so to speak.
After he moved away, did you still need to discuss bills?
Sorry, I'm
and
getting it.
things
Oh.
related to the house?
Yes.
I don't
Apart
know
from
what that's
having-
about.
Needing to have these business type discussions, were you and Mr. Brewer, would you characterize your relationship with him during this period of time as a friendship?
What in the world?
With Daryl, yes.
And that chain of friendship, if you will, that began even back in 2006, it's still together today. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we're not close, but
A little
we're still on
close.
friendly terms.
And going back to what we talked about earlier with Matt, who you view, you said, like as a brother-like figure, you're still friends with Matt today to some degree. Is that accurate?
The same, we're not close, but we're still friends.
Okay. Now, we heard
What in the fuck?
when you were questioned about your breakup with Travis that occurred on June 29th. And what year was that again? Was that 07?
Yes, 2007.
This was a telephone call, this breakup, right?
Yes.
And you testified that the next day, in responding to the questions, that you were back on the phone with Travis. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Why were you back? I mean, you've broken up. It would seem natural that perhaps some distance might be in order. Did you want distance?
Well, we were distant as far as physical distance because I was in Big Sur, California. He was in Mesa, Arizona. But I don't know. I guess I wanted the same thing eventually, which was to be able to be friends with him. But we just had broken up less than 24 hours previous, and I was still in love with him. So I was conflicted, obviously, because I no longer trusted him.
You also mentioned, I think the part that makes it a little harder to understand is the part about the fact that the phone conversation got sexual the very day after you broke up.
Objection, Madam Chair, that makes it a little hard to understand.
Pick your battles, Juan.
Since you broke up with him on the day before.
It goes back to the day before when I broke up with him. He was making promises that he would change. He said that he loved me. And so the conversation didn't start sexual, it started sentimental, and then it moved into more of a sexual nature, I guess. He was
Yeah,
complimenting me like,
she has a
you're so hot, that kind of thing. So I just kept talking to him because it was pleasant and he was saying nice things.
cold sore on
At
her
one
lip.
point, I became aware of the fact that he was masturbating while we were having this conversation. And I was in the driveway of the red house at the time.
Why did you keep going why did you keep engaging in this conversation when, as you say, you perceived him to be masturbating?
I don't know. I guess a part of me felt, I had very low self-esteem at the time. And a part of me felt he still values me above other people, I guess, that he still is attracted to me, even though, and he's trying to win me back and all these things. So I was kind of flattered by it, I guess.
Okay. Now, the issue came up regarding what were termed as suicide letters. Do you recall that coming up earlier today?
Yes.
I want to show you a few exhibits, being 514, 515, 516, 517, 518, 519, 520, and 521. Without speaking to the content, could you just review these exhibits and verify for us if those were the letters you were referencing this morning?
He's so pretty. A lot of guys think she's hot. I mean, to each their own, but I don't get it.
Yes,
They are.
they are the letters. I
They are
got.
those suicide letters you were referencing earlier?
There's suicide letters and a drawing of what I wanted my grave to say.
And Ms. Arias, showing you what's been entered as Exhibit 510. You had been looking at that of 8/26/07. You've been contemplating suicide for quite some time, hadn't you?
Objection made.
You've been contemplating suicide since August 26, 2007.
Same objection made.
Yes, during that time period after I moved to Wairika, I feel like
Objection made also. I should be contemplating it since that date.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up, Juan.
You've been contemplating it from August 26, 2007 till the time of your arrest?
no, there was a break.
And what was the break?
After I moved out of Arizona, I didn't feel suicidal as much until after Travis passed away.
And so, just so we're clear, we're talking about when you left Arizona in the U-Haul in late March or April of 2008, correct?
Yes,
There was a
Juan.
question, posed to you
Why are you so
that was believed to be
crazy?
this journal entry, and also in Exhibit 510 about how you were staying in Rachel's tonight. Do you recall that?
yes,
Being asked about that particular minute or that particular journal entry?
yes.
You okay, Pearl?
Is that a minimization that you were talking about?
Objection made.
It was not very specific as to the reasons Travis would be upset. I didn't go into those reasons. I was just voicing a few thoughts.
Okay.
Thanks, expert.
To your recollection, Ms. Arias, have you composed any journal entries that relate to the idea of not writing certain things in your journal because out of fear of what Mr. Alexander would think?
Yes,
Approach with Exhibit 522. Did you take a look at Exhibit 522? Please read it to yourself and advise us what that is.
Oh man.
this is a journal entry that I wrote just a few weeks after
I did it.
a few
Maybe.
weeks after the argument that we had, where he wouldn't let me leave the room.
Objection. If she wants to give a date, that's fine. Beyond that, I would object.
I remember the date.
Well, the date that you wrote the entry.
Oh, the date, I'm sorry. It's 11/5/07.
And was that your entire entry for 11/5/07?
It appears that this entry is complete, and the next one, it shows part of 11/6.
I agree, Pixie.
Your Honor, I move to admit Exhibit 522.
It's not easy, but everyone deserves a fair trial, period. It's one of the things I believe in most.
I have no objection.
Just admit it.
We're at 893, y'all. We just need 7 more people to subscribe to the channel. Please. Please. We're so close to hitting our 1,000 people, and then I don't have to remind you anymore.
And again, we're looking at a date of Monday, November 5th, 2007. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And you were describing for us what this entry was actually subsequent to one of the acts of violence that was perpetrated upon you. Is that accurate?
will you repeat that? I'm sorry.
This entry was subsequent to one of the acts of violence that was perpetrated upon you. Is that accurate?
Well, yeah, when he pushed me, yes.
Objection. Which act?
Overruled.
You say he pushed you. We talked about these incidents, so maybe if you could just give us a little more of the details of what specific incident you're talking about.
Okay, it was the night we had an argument in his bedroom. It was the night that he wouldn't let me leave. I tried to get up and leave, and he stopped me and pushed me, and I fell down. I fell on my knees. and he basically demanded that I listen to what he was saying. And a short time later, I got up to leave again, and he did the same thing. The third time I got up, he let me leave. He followed me though all the way out to the car, saying things behind me as I walked all the way down the stairs, out the door, and out to the driveway. So that was the same night that happened.
I want to draw your attention to there is a paragraph that begins with the number 2. You see that there?
Yes,
2 nights ago?
yes.
And I'll move it for you when need be, but if you could be so kind as to read that area to us.
2 nights ago, I called Travis to say goodnight, and right on the outset of the conversation, he made a point in making it clear to me that he didn't mean all of those harsh words he said the other day.
Looks like the sentence goes a little bit into the next page. Could you finish the sentence?
And that he felt really bad.
Okay. This reference that you make on 11:5 2 nights ago, and that he said some mean things or harsh words that he didn't mean. Is that related to this incident and the things he said about your family?
Yes, the conversation of 2 nights previous that I say there is a conversation where we were referencing the argument of a week or 2 earlier to that. Yes.
Okay, so I want to make sure I understand you correctly. You had this argument or this incident with him where he's not letting you leave the room and saying some mean things about your family. But then it sounds like you had a conversation about that incident, I guess what would be on November 3rd. Is that correct?
Yes, that was after he found the negative things I wrote about it and maybe tear it out. And I think it opened his eyes to some things.
Okay. So this isn't a reference to the violence in the bedroom. It's a reference to a conversation you had sometime later related to the violence in the bedroom and the removal of things from the diary.
Yes, and then I documented that conversation 2 days later, which would be the 5th.
Okay. All right. Could you read the next sentence for us?
He asked that I forget he ever said any of those.
All right. And that's referring to the words he said when?
The night of that argument.
Okay. The 3rd.
I'm sorry.
The 3rd of November?
That's what he said on the 3rd, but he asked that I forget what he said on the night of the argument.
Okay. Part of forgiving, in my opinion, is to forget and let it go. But you're writing about it. Can you explain that to us?
I'm not writing about the part that I want to forget, which are the words. I'm writing more about the experience since, does that say Sunday on the 5th?
I don't know. You tell me.
The reason I'm writing on this topic is because that Sunday, it was a topic in RS's Relief Society, and that was a topic in church. It's where the women meet for that hour, about how once words are spoken, they can't be unspoken. And it just seemed along those themes, so I was journaling about that.
Picking up right here where he says, even now, could you read that sentence for us?
Even now, even still, I'm haunted by those words, as another statement just popped into my mind.
And again, just for clarification, are we talking about words that were said on the 3rd or words that were said during this violent altercation, or are we talking about both?
Will you repeat that? I'm sorry.
The words, you say the words that were spoken still haunt you.
Yes.
And so which words are you referring to?
His harsh words during that time, it was still relatively fresh, and they kept playing like a recording in my mind over and over. So they were haunting me in that regard.
You say that, start reading from the sentences, I won't write it down.
I won't write it down, however, as I promised to Travis that I wouldn't do so as part of forgetting it.
When did you make that promise to him?
The day that he tore out the entry where I wrote the negative things about that night, the night of the argument.
And that is what we saw in terms of the pages that were removed from your diary a few days back?
I don't think those were the specific ones, but they are in there. Yes, there were some pages torn out.
All right. Now, referencing back, you were asked a couple of different questions about men whom you had an interest in, we'll say the spring of 2000, after you moved back to Wairika. Remember being asked about some of that?
Yes.
And
Trying to
You
figure out
were-
if she needs to go out or not.
you mentioned
guys.
an individual by the name of Steve Carroll.
Yes.
And if memory serves, that was an individual that you met through a website called LDS Linkup, is that?
Yes.
And was this seems to be implied in the name, but to your understanding, was this somewhat of a Mormon dating site?
Not necessarily dating, it's a Mormon social networking site, so it could be for dating, friendship, family, any of that.
And you, in the spring of 2008, even after breaking up with Travis, you can still identified yourself as a member of the Mormon Church. Is that accurate?
Yes,
And you had mentioned that the church encouraged you to date as much, maybe date's not the right word, but to interact as much as possible. Is that accurate?
yes, once you become an adult, a legal adult, the church encourages you, well, I don't know about teenagers, towards 18, 19, but definitely in your 20s, the church encourages you to focus on the goal of marriage and find that person. And if you're not going to marry a certain person, not to put it bluntly, to waste your time with that person.
And when we're also talking about interaction as well, we're talking about very innocent, if you will, dates.
Yeah, I never physically met Steve Carroll. It was only online and brief. But as far as dates, as far as the church policy, they encourage dating. As far as going out on dates in public places, not places where you might be led into temptation, that kind of thing.
Okay. So in this time period then, in the spring of 2008, you would have been how old?
27.
We agree.
And we kind of
Wind
heard
Walker.
at least how 30, 31, that kind of age was a magic number, if you will, for single Mormon men, correct?
I wouldn't say a magic number. It's more like a dreaded number.
Okay, a dreaded number.
Hi, lovely.
So you were at a point in time in your life at this time where were you also at a point in time in your life where you were also seeking marriage and family because you were getting close to this number, this dreaded number as well?
Yes, it wasn't as close as Travis. The number applies to both men and women. You're expected to be married by that age. Not everyone does get married by that age in the church, but it's more or less expected of you. And obviously I was getting closer by the day. And when I ultimately make the determination whether or not I would want to spend my life with someone, I would need plenty of time with that person first. I can't just pick somebody and say, let's go. So
Let's go to the question whether or not she dreaded the date or she.
Well, I guess one of the things that makes 30 a dreaded number in your church is not turning 30, but it's
Oh,
turning 30 and being single. Is that accurate?
turning 31 and being unmarried.
Okay.
30 was
So,
the worst
At
birthday.
age 27, you weren't seeking to avoid turning 30, but you were
I
seeking
was
to
not handling it well.
be married and start a family before that age. Is that accurate?
Yes, 31. It's
Okay,
31.
31.
But yes, that's accurate.
I should probably curl my bag.
So in that regard,
6:30 at night.
you were maybe not exclusively, but part of the reason you were on LDS Link Up is to find a potential boyfriend or find a potential mate. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, somebody that I might be able to progress with.
So, and Mr. Carroll was one of those individuals, at least you were interested in early on or to some degree.
How are
right?
we doing?
I met Steve
stuff
Carroll
with-
online sometime in,
Objection, she was asking, she was interested in that what she read.
sorry.
Was
Whether,
he a person that you
I've
were at least beginning to explore an interest in?
yes, somewhat.
And at that point in time, Mr. Dixon, we've heard about, was only a friend.
I love that you
and not
guys
a
can
romantic interest
relate.
because he was not a member of your church. Is that correct?
I can't say that my interest in him was not romantic, but it was something that I would not pursue because he was not in the church. So I kind of put a stop loss on any feelings that may have developed had we gone that route,
Got you,
but we never did.
maybe.
Okay. And Mr. Burns was another individual, Ryan Burns, that you were interested in at this point in time as well. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
But I want to be clear as well. You hadn't even met Mr. Carroll in person, correct?
That's correct. We just emailed a few times.
And apart from meeting Mr. Burns at a business meeting in Oklahoma City, you had not met him in person again since that initial meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct. A meeting I didn't even remember, actually.
So at that point in time, really, this spring of 2008, based on what you told us, would it be correct to assume you wouldn't have identified yourself as having a boyfriend at that period of time?
That's correct.
In that regard, in this period of time, what was Mr. Alexander to you?
He was my ex-boyfriend. He was kind of like a best friend in a way because we were still very close. Best way to put it is that it was complicated, but we were not in a committed relationship.
Had any of these, well, you were still having sexual interaction with him, at least over the phone, as we heard in May of 2008. That's accurate, right?
Yes, that's accurate.
Had You also talked about being sexually monogamous with one person if you were dating them or they were your boyfriend, correct?
Did you ask if I talked about that?
No, well, yeah, you mentioned that before in your
Yes.
testimony, that you were sexually monogamous in the context of a relationship.
Yes, I am.
And
Yes.
a relationship is the only context that actually that you've engaged in sexual activities. Is that correct?
In a relationship?
Yeah.
Yes.
Had things
Hey.
progressed with Mr. Carroll, Mr. Burns, or anyone else, would that have meant the end of the sexual interaction with Mr. Alexander?
It would have, he would have been cut off. I think you had mentioned an all access pass that would have transferred to somebody else, I guess you could say.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Travis know that?
He knew that I was loyal and he knew that,
If you know what, yes or no.
To your knowledge, did Travis know that you were loyal?
yes.
And I'm sorry,
I said yes, I'm sorry.
talking about the trip that you began on June 2nd, was Travis aware of your plans to go to you?
Maybe don't worry about it. I went ahead and put it in the chat. We can go over this tomorrow during our call. Hi, everyone. I am going to have to take Miss Purr outside. Yeah? You want to go outside? Go potty? Go potty like a princess? Okay. Maybe in Betty Bop, they are in charge. And Lefty, if he is around, screw around, get kicked out. I mean, it's like any other YouTube channel, but I'm very, very lenient. So I will be back shortly.
Yes.
And
Hey, we're going.
based on your belief, do you believe he might have sensed that you were going there for exploring another potential boyfriend? That's her belief, Judge.
Yes, because he teases me about it on the tape. When-
She was asking about, it's a yes or no question, whether or not he sensed it.
Why did you sense that he had this suspicion?
When I mentioned I was going to Utah, he kind of was asking, well, why are you going to Utah? And I told him to see friends.
He was inquisitive about the purposes of your trip. Would that be accurate to say?
He was inquisitive, yes.
And based on the verbiage he used, you believe this, his inquisitive nature related to assuring that this trip didn't involve another guy.
I don't know about assuring, but it related to his desire to find out if that's what it was about.
Okay. You were also asked about as it relates to the trip, the gas cans. That's a few different questions about the gas can. But the one I want to focus in on, Jodi, is the question related to a response you made related to getting the gas cans from Daryl. Do you remember being asked about getting the gas cans from Daryl?
Yes.
Okay. Was taking gas cans on a trip, and your answer seemed to be, was something to the effect that that was common practice for you. Is that accurate?
Only after we moved to the desert and realized the extreme conditions of the desert in the summer. I didn't take them on all the trips, just within desert areas. For example, if I was going to Portland, I wouldn't take gas cans.
Now, as it relates to this trip and kind of what was going on in the interaction you were having in this time period with Travis, you were questioned about the trip that Mr. Alexander was going to take to Cancun. Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes.
And you were also asked to some degree or earlier about this woman that you saw Travis making out with in, I don't use the word making out, for simplicity, in his home. Do you recall being asked about that?
Yes.
And over the course of your relationship, not perhaps when he was doing it, but did you know that Mr. Alexander was dating a girl whose name at the time was Lisa Andrews?
Not while he was dating her. I found out afterward.
But during the course, you found out afterwards, meaning, but still during the course of your relationship.
During the course of,
And I should be careful here. During the course, when I said relationship, I should have said friendship with Mr. Alexander.
yeah, whatever our relationship would be defined as. Yes, I found out during that time, I guess.
And when you found out, that didn't end, the sex didn't end. Is that accurate?
I think we did have sex because I found out 2 days before I pulled out of town. So I think we did sleep together again after that fight.
So in a few days, you pulled out of town, meaning when you moved to Wairika?
Yes, a few days because it happened the same day that he choked me.
And, well, obviously, we know that it didn't stop because you had sexual relations with him on June 4th, or with Travis Alexander on June 4th as well, right?
Yes,
And you had, even after you had this knowledge about him dating Lisa Andrews, you also engaged in phone sex conversations with him, correct?
yes.
Okay. While I'm on the topic of phone sex conversations, a question was posed to you about whether or not you had recorded other phone sex conversations with Mr. Alexander. Do you remember that? I think that happened yesterday.
Yes,
And you said that you had recorded those conversations, if I recall correctly. Is that right?
that's right.
Do you know what became of those?
After June 4th, I deleted them.
And just so we're clear, was this on the same phone that the May 10th recording was found on, or on a different phone you deleted these recordings?
It was on the phone that was replaced by the phone that the May 10th recording was on that phone. I believed it was stolen a week later, so I got another replacement phone through the insurance that I had on the phone. And so the subsequent recordings were on that phone. And then after everything happened, I deleted it to, well, one, it's embarrassing as hell, but two, I didn't want that to be known about Travis either.
So we know about Lisa Andrews and the girl that was standing outside the window. You were also, and without going into names, you also mentioned that Travis had an interest in having a threesome during your relationship. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that involved another woman, correct?
yes,
And you told us that that was something that you were, I believe your words were, willing to go along with.
I'm not sure if it had gone up to the moment, if I would have gone along with it or not, but I entertained the idea with him.
And on this phone call as well, before we talk about the phone call, you had told us that you knew about the trip to Cancun. I think it was, you said somewhere in the ballpark of a year before it was to take place. Is that correct?
Yes, it was announced right around the time that he and I broke up.
Was there any point in time when Mr. Alexander had asked you to accompany him to Cancun?
No, never.
And did the idea of going to Cancun with Mr. Alexander, was that something that did you ever ask him, I'd like to go to Cancun with you, or something to that effect?
No, I never asked him anything like that.
When did you know that Travis was dating or had an interest in Murray Hall?
It was sometime in late winter, early spring, 2008. It was sometime, somewhere in the first quarter of 2008, I would say, but it was before we went to convention. I remember that.
And you still engaged in sexual behavior with Mr. Alexander even after that knowledge, correct?
Correct, yes.
And at some point in time, well, you knew that his interest in her, was it your understanding that his interest in her was more than fleeting, shall we say?
At first, he didn't tell me a lot. He just showed me pictures of her. And then after that, I understood that he believed that he was receiving signs from God that she was to be his wife.
When he showed you pictures of her, was it with also the expression that he had a romantic interest in her?
Yes,
Do you recall if that, do you recall when that happened?
when he showed me the pictures?
Yes.
Oh, it would have been in early 2008. I don't recall exactly the month even.
Okay. Why, in your half of the equation then, you know that he's interested in this other woman, are you still interested in, are you still willing, I should say, to engage in sexual behavior with Mr. Alexander?
Well, I was conflicted. They weren't dating like officially exclusively. They were not boyfriend, girlfriend. That was my understanding. They had gone on 2 dates or 3. So I didn't feel like I was enabling him to cheat on her by any means. But at the same time, I also was conflicted with the idea that what we're doing is not helping either of us spiritually, especially if he thinks he just met his future wife. So I was conflicted.
The conflict that you described that you were going through, I know you can't read Travis's mind, but were you of the understanding that he was conflicted as well? Or was he simply just still interested in engaging in sex with you?
Conflicted about what?
Well, he has this girl, shows you a picture, says this is going to be my future wife. That's what you just described for us, right?
Yeah, not when he showed me the picture, but he did share that with me. Yes.
Okay. Yet, he never stopped, based on what we heard in May 10th and through your testimony, he never, to your understanding, lost a desire to have sex with you. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
When you saw this picture of Marie Hall, and he says, this is going to be my future wife, are you jealous?
I didn't feel jealous. And he didn't say, this is going to be my future wife. He just said, this is a girl he's interested in. But when
Okay, so while we do not want to be a platform known for providing misinformation, this is also not my professional, this is not something that I am able to provide professional context on. So if possible, if we could please make sure that we are kind with one another. We don't know what's going on in one another's lives. And I think especially this month and this upcoming week, like, things are hard. So with that being said, I'm going to graciously ask, please make sure to check if you are subscribed to the channel. That would be the first awesome thing. And second, if you could please make sure that you have liked this stream, that would mean so very much to me. We are so close to 900 subs. And once we hit 1,000, I won't have to keep reminding people for this stuff. So that's awesome. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you guys being nice to one another. Times are hard right now. Okay, cool.
he began to talk about her, I can't say it was jealousy. It was kind of bittersweet because I knew that I wasn't going to marry him, but I still had feelings for him. And I knew I needed to move on. And I knew our relationship was unhealthy. So I still have feelings for him, but it's more like bittersweet because I still have a desire for him to be happy as well as me to be happy.
Okay. And you mentioned, you knew you weren't going to marry Travis. There's conversation on the tape about, marrying other people and whether they will live up to your sexual relationship that you had with Mr. Alexander. Do you remember that discussion being on
I
the tape?
forgot my
Yes.
curling iron. Whatever.
So even as late as May of 2008, you knew you weren't going to marry Travis. You had no desire to marry Travis. Is that accurate?
Oh, bullshit.
I knew I wasn't going to marry him, and I can't say that I had a desire to marry the Travis that I knew as Travis to be at that point. Yes, accurate.
Okay. The fact
Oops.
that, well,
Pearl.
back in 2008, in the spring of 2008,
Pearl.
you said Travis never asked you to go to Cancun. Did you have a passport at that time? Did you have ever, as it got into May and June of 2008, did you ever have any expectations that you would be going on this trip?
No, it was never a discussion.
Because international travel would take some preparation, correct?
Yes.
Were you jealous in any way that he was taking Miss Hall to Cancun
I didn't know he was taking Mimi Hall until after June 4th.
until after June 4th?
Yes.
Did you ever, telling us his response, did you ever inquire, who are you taking?
I did mention it after I moved back to Wairika, and that's when he mentioned the babysitter of his friends.
Okay. And he didn't tell you the name of this babysitter?
No, just that it was a trade-off for debt he owed.
Now, you spoke about, in response to one of the questions, about having unconditional love for Travis. Do you remember speaking about that?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say you still have that today?
Yes.
You were asked a couple of questions about your ability and reasons to stay with Mr. Alexander after a couple events. One of those events was when he had sex with you while you were asleep. Remember being asked that?
Yes.
My question to you then is, was it that unconditional love that allowed you to keep being with him even after that point in time?
There may have been an element of that, but it was more because at that time I was in love with him. So, and I was already familiar with him physically, emotionally, his personality, all that. I was familiar with him in a lot of ways. So when that happened, and because I was in love with him, it didn't feel like he had violated me in a big way. Like it was something that just happened, not necessarily intentionally, kind of by accident. Oops, let's move on and not do that again, was kind of how I looked at it.
The question then, I guess, if you could describe for us, what do you mean? How I asked you about unconditional love, and you said it was because you loved him. What's the difference in your mind?
Between unconditional love and being in love?
No, between love or being in love, however you want to phrase it, and this unconditional love that you speak of.
Well, I think there are different kinds of love. I have unconditional love for my family members, friends. I think I mentioned before that I have a certain, like there's an advancement, I guess you could say I have a certain amount of love for everybody. Travis, it was a deeper unconditional love because I had, personally inside, I had a desire to see him be happy. And then being in love is a little more intense. I've never been in love with more than one person at a time, so it's an individual thing or experience for me. And it feels good, that kind of thing.
That's a interesting thing to say.
You mentioned, you were asked about being able to stay with him after seeing what you saw him do in January 2008. Was that being in love, or was that the unconditional love that allowed that to keep going?
I don't know how much I was still in love with him by that time. There was definitely unconditional love, and it was strong. I'd say
It was
there was still a love
conditional.
element there, but it wasn't as strong as it had been 9 months earlier. It sort of began to wane a little bit.
Okay. You were asked about Travis and his sex and its correlation to anger. And,
Here we go.
The de-stressing that was brought up in your answer. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to know a little more clarification when you say, and you made a comment that this was like code in your relationship. De-stress was like a code, right?
Right.
Okay. So maybe you could help us by breaking that code, what de-stressing meant.
De-stressing means to relieve stress in any form through sex.
Okay. Through any,
Dana, I have to chime in order to not get in trouble. So
I've never been in love with more than one person at a time, so it's an individual thing or experience for me. And it feels good, that kind of thing. We were done fighting.
There we
So
go.
it changed the mood, the atmosphere, the energy, and it put him in a better mood.
if you can, I want to see if we can use an example that you've talked about during the course of this
no
trial.
problem.
And this anger, the end of anger through sex that you talked about. Do you remember telling us about on June 4th, how after the CD didn't work, you threw the CD on, or he threw the CD on the ground, and eventually this led to him grabbing you by the arm and bending you over your desk? Do you recall telling us about that incident?
Yes, but to be clear, he checked the CD at the wall, like it was on his desk. He hit the wall, probably was not much farther than this desk, and it rolled backward.
Okay. But you know the incident we're talking about, right?
Yes,
You had made a comment to us that you were okay with this activity, the sexual activity, because it was an alternative to him getting more angry or perhaps physical. Is that correct?
yes,
Is that then a illustration of what you're talking about related to sex and anger?
yes, another example.
Okay. And as it relates to June 4th and what happened in the bathroom, sex as a way of quelling this anger was never an option to you in the bathroom. Is that accurate? Was sex an option available to you after you dropped the camera on June 4th as a way to de-stress Mr. Alexander?
Definitely not immediately. It certainly wasn't in the heat of that.
I'm sorry. Oh, it's such a
You
dumb
were asked
question.
about, the gun when
So
you
dumb. This is so
learned
dumb.
of the gun. Do you recall being asked that? I think that happened yesterday.
Yes,
And
She's so
you said that you became aware of that in 2007 when you were working as his housekeeper, correct?
correct.
what was your understanding of how Mr. Alexander had acquired that gun?
My understanding of how he got the gun is that my understanding is that his father used to,
Oh my God. Shut up, Juan. 2 subs away from 900. Baller. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, wow. Okay, let's speed this ish up. Wow, this is a longer one. People are getting up. People are moving. Oh, I think they go on a break.
All right.
Yep.
No, Your Honor, this is the state to expand upon their argument. It's not, it's a person's sense of impression. It's a hearsay exception.
All right, I have not seen the letters for Martinez. You've had a chance to look at them. What's the state's position?
They are hearsay, do not meet the counsel's description of a present sense impression. There has to be an action in conformity therewith, is my understanding, and she's still here.
I'm a witch. That's how it happened. I think about it really, really hard, and whoa, it happens.
Counsel, please approach.
Thank you for the sub. Oh, she's definitely a cousin. That chick looks just like them. That must be the sister. So what's his face's aunt? I have no idea who that chick is.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nuri, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Arias, the gun you discovered Mr. Alexander owning, was it your understanding that his ownership of said gun was to be kept secret?
yes,
900. Whoop, whoop.
Now, continuing on the line of questions, you were asked
I
as it relates to June 4th
Get Pearl, but she's
there was a
actually
question.
asleep, so.
about you deleting photos from the camera. Do you remember hearing that question?
yes,
And we heard earlier in your testimony in this regard that you were a budding professional photographer, correct?
yes,
And being such, were you familiar with the operation of a digital camera?
yes.
To your knowledge, how and or where are images on a digital camera saved?
On the memory card?
Now, in
Thank you,
terms
guys.
of your understanding prior to June 4th, if an image was deleted off a camera, were you of the belief that it simply went away for good?
No, as a digital photographer, my understanding is that,
She would know this technical aspect.
She's trying to answer the question.
as a digital photographer, my understanding is that the image stays on the card, but it's not something that the average person can recover. Can't get it back, but unless you have a lot of money to get back.
Did you ever have experience to try to, oh no, let me rephrase that. Based on the fact that we saw the camera in the washing machine and it had a memory card in it, you didn't take the camera with you, did you?
Yes, indeed.
No, I did not take it with me.
Now, it was question of you regarding
This is crazy.
Mr. Alexander shaving.
This channel's just
Remember that?
Yes,
And I think you asked specifically about Exhibit 503 and the picture you took of him shaving.
here for it.
Remember seeing that picture a couple days ago?
yes.
You had made the commentary that Mr. Alexander shaved the old-fashioned way. When you made that commentary, were you talking about the old hot towel and razor treatment, or were you talking more about just a razor in general?
I guess when I saw the shave cream, it just reminded me of the old fashioned way. I know that sounds silly because shaving cream is always used, but that's what I meant when I said that.
Someone needs to let Peggy
You were
know
also
that we're
asked
alive.
about the gun coming into your hands that you grabbed from this closet, correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was that the gun was up in this area somewhere, correct?
In the corner, correct.
Now, you were asked about whether or not it was in a holster or not. Do you recall that for sure?
On the day of,
She was asked about the gun and she indicated it was in a holster.
Sustained.
Are you sure that it was in a holster?
I don't remember whether it was in the holster or not. When I first discovered it, I don't recall seeing it in a holster, but at one point it was in a holster. Yes.
Now, you
I'm only streaming on here.
were asked about some of the cleanup efforts you made. Did you ever, to your recollection, straighten anything up in the closet?
Not to my recollection.
He had the nicest closet I've ever seen in my whole life. Like California closets built this shit, you know?
You also mentioned as it relates to this, or you were also asked, I suspect, as it relates to this incident, this question of cocking the firearm, doing anything to it. And you said you didn't recall doing anything of that nature. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I really don't remember.
But you mentioned, I think your word was that you had some familiarity with guns. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Could you explain to us what you meant by that?
Yes, I never had any formal training, but Daryl and I used to go camping at Crook Creek in Big Sur, California, every summer, and he brought his gun, and as a safety precaution, he showed me where the safety was. I think it's called magazine, where all the bullets are, and how to cock it and that kind of thing. I know there are different kinds of guns, but that's kind of the extent of the familiarity I had, and also the shop owner who sold me my 9mm. Well, I guess we're talking prior to, so that was after. But other than that, I had a general familiarity, but not. I know that guns, each gun type is a little different, so I couldn't tell you too much about it. Just more than much beyond point and shoot kind of thing.
You were also asked about where various items went on June 4th. The camera being one of them as it relates to this photograph. Does this photograph display for us where the gun was? Is that area covered in the photograph?
The gun?
Or excuse me, the camera.
Yes.
Could you point to that where the camera went?
I was right about, the mat used to be right about here, and I dropped it on the mat and kind of bounced by the tub.
Okay.
Sorry, we have some
This
very
object
excited
here?
dogs right now.
Yes, that one.
Is that the mat?
Yes.
Now, for sake of clarification, since we've been talking about mats, was there a separate one for the shower and one for the tub? Or is it just one mat?
I don't recall there being a mat for the tub.
I would love a bathtub
So
like
this
that.
mat, were you at one point in time then kneeling on this mat when you're taking the photograph?
Yes.
Her attorney.
were asked-
Okay, never mind.
About the knife. The knife, to your recollection, was the knife ever with you in your car?
Not at any point.
Go on.
To my knowledge and recollection.
Did you ever have any knowledge or recollection of disposing of this knife at any point in time?
Not disposing of it. The only vague recollection I have is putting the knife in the dishwasher. And again, I'm not sure if I'm confusing that with another time or if it was that day.
Oh, bitch, please.
Okay. You were asked various questions about
Hi, welcome.
June 4th, is it related to some other incidents that you'd experienced with Mr. Alexander? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Related to other violent incidents?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the things that came up is your response to these questions in whole was that this was different. He kept coming. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes.
My question to you as it relates in comparison to these other incidents, was the fear that you had on June 4th also different?
Yes, it was different in that it wasn't just fear, it was mortal fear. Like I thought I was going to die.
And if you can you describe for us why you felt like you were going to die?
It goes back to the choking incident and the fact that when he body slammed me and he was standing over me, again, I thought he was trying to get on top of me. And even when we fell, I felt he still was trying to get on top of me by grabbing at me.
This is what I'm laughing at.
You were also asked about shaking during the course of this trial. Do you recall being asked about that? I think that was this morning.
Yeah,
You were asked about that.
Yes.
That's my husband you hear.
And you said that you were shaking during your cross-examination, I believe you said the first day, correct?
Yeah, I think I was shaking all the days, but most prominently on the first day of cross.
Now, when you say shaking, what part of you was shaking?
You're going to have to pick her up. She's been weird.
Okay.
My whole
where's
body
their feed
trembles.
bowls?
Like for example, when I wasn't talking,
Where are
I
their
had
feed bowls?
my jaw muscles
I
hurt, so
bet
I have my
them.
teeth clenched because
Oh.
my teeth have been chattering. So I was shaking
You're
too much.
welcome.
And sometimes I'll sit on my hands because I feel like they're shaking. And there were a few times when I wanted to reach for the water, but I knew that it would be visible, and it's kind of embarrassing. I didn't want the state to know that he was affecting me that way, and so I just waited until I felt like I could reach for the water without it making it obvious.
So you attempted to hide the shaking from everyone.
Oh, you are back, Miss Pearl.
Yeah, I
Would you
intense my
like
body so
to
that I'm not shaking.
continue our
Try
snuggle
to-
pack?
Like have a physical control over it, although sometimes it's difficult.
This
Oh, I don't need
sensation
it right
of
now. Thank you so
tense in
much.
your body so you didn't shake, did you ever do that when Mr. Alexander was being physically violent with you?
I don't recall attempting to stop it the way I try to now, but I don't know.
Okay. One issue came up, a few of the questions a little bit yesterday and this morning, was the issue of shame. Do you recall discussing that?
Yes,
And I think you were asked something to the effect that, well, if you had killed in self-defense and maybe this is what you had done wrong, but there were some questions about shame as well in this regard. So I want to make sure we're clear. What are you ashamed of as it relates to June 4th, 2008?
I'm ashamed that I did what I did. I'm ashamed that I'm the person that did that. I was ashamed beyond that. I was ashamed of some of the things that Travis and I did. But more than shame, I was very horrified with myself, and I just never in my life imagined that I would be pushed to that point or capable of being pushed to that point, or that would be something that I would do, because I was a person who loved all life, and this is kind of the extreme opposite. It would appear that way. I didn't feel that way, but it looks that way, and I was very ashamed of it.
You were also asked, well, let me preface this by saying that, you've admitted throughout the course of your testimony, these past few weeks, you've
True.
admitted that you lied about being there to Detective Flores, to the world, in essence, to some degree, right?
Yes,
And then when confronted with evidence, you lied about your presence there. You
Hey,
lied
ladies.
to Detective Flores.
I saw you were only 100
on
subscribers
TV
away from
by
1,000.
saying,
That's
that the
awesome.
intruders came in the home and,
Congratulations.
had caused Mr.
I know
Alexander.
you worked so hard for
Do you
this.
recall doing that? Admitting to lying about that?
yes,
Thanks, Frank.
And you perpetrated that lie, as we've heard throughout this trial, for a long time. Isn't that correct?
throughout the trial, no, but throughout the case,
Throughout the case.
yes.
Unsolved mysteries.
Given all these lies, you were asked an important question. Why should anyone believe you now? Remember being asked that?
Yes,
So, Jodi, that is the ultimate question. Why should anybody believe you now?
Like I said before, I lied a lot in the beginning, and each of those lies tied back directly to two things: Travis and protecting his his reputation, and my own partially, and two, related to any involvement in his death. So I understand that there will always be questions, but all I can do at this point is say what happened to the best of my recollection. And
Okay, you're
if I'm
delusional.
convicted, then that's because of my own bad choices in the beginning.
Scope and relevance and basic promise of the jury.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Minutes, may follow up.
Man, one of the things that you told us was that you're going to tell the truth, the whole truth throughout this proceeding.
He's
Do you
such
remember
a
that?
little
When you took the
man.
oath?
Yes, to the best of my recollection.
Am I asking you to the best of your recollection that you took the oath, ma'am?
Objection, argumentative judge.
Sustained.
Ma'am, do you remember standing in front of the clerk to Judge Stevens' left and being sworn in? Do you remember that?
Yes,
And do you remember being asked, you tell the truth, the whole truth? Do you remember being told that?
yes,
And you swore that you would, right?
yes,
One of the questions that was brought up during the questioning by the jury, and also by your defense attorney, involved your allegation involving Mr. Alexander's, or your claim of Mr. Alexander's alleged pedophilia. Do you remember that?
that's correct.
And this is the claim that you have alleged that involved January 21st of 2008, right?
Yes,
And you were asked.
I
by
need
one
to
of the
put
jurors,
in
"Well,
eye
ma'am,
drops.
did you tell anybody else about this alleged claim of pedophilia?" And you said, "Well, yeah." Do you remember saying that you did?
yes,
And do you remember that you kind of at that point hesitated and you turned to the jury and said, "Yes, I did tell a psychologist," right?
Mr.
And you also indicated that you may have told
Wonderful.
Somebody else, right?
yes.
Why
And
didn't
with
I
regard to
think
these
of that?
somebody else's, who are they?
Matt McCartney
All right.
uh,
And Matt McCartney is this individual that is your friend, right?
is a friend of mine, yes.
He's a person who will not betray you, correct?
My confidence, yes.
And he's somebody who, well, in 48 hours interview, that's how you describe it. Someone who will not betray you, correct?
Right, when I confide in him.
Yes or no?
Yes.
In the 48 hours interview that we saw, isn't it true that you said that he's an individual that will not betray you?
That's correct.
Additionally, didn't it also indicate that he's an ally? You indicated that he was an
Girl.
ally of yours, right?
Yes.
And this individual, Matt McCartney, is somebody who
Oh,
will also lie for you, won't he?
No, he would never do that.
Okay.
He would never do that.
Are you aware of the statements that he made in January of 2008? I'm sorry, in January of 2013 involving that very fact? Yes or no?
Objection, Your Honor. Sit down and scope of the questions. Your approach.
You may.
Of course, they're approaching while I'm doing this. So I have something called Sjogren's. If you want to Google it, it's like SJORGENS, I believe. People with chronic illnesses get this disorder. I have trouble producing tears, and I'm supposed to use like prescription meds, which I just did like 20 minutes ago, but it's still really bad. It hasn't kicked in. Sjogren's.
May proceed.
There we go.
Your ally, right?
There we go.
Was.
No.
Now, you said that you would tell us the whole truth, right? You remember that you would say involving this pedophilia thing? Do you remember telling us
Yes.
that? Well, you did tell us that you spoke to. Initially, you said, "Well, I did tell a therapist." You remember telling us that, right?
Say what?
Initially, you testified that you told a therapist, correct?
He was not a therapist.
Yeah. Okay, a psychologist. How about that?
Yes.
Even though this, like,
We approach.
You may.
It's not. It's just more of a pain in the ass. I'm constantly I have to take the pills for it. So cuz my mouth's always dry as well. So if you ever hear me like sounds like slurring, it's probably because I just took my meds and I have to swallow. That's what she said. That's what Jodi said. That's what it is. You know, I thought Pearl would want to be out of this room after being trapped on the couch with me.
Psychologist, you told us. about that
Girlfriend
earlier,
is
right?
over
Yes.
here.
Well, this is one of the
Just living
psychologists,
her
Richard
best
Samuels, that you
life.
told, right?
That was not the psychologist.
Ma'am, I didn't ask you if that was one of the psychologists, did I?
I'm going to write something
That's
in
how I
the
interpreted it,
chat.
so I guess.
I'm not asking you to interpret anything. If you don't understand the question, ask me, and we will repeat it for you. The question was, ma'am, do you understand that?
Yes,
With regard to this issue, isn't it true that one of the people that you told about this was Richard Samuels, correct?
yes,
And this individual, Richard Samuels, is someone who is assisting in your defense, correct?
yes,
And you also told Alice Laviolette, right?
yes,
And these individuals alias Laviolette, for example, she's also going to testify on your behalf, correct?
That's my understanding.
Do you have any reason to believe that she's not going to testify on your behalf?
Objection calls for speculation.
No,
She's interviewed you, right?
yes,
And you talked to her about this alleged pedophilia, correct?
that's correct.
And you told her what it was that you knew about pedophilia, right?
I don't remember how in depth we discussed it, but I did tell her some
You
things
did?
about it, yes.
It's fair to say, for example, the statements that you made to Richard Samuels were made years after this case began to be prosecuted, correct?
Possibly, yes, I don't remember the exact timeframe.
Well, it was in 2011 that you talked to him about, wasn't it?
No, it was 2010 early.
So you do remember that it was in 2010, so that was years after this case began to be prosecuted, right?
I believe it was, yes.
Well, you just told me 2010. Are you going to go back on that, or are you going to stay with that answer? Which one do you want?
Objection argumentative.
I think, I'm trying to remember when I told him, but we began to meet, I think within a year after, I'm not sure.
So you speak to this individual. Isn't it to your benefit to start saying these kinds of things?
Objection argumentative.
I don't think so, I think it's mortifying.
Also, you think that it's to your detriment then to come in here in the court and talk about Mr. Alexander masturbating to a picture of a young person, a young girl, boy. You think that that's to your detriment?
I don't know if it's my benefit or detriment, I just know it's the truth.
I'm not asking you if it's the truth, am I?
No.
I'm asking you whether isn't that to your benefit?
I don't know if it's to my benefit or my detriment.
Why bring it up then if it isn't going to be of any use to you?
I swore to tell everything that I
Pardon?
remember.
I didn't hear you.
Are you talking about here with Richard
I'm
Samuels?
talking about right here. Why bring it up if it's not going to help you?
Because it was asked.
Oh, I see. Now, so you are saying now that if it were up to you, you wouldn't have brought that up.
Objection beyond the scope of questions.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
So you didn't, even later after that, you spoke to Alice Laviolette about it, right?
After Samuels?
Sure.
It was after I first met Samuels, but I think their visits have been somewhat contemporaneous.
So you think that you met Alice Laviolette at the same time that you met Mr. Samuels? Is that correct?
No, I said it.
Testimony.
Sustained.
You did tell Alice Laviolette about this, right?
Correct.
And this was even years beyond the time that you talked to Mr. Samuels, correct?
I don't know. It was after, but I don't know what years.
And again, it was to your benefit because you're saying that you're a victim of domestic violence to bring this up, right?
I'm not saying it's to my benefit or detriment. I was asking.
My husband came looking for Pearl and he saw her laying in the floor in here. And he's like, oh, because she's drugged. No, she's just.
I'm just so tired.
No one can hear you. Thank God. She's just the sweetest thing ever. I'm so lucky. And she's a mute, just for all of you guys to know. She doesn't bark. She is just, she snores and snorts, and that's it.
And you just went along and you did what you were told. Is that what you're saying?
Objection argumentative. Calls for speculation.
I just answered questions.
And so you're telling me that, yes, you did what you were told, kind of like the interview with First Edition or whatever it was. Inside Edition.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
So you're saying that just to be clear, are you saying that you would or would not have brought it up?
It really depends on the time frame because I didn't want to ever bring it up. And then
Well, ma'am, we're talking about right now.
I couldn't say, honestly. I really couldn't say.
You couldn't say.
No.
It's not a memory issue. You just can't say, right?
It's not really a preference or not a preference that I've explored or thought about in my mind. I'm just answering questions.
But immediately after it happened in January of 2008, you didn't tell anybody, right?
Definitely not.
And you were arrested on July 15th of 2008, and you didn't tell the detective, right?
No.
You had another conversation with the detective on July 16th of 2008, and you didn't tell him anything either, right, about this thing, right?
That's correct.
Whatever happened after that, you then say that you told somebody else, right? You then stated as part of a question from the jury that you did tell somebody else, right?
Yes, but not in that order.
I understand that. You remember the jury asking you a question about it, and you kind of looked over at them and you said, yes, I did tell somebody else. Do you remember telling them that?
Yes.
When was this that you told somebody else?
April 2008.
What was that again?
April 2008.
And who was it that you told in April of 2008 about this?
Matt McCartney.
So again, it's Mr. McCartney that you told, besides Mr. McCartney.
Oh, the doctor?
No, we were talking, let's do it this way. Do you remember we were talking about July 15th of 2008 in your arrest?
You mean July 21st?
You think you were arrested on July 1st of?
I'm sorry, I was thinking you said January. July
Ma'am.
15th, yes.
Let's go back to the date of your arrest. You were arrested on July 15th of 2008, weren't you?
Yes.
And you had a conversation with the detective on that date, right?
Yes.
You were also had another conversation with the
I don't think it's a good idea to try to like nitpick and start fights with the prosecutor. You know, I don't think that's going to look so great with the jury, nor do I think it's going to fare well for you mid-down.
detective on July 16th.
His face,
right?
Yes,
her
And-
attorney.
You didn't tell him anything about this, right?
that's correct.
You did say, though, when you were asked a question by the jurors about this, that after that, you did tell a psychologist about it. You remember answering that question to the jurors?
Yes,
When did you tell the psychologist about this issue involving the pedophilia?
I think it was July 2009, I believe.
And
I'm not sure of the month, but it was 2009.
you think it was July 2009?
I'm not entirely sure of the
What was
month.
that you told this to?
May.
Sorry, guys, my eyes still waiting for the meds to kick in. If you could please like and subscribe, that would be great. I just want that. Feel free to clip that. At least you can say that I'm not authentic. I mean, I am this weird in real life too. Yeah, so once we hit 1,000 subs, which is 97 people away, I won't have to keep doing this. I will ask y'all to keep liking streams. That helps the algorithm. But once we hit 1,000 subs, baby, oh, we are smooth sailing. Okay, we're fast forwarding. Look at his face. He's like, ugh.
The person before that you told, according to you, is Matthew McCarthy, right?
That's correct.
One of the things that we know, ma'am, is that you told us that, well, when you decided to take this trip, that you contacted Mr. Brewer because you wanted to get some gas cans for him, right?
Yes.
It's been established that there were 2 gas cans, each with the capacity of 5 gallons or a little bit over, right?
That's my understanding.
Well, you were there, right?
Yes.
And you filled them up in Pasadena, didn't you?
It mischaracterizes her testimony.
I'm sorry, three people talking at once. What is your objection?
Objection, it mischaracterizes her testimony. She said never said 5 gallons or more.
Overruled. You may proceed.
Okay, you were the one that filled these cans up with gasoline in Pasadena, according to you, right?
I put gas in them. I don't know that I filled them to the brim because I was worried about their flammability.
You were the one though that put the gasoline into these 2 gas cans, correct?
Correct.
And you were the one that paid for them, right?
Yes.
And ma'am, you were the one that also put gas in your car, right?
Yes.
In response to a question from the jury, this issue was brought up as to what happened first, or whether or not there were 3 cans. Do you remember 3 gas cans? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Not the sequence, but the matter of 3 gas cans.
Do you remember that this issue was brought up about
Oh,
whether or not you filled up your can?
Juan is
gas cans,
mad.
Put the gas into the gas cans first. Do you remember even testifying about that
I
this
remember
morning?
testifying about
Hold on, this morning. Do you remember testifying about that?
Yes.
And you indicated that, well, previously to that you didn't know which one had happened first, whether or not you put the gas into the car first or whether you put the gas into the cans first. Do you remember saying that you didn't know that, right?
Are you talking about on cross?
I'm talking about throughout these whole proceedings, man.
I remember on cross. I couldn't remember because the way you were questioning me.
Well, man, I'm not asking you about whether or not you
Oh
remember
my
anything on
God,
cross.
Jodi,
I'm
stop.
asking you whether or not previous to that, you told us that you couldn't remember if you put the gasoline into the car first or into the cans first.
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay? But yet when the jurors asked you the question, do you remember that you said, oh, I put the gas into the car first and then I must have tripped or turned off the
Bye,
meter, if you
Angel.
will,
I hope
and
you
that's why there's a
subscribed
separate
and we can
transaction.
see
Do you
you
remember
soon.
telling us that?
That was my
Yeah.
only logic and understanding. And
Well, I'm not
understanding.
asking you about your logic and understanding. Isn't that what you told the jury just previously today?
I did say that, but not in response to the question you're referring to.
Man, whether it's in response to the question I'm posing to you or not, isn't it true that that's what you told people, the jurors here?
Yes.
So my question to you then, ma'am, isn't it true then that you do remember the sequence of events involving the filling up the car with gas in Pasadena?
Objection, mischaracterizes her testimony. She said what she was filling up.
The only part I remember as far as sequence is I put the gas in the gas cans and then so I didn't leave the hose laying on the floor or the ground or the concrete. I hung it up. That ends the transaction. That's all I know.
So you're saying now you're back to the issue of telling us that you don't remember whether or not you put gas in the car first or in the gas cans first, right? That's what you're saying.
I really don't know the exact sequence. I wouldn't bet all my money on what it was. I can only go by receipts and times to help me remember. But that's
So that's what you're saying, but you don't remember that. That's what you're telling us, right?
from memory. No.
That's what I'm asking you for. What is your memory of that event, right? Right? That's what I'm asking you, right? And with regard to that time, nobody was yelling at you at that time, right?
That's correct.
Nobody was grilling you, right?
That's correct.
You've been fond of telling us how great of a memory you have and no one is yelling at you, right?
Yes.
But that's something that you just
I'm
don't
setting
remember,
a
right?
goal.
Not in great detail. That's right.
But you did tell us that you do have very good memory for detail previously, though, right?
Usually, yes.
Ma'am, the other thing that you told us with regard to these gas cans is that you purchased one in Salinas, California, right?
Yes,
5-gallon gas can, right?
yes,
And you purchased this gas can in Salinas, and you said after a short period of time, well, you didn't say a period of time, but you said you returned it back to the store, to the Walmart in Salinas, right?
that's correct.
And it's the same store that you brought it from, right?
Yes,
Because it was probably because it was in the same general vicinity, right?
right.
And ma'am, one of the other things that you said was that the reason that you did this was because it was expensive and it didn't seem to make sense to you to get that gas can, right?
Yeah, in hindsight, I realized it didn't make sense.
All right. So why is it then, ma'am, that you showed up with 3 gas cans in Salt Lake City?
Testimony.
All right.
And also the questions as well.
Sorry, guys. I'm writing the small print for the goal that I'm about to set for the next hour. This will be in place. It's either 15 super chats or $500. If we hit one of those, you guys will be choosing the next trial we cover. Now, I am going to cover a trial. It was supposed to start the first week of January, but it's now delayed.
You had,
Like
3 gas cans in Salt Lake City, ma'am.
I don't even recall going to Salt Lake City. I went to West Jordan, and I
So
went
you,
to,
well, hold on. First, let's break that down. You're saying you don't ever even remember going to Salt Lake City, ever, on June 6th of 2008.
I don't recall where the city limits end and begin, but to answer the gas can question, I went to Mesa with 2 gas cans.
Well, you did go to Salt Lake City, right?
I was in the vicinity. I went to Sandy, I think, and West Jordan.
You did visit an individual by the name of Brian Burns, right?
That's correct.
And during that time, before you left Salt Lake City, you left Salt Lake City area in the very early morning hours, right?
Yes,
You filled up with gas, right?
I think I did. I don't know.
Well, let's look. Let's start looking at this. And in fact, man, we're taking a look at exhibit 237.017. You see SLC?
Yes.
You don't have any doubt that that stands for Salt Lake City, Utah, does it?
No, I don't doubt that.
And that's Tesoro, right? That's a
Yes.
gas station, right?
Yes.
And you put some gasoline there, right?
Yes.
We look down here, it does have your name on there, right?
Yes.
Then if we look at exhibit 237.016, it's Salt Lake City, right?
Yes.
And did you see your name right there?
Yes.
So you were in Salt Lake City, first of all, to establish that, right?
Okay. Yes.
And you were there in the early morning hours, right?
I left Ryan's house in the early morning hours. So
Well, that's so we can just make sure that we have the time, 237.016. See the time there?
yes.
What time does it indicate that you're putting gas in the car, right?
Yes. 3:57.
Right, and it does tell us here that you went to pump number 2, right?
Yes.
Put in 10.672 gallons, right?
Yes.
And the price for each one was $3.85 per gallon, right?
Yes.
And it was $41.18, right?
Yes.
MVP.
Exhibit 237.017, same gas station. You see that?
Yes.
You see the date and the approval time?
Yes.
It's 4:05 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And on this one, it's 36.98, right?
Yes.
And it talks about that you're at pump 2 again, and it's 9.583 gallons, right?
That's correct.
You actually put in more gas though, didn't you?
I don't know.
Well, then let's take a look at that. You had a bank account with Washington Mutual, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, we have some receipts here that talk about you having an account with Washington Mutual. In fact, you had 2 of them, right?
Yes. A business and a personal.
237.005. You see that?
Yes.
There's an account, there's a deposit. That's your account, right?
I'm going to just be honest with the questions.
Right?
That's my account.
And we also had another account, 237.006. And we've talked about this exhibit, right? Before.
Yeah, I think so.
Washington Mutual account, right?
Yes.
And there are records that Washington Mutual keeps, don't they?
Yes.
You aware of that?
Yes.
And there are statements that they send out to you, don't they?
I think I got them online usually.
But there are statements that are prepared, whether they are
Yes.
online or they're sent out, right?
That's correct.
Go ahead and take a look at an exhibit.
Maybe.
Take a look at exhibit number.
Hold on.
5.3, and after you look at it, see if that.
The only reason that I could foresee you not being able to subscribe is if you don't have a YouTube account. But having a YouTube account is free, as is subscribing. My meds are kicking in. As is subscribing. So I would just check on that. Mods, if you have any other thoughts, please chime in. I am currently writing down any and all donations for the next hour to see if we can meet our goal.
That refreshes your, or whether or not you recognize that as your statement from Washington News.
Actually, I can.
Yes, it does like that.
What's the time period, man? Should say on the upper right-hand corner.
It says June 1st through June 30th.
All right. Let me have it back. Move to the admission of Exhibit 523.
We're going to object on a media post?
You may.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Correct.
And then you do. That's also Tesoro. Do you see that?
All right.
Take a look at Exhibit 523. That's your parents' home, correct?
No, that's my grandparents'
That's
home.
your grandparents' home. And that's where you were living, right?
Yes.
Yay!
On page 2, there are 3 transactions that I want to focus into Tesoro. And Tesoro is the on 237.016. That's the merchant. You see that?
Yes.
Oh, wait, hold on.
237.017.
Also, if you subscribe, or I'm sorry, if you donate not using YouTube, so Venmo or Cash App, it won't take out 30% and go to YouTube. I feel like that's important to mention because I did not know that before starting a YouTube channel. I much rather would have like donated directly to the content creators that I've been donating to for several years. So take what you will. Oh my God, she got In-N-Out Burger. I'm so jealous. I know someone who lives in Sparks, Nevada. That's so weird.
That's also Tesoro. Do you see that?
237, what did you say? Where?
Tesoro. Do you see that at the very top?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay. And so when we're talking about this exhibit, do you see 3 transactions to Tesoro in Salt Lake City, Utah, correct?
Yes, I do.
You were in Salt Lake City, Utah on June 6th of 2008, weren't you?
Yes,
You just told me that you were leaving there in the morning, that area, to come back to Wairika, right?
that's correct.
You told me previously that you were going to come back so that you could go back to work, right?
Yes,
And if you take a look at this purchase here from Tesoro, you see the amount there?
yes.
How much is that, ma'am?
3698,
Okay. Let's take a look at exhibit number 237.017. How much is the amount?
3698,
It's the same station, it's same amount, correct?
correct.
That's the same purchase, right?
Yes,
And exhibit number 237.016, it's for how much, ma'am?
4118,
And if we go down here, see that right there?
yes.
How much is that?
4118,
That's the same amount, right?
correct.
And then you do have, though, a third transaction there. Do you see that?
Yes,
1965, right?
yes.
Ma'am, if we go back to exhibit number 237.017, how much was the price per gallon that you bought that day?
It looks like 385.
And 9/10, right?
What it is
Now,
now.
if you take this
Thanks,
amount
Trump.
per gallon, 3.859, $3.859 per gallon, and you divide it into this amount of 1965, do you know how much, what that division would indicate?
No,
Would it surprise you that it would indicate that it's 5.09? Would that surprise you?
no,
So you make 3 purchases
Maybe.
here, don't you?
yes,
You also, there are 2 purchases for sure that we know that are for gas, right?
that's correct.
The other one is for 1965, right?
Yes,
If we do the mathematics, that equals 5 gallons of gas. If you were putting gas,
Objection argumentative.
Stop, Juan.
Testimony that it was gas purchased.
overruled. What was your question?
the question is a mathematical one, man. Isn't it true that if you divide 1965 by 3.859, that you would get 5.09?
If the math is correct, then yes.
And you did indicate to us that you did buy a third can in Salinas, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you bought that in Salinas, and it was a 5-gallon gas can, right?
That's correct.
Man, would it surprise you that the Walmart in Salinas does not have any record of any refund back on June 2nd when you claim you bought this, or June 3rd when you claim you bought this.
Argument would be on the scope.
He's kind of walking on fire. I was trying to think of something more creative than that rhymed, but couldn't come up with anything on time. Hey, I think Juan is, I know that Lefty agrees with me on this. Sorry, guys. This is one of my lip colors that I haven't used in like a year, so I have to shake it up really good for it to actually work. Lefty agrees with me on the fact that Juan is just so damn annoying. Like, oh, Frank,
What?
funny you're here.
No. It's not me.
Oh, thank you, Betty. That's so nice of you.
May continue.
Can you please shake this up for me?
Exhibit number 237.008, Walmart receipt. You see this one, correct?
Yes,
This is the Walmart that you went to in Salinas and you purchased a 5-gallon gas can, right? You told us that before,
I'm
right?
writing
Yes, I
it
did.
down.
And you were there on June 3rd of 2008 at 3:22 in the afternoon when you made that purchase, right?
that's correct.
Would it surprise you to find that on that, and you said that you got a refund in cash, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Would it surprise you that Walmart does not have any record of any refund for a gas can on that date of June 3rd of 2008?
Considering that I returned it, that would surprise me.
Pardon?
Considering that I returned it, that would surprise me.
It would surprise you
Yes,
because you claim you returned it on that day, right?
yes, I did, and I received cash for it.
Pardon?
And I received
And
cash.
you
back
received
for it.
cash. Okay. You also told us that you received an injury to your right finger at Casa Ramos. You remember that?
Perfect. Thank you, Frank. Oh my God. For real? We are at 3:52. We have 10 more minutes. So I'm going at 1.5. So we have like 6.5 more minutes or so. Oh, well,
May continue.
maybe
You
not.
remember in response to a question from the jurors that you said that you damaged your right finger during a glass breaking incident at Casa Ramos. Do you remember telling us that?
It was not glass breaking. I jammed it on a metal ledge.
All right.
At
So at
Casa Ramos.
Casa Ramos, you injured your finger, right?
Yes,
And do you remember that you told us, well, no paperwork was filled out, right?
that's correct.
And you told us that no paperwork was filled out was because this was a really small business, right?
I said it was did I say small business? It's private business, yeah.
Well, no, most businesses are private. Are you saying now that you meant to say it was a private business? Is that what you're saying?
No, it was a small business. There were only like maybe 4 or 5 restaurants.
So you think that 4 or 5 restaurants are a small business, right?
Usually I work for chains that have thousands of restaurants, so that's a very small business, yes.
So to you, this is a small business because you believe that there are only 4 locations, right?
There may have even been less than, I don't know. I think there were very few in the Northern California area.
And just because they're a small business, they do not have to comply with reporting accidents on the job. Is what you're telling us, right?
Relevancy.
Same to that question.
Ma'am, actually, don't they actually have, back then, didn't they actually have 13 restaurants?
Yes.
Relation asked and answered.
This is, yeah,
Not that particular franchise. They only had a few.
Everything
I know-
counts.
My understanding is that it's a family of 2 brothers.
that's
Like,
financially
they're-
involved.
And that they own a chain of a different type of restaurant in Oregon. And then the restaurants I worked for, there was just a few of them.
So you're saying that there may be 2 restaurants then that are called Casa Ramos, right?
No, not 2. There were more than 2, but there weren't very many.
No, what you're saying is that you're drawing now a distinction between the ownership of the Casa Ramos restaurants, one being owned by one member of the family and one being owned by another member of the family, right?
Objection, relevance, argument, way beyond the scope of any of the questions.
The other restaurants are called Azteca, so yeah, they're completely different.
All right, so
I think
when
that
we
was
talk
a-
about Casa Ramos, we're actually just talking about on the marquee
This
Casa
judge.
Ramos, and your belief is there's only approximately 4 of those, right?
I only knew of 4 or 5.
And because of their size, you told us, in response to a jury question, that even though you suffered this injury, well, you did tell the manager about the injury, didn't you?
To get a Band-Aid, yes.
Well, you did tell the manager about the injury. Didn't you tell us that?
Yes,
And you did take a picture of that injury, right?
yes.
And we've seen that picture of that injury, right?
First and foremost, thank you so much for joining us tonight. If you are new to the live, my name is Lacey Jane. This is Criminally Confident, and we are covering the craziness that is Jodi Arias. I want to take a moment to say thank you to Maybe for gifting 5 more memberships. Incredible. And Betty Boop for her super chat, as well as Maybe for her super chat. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to thank her if you are one of the lucky recipients of the membership. Also, pretty please, our goal is to get to 1,000 people tomorrow. We are at like 9:05, I believe. I would so greatly appreciate it if you could double check, make sure you are subscribed, and as an extra, if you could like this stream, that would be excellent. Let's try to see where we can go with an hour left.
Yes,
And you're saying that because of the type of business that it was, no claim had to be filed pursuant to the laws of the state of California, right?
that's not what I'm saying. I said that was my speculation as to why nothing was ever filled out.
You didn't fill anything out, right?
No, it didn't.
The manager didn't fill anything out, even though you told him about it, right?
Objection, also speculation.
I think that's fine.
You did talk to the manager about it, correct?
Not in great depth. I asked him for a
I'm not
Band-Aid.
asking you in great depth. Yes or no, did you talk to the manager?
I asked him for a Band-Aid.
So are you now saying that you didn't tell the manager
Yes.
that you hurt yourself on the job? Is that what you're now telling us?
I'm not sure what was said. I just know I needed a Band-Aid quick because it was busy and I was about to bleed a lot.
So it appears from what you're telling us now is that you never indicated to him that you were injured on the job, then, as you previously told us.
Well, asking for a Band-Aid is an indication that I'm injured.
Pardon?
Asking for a Band-Aid to me is an indication that I'm injured.
No, but what I'm saying is specifically, previously on your examination, you indicated that you did talk to the manager about your injury. Do you remember telling us that?
Yes,
And during that conversation, you said that he knew that you had injured yourself at work. Do you remember telling us that?
I don't know what he knew. I just know that he knew I asked him for a Band-Aid.
So now you never told him about you being injured on the job. You just asked for a Band-Aid, right?
Yes, and I was holding my hand, putting pressure on it.
And you were holding your hand, putting pressure on it, and you're saying he didn't ask you anything about how you injured your hand at all, right?
Objection, also hearsay.
HIPAA.
I only remember that we were very busy in the middle of the rush and we didn't have time to sit and discuss my hand.
I'm not asking you if you were busy. I'm asking you whether, or isn't it true that he did not ask you, according to your statement, anything about how you suffered that injury?
Stop eating my
That, according to my
candy.
statement, what you're saying is not true, or it might be true, but I don't remember what was discussed regarding the injury. All I know is that I hurt my hand, the skin folded back, I flipped it over, put pressure on it, I went and found a manager, said I need a Band-Aid right away. There were tons of tickets coming through, a bazillion margaritas to make, and it was busy, and I needed a Band-Aid. That's all I know.
So you did not cut yourself on a margarita glass, though, right?
No, I didn't cut myself on glass, it was a jam from
Right.
metal.
No, previously, do you remember telling us in response to a jury question that you had cut yourself on a margarita glass?
Objection, this is the testimony.
Overruled. Jimmy answer.
I didn't say margarita glass in reference to Casa Ramos, I cut my hand on a glass at Travis's house.
I'm talking about Casa Ramos. I'm not talking about Mr. Alexander's house. I'm talking about Casa Ramos. You're saying that you injured your finger, your right ring finger, on something other than glass, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't tell the manager about the way this occurred, even though it occurred while on the job, right?
I don't recall if it was discussed in detail or not.
And you're the same person that previously testified today that you have a very good memory for detail.
We have 911 subs. Please, somebody sub. Sub. Hi. If you're new here, please sub. We are at a bad number. We need someone to subscribe. Please. Thank you.
Details, right?
Yes,
Except for that, you don't remember that one, right?
I didn't say it was perfect, I said it was good.
No, I'm not saying that you said it was perfect. You yourself admitted that you had a good memory for details, right?
Objection, argumentative estimate.
Overruled.
I don't even know that I used details, I just said I think I have a good memory.
Gentlemen, no court tomorrow, Friday, no court Monday or Tuesday, the 11th and 12th. So we'll see you back here on the 13th at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. on the 13th. Between now and then, remember the admonition. Are there any questions? We'll see you next Wednesday. You are excused.
Why? What holidays were there? Oh no. Hold on. Did he say that he was done? Let me, mods, if you could help me while I'm trying to figure this out, because this is weird. It doesn't show me that there is a day 30. as long as they are, but I also, did Juan say that it was his very last, like he's done? Sorry, guys. No, stop. All right, I'm going to have to go in here and check this out for myself. All right, let's see what Juan said at the very end. Oh, you guys can't hear. Duh.
In detail or not.
And you're the same person that previously testified today that you have a very good memory for details, right?
Yes.
Except for that, you don't remember that one, right?
I didn't say it was perfect. I said it was good.
No, I'm not saying that you said it was perfect. You yourself admitted that you had a good memory for details, right?
Objection, argument, advancement.
Overruled.
I don't even know that I use details. I just said I think I have a good memory.
Gentlemen, no
What?
court tomorrow, Friday, no court Monday or Tuesday, the 11th and 12th. So we'll see you back here on the 13th.
It was good.
No, I'm not saying that you said it was perfect. You yourself admitted that you had a good memory for details, right?
Objection, argument, advancement.
Overruled.
I don't even know that I use details. I just said I think I have a good memory.
Gentlemen,
Okay,
no court
I think
tomorrow, Friday.
he's done.
no court
Okay,
Monday
let's
or
move
Tuesday, the
to
11th
police
and 12th. So
videos.
we'll see you back here on the 13th.
Hell yeah. Okay. That was quite the snort, Pearl. Even I heard that. Even I heard that. Oh, let me stop sharing. Really quick. No, ma'am. That's not what I wanted to see. Okay. Police interrogation video 1. Share screen. Actually, he's playing music that I can't. Okay. Present. Share screen. Okay. Oh my God, we still have 911 subs. Can someone please sub? Don't unsub. That'll make it worse. Please just subscribe. Okay, let's speed this up. What the fuck is she doing? All right, let's slow that down because I couldn't understand things she's just said.
could be writing.
You know, you can take my address off.
What's that?
Can you take my address off?
As soon as the detective gets in here, Detective Flores, he can take those off for you. I think that's what he told you anyway, that he'd allow you to have your handcuffs on.
Okay. Yeah, I am a absolutist when it comes to freedom of speech. So it has to be like horrible for someone to get timed out or kicked out. Wow, you can hear anything. Hi, if you're watching, if you could please make sure to subscribe. We are at a very uncomfortable number right now, and I don't want anyone to unsubscribe because we'll just have to deal with this problem again. But if you could please make sure to subscribe or share this, that would be even better. If you could share this on Discord, Insta, X, Facebook, I would be so appreciative. Thanks, guys.
Can I get you a bottle of water?
Any chance we could get my purse?
Yeah, I'll get that from the house.
Will you bring it to me?
We'll probably be putting your property. There's water for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you trying to heat us in here? Or like do the sweater I can borrow or something?
I don't have any sweaters, I'll see if I can turn it off. It's hard to heat in this building.
Should I lock myself in here? So you remember me?
Of course I do.
I traveled all the way up here to come talk to you. Because I've been working on Travis's case ever since it happened. Okay, and I know exactly when it happened, when he was killed. I know a lot of details. And just recently we found quite a bit of evidence. And I'll discuss that with you. The main thing that I'm looking for, though, is answers on why certain things happened, why they went so far, and also get your statements.
Okay.
A lot of details on this case that haven't been released to the public, and not even Travis's family. And those details are known only by us and the person who did it. Okay, and that's one of the reasons I'm here, because I believe that you know some of these details. And I think you can help us.
I would love to help you in any way that I can.
Okay. Because we're here at the police department, the sheriff's department here in is it Siskiyou County? It was called. Okay. And you're considered under arrest or detained. You're not free to go. And the police officer has to read you your rights. Okay. I'm sure you've heard them on TV. You know, I have to read them off this little card here, but they're pretty much the same. And I'll explain them to you as we go. Okay. Let's see. This is July 15, 2008. Correct?
Yes.
Let's see what time it is here. It's 10:01. Good morning. This is case number 2008-161. That's 844. Okay. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to the presence of an attorney to assist you prior to questioning and to be with you during questioning if you so desire. If you cannot afford an attorney, you have the right to have an attorney appointed for you prior to questioning. You understand these rights?
Yes.
And what I'm going to do is just ask you some questions, ask you what you've been doing, on certain dates and what you were up to.
Yeah.
You mentioned you were traveling on some of these dates. I want to kind of clarify some of these things. And, if there's a question that you don't want to answer,
Wow.
you can say no.
This is 1.5 times
Elaborate as much as
speed.
you want. It's completely up to you. It's at your speed. I don't want to pressure
Is
you.
this recorded at all, or should we?
No, I don't know if there's a recording or not.
I don't know. If recorders, I noticed them. They have video, they have audio,
It's right there.
batteries.
I don't think they're on.
That's really not cool to say he doesn't know if it's being recorded or not. I'm not cool with that.
Yeah, I haven't touched those or anything.
You can do anything though
Um,
in those rooms.
they're not on, so what I want to do is just get to the bottom of it. Everybody wants to know, okay? And, so I'm gonna ask you some questions. You can voluntarily answer if you want. Okay, is that cool?
Yeah, that's fine.
There was a question about you being, well, let's start with this. What have you been up to since Travis's death? What have you been doing?
Well, I've been working. I haven't been really working in prepaid legal. There's not a whole lot
Sorry, guys.
here in this marketplace, which is,
It's kind of small here.
it's small here, and really that could be seen as an opportunity rather than a hindrance, because that just means the market is untapped in a large way. So I could have if I wanted to, but I'm kind of like a deer in the headlights when it comes to prepaid legal. And I kind of just have a fear of just approaching people. So I've been working at a Mexican restaurant in the north end of town. I've been kind of in a daze, at least for the first few weeks.
Like everybody, you know?
Yeah. I know that a lot of people have been posting on Facebook really nice things, and memories. And at one point I was like, well, maybe I should do that. So I posted this thing and I just sent my memories. And I realized looking back on it, that it was kind of sounded immature. It's more like my Dear Travis kind of letter. And so I took it down because,
Personal.
yeah, some of it was more personal, not too personal, nothing inappropriate. Just, I just felt funny. I think because I'm a photographer, I tend to communicate more with the pictures. So I posted a ton of pictures that I have of him. And I have a ton more that I just can't access right now. And videos and things that I know his family would want. But so I posted pictures and I took that down, and I posted something last week. But other than that, I've been on Facebook and MySpace a lot, looking at his profile, looking at his pictures, reading things about his obituaries and any news updates. And there's legacy.com where you can write something about him.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of those postings.
I didn't realize until I actually spoke with Ryan Burns. He told the guy that's in Utah. And we've been talking a lot. We try not to talk about that because it's kind of like, ugh. And plus, Travis is my ex-boyfriend, but sometimes he's my friend. So while I'm mourning my friend, how do you talk to your potential, possible, maybe person that you might start dating about your friend, even though he's your ex-boyfriend? So it's kind of a gray area. I try not to talk about him too much, but he comes up a lot. And it was from him that I learned. He said, you've gone to Utah. Things are really weird because everyone thinks that you could have had a hand.
And I've talked to a lot of people. I mean, everybody's pointing at you.
I know.
Everybody is saying, I don't understand what happened to Travis. I don't know who killed him. But you need to look at Jodi. And sometimes the simplest answers are the correct ones. And that's one of the reasons I started looking at you a little bit closer. And over the last month or so, I've gotten into Travis's life, talked to all his friends, his family. I got a really good understanding of who he is now. And I got a very good understanding of your relationship with him. And
Riley, relax.
put them together.
Well,
And it kind of matches. So one of the reasons I'm here is to talk to you to figure out what was going on between you two. I know the relationship that you guys had was of convenience sometimes. Obviously, you weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore, but you were still having a sexual relationship, which
does his family know about that? Just curious.
no, his family doesn't know anything.
I'm interested in protecting how he's remembered as well. And he was
I'm sure if Travis could speak right now, he wouldn't care what people talk about.
You're right, Lori.
He knew who he was. Okay, a sexual relationship here or there, because the fact he was a member of the church really doesn't matter.
A couple times I asked him
whole
to
range
forgive.
of things.
Yeah, I think in the broad scope of things that could be right. I just think that the reason I care about that is because he was adamant about that. A couple times we prayed about it, didn't work, or we didn't stick to our guns on it. And one time a girlfriend of mine just said, why don't you just go to your bishop and talk? And ask Travis the same. And I talked about it and he got really angry. Said, I've already had problems with this in the past. I'm embarrassed by it. I don't want to go to my bishop. And so we just kind of stopped for like a few weeks, and then that must have been I think it was August, and then it just resumed.
Well, the way Travis thought, by getting into his head and everything, and he's written his journals and everything I found out about him, he truly had feelings for you. And for some reason, he felt that the relationship between you and him was somewhat unhealthy, but he couldn't stop it. And I assume that's probably maybe the same way you felt about him, or
It's probably,
maybe you didn't understand why he didn't believe it was healthy.
No, I didn't think it was healthy, or spiritually at least, and probably emotionally, but mostly spiritually. And I think that kind of, once you have something that's not healthy spiritually, it filters through all
Sounds
aspects of your life.
Thank you.
It's one of the main, there were three main reasons I moved back to Eureka, and one was I was in financial dire straits. I was not getting ahead. Things were not working. Everything in Arizona was like, except for the wonderful friends that I made in my ward, and the opportunity. It's like the Mormon land of opportunity there, which is awesome. But except for all that, like every sign was pointing, just go, I wasn't able to hold a job, and that had never happened before. Too much of my nightlife was about him. He would text me and, hey, I'm getting sleepy, just a bunch of Z's, and that was his code to like come on over kind of thing. The coast is clear, you know? So, you know, and that was just, I lived 5 minutes away, 10, maybe 10, depending, and it was just too convenient and too easy, and it was fun, and we had fun, and we were together, and so it wasn't healthy, and I totally agree with that. So that was one of the reasons. Well, financially, I wasn't doing well. I missed my family. I moved away shortly after high school, and I come back to visit, but I realized over the years I've missed out on a lot of things. My little brother and sister, I missed out on just their karate or their baseball or cheerleading or whatever, and my dad is not doing well. He doesn't think he has very long to live, but he always says that. It's been that way for like a decade. He's still here, thank goodness. My grandparents aren't getting any younger, and I wanted to be able to just be here for a little bit and regroup financially. I owe my parents a lot of money, and I owe my grandparents a lot of money, and I owe friends money. I owe my the guy that I bought a house with, I owe him a lot of money. He doesn't ask me for it, but I intend to pay him back because he really footed the bill on the mortgage for a few months.
The wine.
And the third reason, and I like to put this third because I like to think that second to those reasons I would have been strong enough somehow. But the third reason was to put a distance, a physical distance between Travis and I, because I know that he really likes Mimi, and he said he did. I kind of felt guilty. I mean, I know they weren't dating, but I just felt guilty somehow, and I didn't know Ryan at the time. I met him in March at in Oakland City, and it was just brief. And I remember seeing him and saying, "Oh, I really want to go say hi to him," but he was surrounded by people, and he was kind of unapproachable.
That's
He says,
interesting.
"You're supposed to meet me too," and it wasn't until Zion, my friend, texted
Riley,
me. I think
go with Frank.
And this is all after
This is
we
all-
broke up,
Oh, yeah.
broke up with Travis, everything was all over.
So yeah, the start of the timeline we broke. It was kind of a mutual thing, but I sort of more broke up with him. And it was hard because I really loved him, but I just realized that without trust, you can't have anything, and I violated his
Is
trust.
that the main reason you guys broke up? Is the trust and
Trust. I think that there's
not that the relationship was unhealthy because of sexual activity, promiscuity, but just that you guys couldn't trust each other.
I think that, and this doesn't make it right. I think that, you know, being a convert, you know, I've had a couple of serious relationships before where I was intimate with a few people, and it's kind of silly, but I used to always joke that regardless of what the Bible says, and yes, I'm Christian, I just live my life by the Ten Commandments, and those are my rules. You know, thou shalt not this or that, but it doesn't say thou shalt. So I just used to joke about that. It's a bad philosophy. I think that with Travis, there was a part of me that felt really guilty because there was something inside that thought, you know, this is nice for instant gratification, but you're destroying what you could have with Travis, and that's why we did pray about it. I remember we knelt by his bed once, and surprisingly, he suggested it. Normally, you know, I would suggest that we pray before we go on a trip or before we eat if we're
It
alone.
was kind of unusual for him.
Yeah, because he was very resistant to prayer with me. I mean, I did church at Goodbye, and I feel that maybe because we were driving away the spirit constantly. Or maybe he felt that by inviting the spirit, he would feel guilty about later on in the evening, or I don't know what the deal was. Or the excuse he used was because I'm a convert, I need more practice saying prayers. He's like, so I say, will you say a prayer? He's like, why don't you say a prayer? Why don't you say a prayer? Why don't you say a prayer? So we go back and forth, and I don't know. And so, I don't know, it was just one time when I was on a trip with Havasu High, we were all getting on the road, and I think it was with Dan Freeman and his sister Desiree.
Ma'am, you have the right to remain silent. Use it.
And they were all like, Jodi, will you say a prayer? And I said, sure. And Travis was like, anyway, I didn't want to argue with them. So, anyway, what was I saying?
Well, he's, you know, the whole
He
trust issue.
certainly
keeps
does.
coming back into my mind.
That was the big reason.
He was a big time flirt, and that's the one thing everybody says about him. He flirted. Does he mean anything by it? No, that's just who he is. He did have, you know, girlfriends here or there, and he was at a point in his life where he
I like
wanted
this
to
detective.
settling down.
Like he's just
Felt like
chill.
He needed to kind of grow up,
Mhm.
you know, become a husband, become a father. You know, that time had come, and he felt that time had come and gone, and he was falling behind.
He told me that too. He said he felt like his time was running out, and I told him that, you know, despite the fact that he's not going to be in a single floor very much longer, he still has a lot of options. He's still a very eligible bachelor. And he just didn't see it that way. He's like, you don't understand. He's like, that might be true, but my chances are severely reduced once I find it. He was like this ticking
Well,
time bomb.
finding a good Mormon girl, you know, was difficult because in that church, you know, that most of the girls get married in their early 20s.
He said he didn't want to marry a girl in her early 20s because he said that he noticed a lot of pattern in the church with girls that married between 19 and
It
24, so to speak, would, you know, start having
We're
babies
wrapping
and
up
growing their family, and then
Jodi's
they would look at their single girlfriends and
craziness
still have
here.
the responsibilities, and they would regret getting married. And I think if you're strong in the church, it's not so much a problem, but
Depends on who you surround yourself with. Too. If you surround yourself with the right people, you know, it's a different story. But, you know, that's what he was. And did you guys ever discuss possibly getting married or anything?
when we were dating, we did.
Okay.
Once we broke up, he brought it up. He actually proposed to me a lot of times, but he wasn't serious. I think he was serious once, and it was when we broke up. And that was really hard because we were on the phone. And it was just like none of that stuff should be done on the phone anyway. But I was hundreds of miles away, and I told him that I loved him. We didn't say I love you during our relationship, but we said it afterward. It was weird.
Okay.
I said, you know, this isn't, breaking up with him on the phone wasn't really the way I wanted to do it, but it was kind of a situation that had just come to a point where I just couldn't be ignored anymore. And,
Let's move to after the breakup.
oh, okay.
What kept you in Mesa at that point?
I actually moved to Mesa a few weeks after we broke up.
Really?
I mean, as far as the timeline goes, but I mean, if you want to call it our official breakup, shortly thereafter, it's like we were still seeing each
So
other.
you guys were seeing each other, but it was a long distance type relationship.
It was always long distance when we were officially dating. We dated from about the beginning of February to about the end of June. So February, March, June, about 5 months total.
Okay. In June 2007, you guys broke up, and then you moved to Mesa.
Yeah, I moved to Mesa sort of.
Most people when they
Oh.
break up, they kind of go
I
their
know,
own
and,
way.
plans were already in order for me to move there. I was already speaking with a friend who was, you know, was going to be her roommate, and I was her roommate for a short time. She's kind of flighty. She's a great girl, though. I talked to Travis about maybe going to Southern California instead, and he's really persuasive.
You persuaded you to stay there in Mesa.
He kind of was playing up all the advantages if I did come to Mesa, and if I did, you know, he said, you know, it's a great place. We can still see each other and hang out on occasion. This church is very strong.
You can
I
still
make
have
a lot of friends.
sex.
And I already knew all this stuff prior because we talked about that. You know, and so I went ahead and just made the move. It sounded at the time like a good idea.
And you guys continued to kind of see each other at that time.
Yeah, at the time I was sort of living.
I
across
maybe
town, but
see, yeah.
You know where that is? It was at Greenfield near Broadway, the nearest cross streets. And that's where the girl that I was originally talking with, I moved in with her.
Yeah, it's kind of far from.
Yeah.
Travis.
Yeah. The thing about her, and just to give you a background of why I moved suddenly, she approached me the weekend after I got there and said, hey, she's not going to work. Can I talk to you for a second? I said, sure. And she moved in with her boyfriend, and they were engaged.
Okay.
And she said, hey, I just wanted to let you know that Scott and I went to Vegas last weekend to tie them up. And I was like, really? She's like, yeah, we told me when we didn't want to live in sin. So, and she had already been sealed in the temple once and was waiting for her cancel. Or
Or she went to be.
yeah, to be canceled. So they were going to have a civil wedding on a beach in Oregon. And they did that the following weekend. She told me that on Monday or Tuesday, was the beginning of the week. And she said, the reason I'm telling you that is because I'm getting married this weekend. And I have to go out of town a few days ahead of Scott, you know, make arrangements. And now that he's a married man, we don't feel it's right that you be here in the house.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't want to inconvenience you, but is there any way you could stay with somebody else or just find another place? At the time I was waiting on a house in Gilbert because I already knew they were getting married, so I was kind of looking anyway. And there was a great girl named Brenda, and she was waiting on her keys for the mortgage to go through, and it was a great ward, it was a great house, and it was brand new. Instruction and all that was really nice. But she didn't get her keys for months and months. I think she's in the house now. I don't know how to talk to her. So I scrambled. I went to the Institute. I wrote down a bunch of phone numbers. I called them all. A lot of them. I got voicemails. One girl that answered, her name's Tiffany, and she knew Travis. She was at his services in Arizona as well. And we've just remained friends sort of like on MySpace and Facebook and that kind of thing. But she said, hey, sorry, that's not good posting across Takedown. Go to this website. So eliashousing.net. I went there. I made 3 phone calls for the places that were within my price range. I didn't think to look where they were. The one girl called me back. Her name was Shannon Derrick. She said, here's my place. Here's the directions. Go ahead and go out and come see the house. It was available. So we did.
Go ahead.
You have to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. So I moved out there, and when Travis found out it was so close to him, he freaked out about it. And I made sure to check that it wasn't that we wouldn't be in the same ward. And it was within his ward boundaries, but it was also within another single ward boundaries. Of course, we go the other one because it would be kind of weird. I mean, I didn't know about him and Lisa at first, so I don't know if they were even dating at that time. I don't know if their whole family was, but it still would have been weird. And it would have made Travis very
During the
uncomfortable.
time that he was seeing Lisa, did you continue to see him as well?
Yeah, and I didn't know that he was seeing her.
Okay.
You
But he
know?
would call you and have you come over.
Yeah.
I know there was a time when you, I guess, were cleaning his house too for.
You're not wrong,
Yeah, I
Betty.
did
He
that.
hired you.
Yeah, I did that because he knew that I was struggling, and he's like, I've been doing the math, and that happened pretty much when I think that started in August. He's like, I've done the math, and I feel like I can be more protective. My time is more valuable than X amount of dollars per hour, so why don't I pay you this per hour, and I'll work, and you can make a little bit of money. So that
That
helped.
makes sense. That was around the same time frames, the move and. back and
Yeah, it was like a
forth
few
and-
weeks after the move. I was still living in with Rachel over on Greenfield
Okay.
before when that started. And he sent me this picture, and he's like, this is your uniform, have it by Friday, Thursday, or whatever, and it was this French painting. I was like, no.
Yeah, that's him, typical.
Yeah,
Like I said, he's a very flirty guy. And
he is.
Oh. Sorry, guys. Well, we don't want to go to video 6. Exit full screen. Then, oh, I don't want to get copyright stricken. Stricken. That's a correct word, right? All right. While we are waiting on me to make sure that this is what we want to watch, please make sure to double check that you are subscribed to the channel. It is free. It is also free to create a YouTube account if that's what's holding you back. And to like the video. Once again, another thing that's free. So I would greatly appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Let's continue on.
He said that he's not sure why, but he's pretty sure that she could be it.
Oh,
And I was
I'll
happy
make
for him.
this.
I didn't find out about
This
Lisa.
conversation you had face to face with him.
He had his room. And he had his laptop, just on his bed. I didn't find out about Lisa until after we had this conversation where we decided I'll just come clean. And that was quite a conversation. Because I was never unfaithful, but there, when we started dating that timeline around February, the reason I remember February is because he had told me in December, go date other people kind of thing. And so I did. It was January 10th.
If you are having a problem hearing this, you can always go into, as you can see on my screen right now, the not like a wrench. It is I don't know what this is, like something that you would use with a drill, like a bit. Click on it, says settings, and you can do a different playback speed. You can do like 0.75 or 0.5, and that will make it slower. I can adjust it to 1.25, but that's like the lowest that I'll go. I am just someone, I always do 1.5 times speed. And if you are watching me live or something that I've done live without recorded videos, I highly recommend watching me at 1.5 because I stall a little bit. So that helps.
I went on a date with my friend
See, it
John.
just feels so slow now.
Nothing romantic happened. We didn't hold hands, we didn't kiss, we think we hugged. And I guess it was considered a date because he asked me and I accepted and he paid for it. And that was in Pasadena.
Yeah, if you pay for work today.
Yeah, that was in Pasadena. The following evening, I went out with my friend Abe, and he drinks. He just got like a Maker's Mark, I think, was his drink, and I got cranberry juice. And we just talked forever about it. He talked about politics, which
One of
is
these guys in the Marine Corps or something.
they're both in prepaid legal. John Dixon is not in prepaid legal anymore. He's moved on to other ventures.
No, the Marine Corps, are they in the service at all?
No.
Okay.
Abe is he's a little bit older. He's just sort of a businessman.
Okay.
Has a background in, I don't remember.
You could hear
This is
Flores
the
like,
time you guys were on board,
This
still
was,
kind of going
I'm
out.
sorry, this is before we started dating.
Okay.
The reason I say this is because he told me a few times, he told me during that conversation too, that he's like, you seem to have a very convenient timeline for when we started dating. Because I used to ask him, like, when did we actually start dating? Because I figured if we ever made it to a year, we might as well celebrate. And he's like, I'm not really sure. And the reason I think it was February 2nd is because do you know of Chris and Sky Hughes?
Mhm.
Okay.
that's Bitsy's
I
birthday.
used to spend a lot of time at their house. And, they're a wonderful family. And Sky she's somebody that I really opened up to. And, I told her a little bit how I just wasn't sure about Travis at the time. And I wasn't sure what was going on there. And she wrote in this long letter, or she didn't write a letter, Travis wrote the letter, but she kind of got on his case. And they told me all kinds of things about Travis that I wasn't aware of.
What kind of stuff are you talking about?
They said if I don't get away from Travis, I'm gonna become just like Deanna, which is his ex-girlfriend. Do you want to waste 6 years of your life waiting for him?
Because you can't commit.
He still tells Deanna, I love you. And I was like, what? That kind of thing.
Yeah, and I truly believe he does love her still,
Oh, he
but
does.
Travis had he's what you call a player. You know what that means. Yeah. He kind of,
Yeah, and he doesn't
pulls
intend to
girls
hurt
in.
anybody there.
but he can't make a commitment. He portrays himself to be a certain way, but he's really not. Okay. He portrays himself to have a lot of money. He's not. He doesn't have a lot of money.
He's got a lot of things. He told me the first night that I met him, it was the second night, it was at the MGM Grand. He invited me to this executive director banquet.
Riley.
And he was kind of talking about what his earnings were last year and how he almost made his 6 figures and that kind of thing. And then he leans in and he goes, in this business, you have to show off your money a little bit. And in prepaid legal, it is. People want to see that you're actually being successful. So You know, he's done a good
It's
job with
about it.
that.
It's about making money.
Yeah. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, so Chris and Sky were just, by the end of the conversation, they started calling me Deanna. And I was just like shocked. I didn't want to, the last thing I wanted.
How did you feel about that?
My concern was losing respect.
That's
in their eyes
fucking
because I
weird.
really, really looked up to them. And I thought I would have laughed it off, and I thought it was kind of funny, but I feared inside that I was losing their respect.
Gross.
So when I talked to him next, I was like, you know, what do I do? What do I say? And he ended up writing this long, long, long letter to Sky saying, I just got off the phone with a very reluctant to talk to me, Jodi, you know? And she wrote back saying something to the effect like, you know, I wouldn't want my sister to date you. Why do you kiss Jodi in the dark and then act like you guys aren't even together in the daytime? Things like that.
That's a good statement, because that kind of sums up the relationship that you had with him. It seems like
Especially-
he liked you, he loved you. He wanted to be with you, but he was reluctant to make a commitment first off. And truly, he didn't think that you were marriage material. And I don't know why not. I mean, I see you, you're a wonderful girl. You're struggling. You're trying to make your way through life. And I see you guys couldn't have made it.
I think we're just
What?
we have very different philosophies on a lot of things. We
Sir.
do dumbest things, and like he would just want me to admit that he was right, and I would happily do that.
Well, that's a
with
man thing. That's
And I should have just known better and admitted it. I eventually learned how to argue with Travis, and it's
like
yes,
my
Travis.
wife. She's like, okay, fine, you're right.
Yeah,
You know,
eventually
so, yeah.
that's what I began to do with him. It's like the more I just agree with him,
You
the
can
sooner
have
the argument
her.
gets over, and the sooner we can make up, and the makeup
Okay,
was
right.
great.
I'm in,
But,
I'm out.
There were so many times I just couldn't wrap my mind around what I could, but I would try to get him to do the same for me. Like there was a time when I broke down on the way to LA once when I was going to watch Chris Hughes training. And this was January, mid-January maybe of 2007. And my car got a flat tire. So I had at the time roadside assistance because my car was still under warranty. And they went to take the car in to change the tire and realized that when they sold me the car, they didn't give me the wheel lock key.
Oh,
So
yeah.
for anti theft, there was wheel locks. I had to get a hotel room. I had to get my car towed. It was a big nightmare. And I was kind of hungry. It was dinner time. It was 7:38 and it was dark because it was January. And so a truck guy said, you know, there's a Denny's 2 blocks down here and there's a Jack in the Box there. And he was driving me and looked out. I said, is there an IHOP around? Because I really like IHOP. He's like, yeah, but it's kind of like 5 miles back in the other direction. I was like, okay. He's like, I can drive you there if you want. And I was like, he's like a short Mexican guy and he seemed really harmless. And I was like, okay. And he, you know, and I asked him about his life and he had a wife and kids. And so he wasn't flirting or he had a girlfriend or something. I don't
Just
remember.
trying to be nice to you.
Just being nice. And so I ended up telling him, and he didn't ever come on me or ever say anything inappropriate. And he drove me back and dropped me off, and that was that. And I got to eat. And so I told that to Travis, and he didn't say anything at first, but it got back to Sky, and Sky was like, why didn't you call me? And then I think eventually that was used against me to establish a pattern that I do weird things like that. So that's something we had arguments about a lot. Was he's like, I just think that
So he was really upset with you about that. He
And-
felt a little jealous, but
he told me once that he was a little bit jealous when he found out that I went on the States. He's like, but I know we're not dating. And he's like, I guess I am a little bit jealous. But these other incidences, he said it just concerns him because he thought that I would get myself in a situation where I'd get hurt because I have that sort of attitude. And I was really, since I joined Prepaid, I've been really trying to break out of my bubble and do things that are a little uncomfortable as far as talking to people. And, you know, I made a resolution this year to overcome a few fears that I have. That I'm really scared of. So I think that by getting into that a little, then I can, you know, overcome some of that. He did act jealous, but he wouldn't say he was jealous. He would just say
but
he
you
was
would tell other people about it.
What do you mean?
Did he tell Sky he was?
Oh yeah, I guess it got.
That's about
I
it.
may have told Sky about that.
But they probably had a conversation with him, and he probably voiced his
They
opinion.
made conversations. I know that him and Sky had a lot of fights and arguments, and I was the root of that a lot of times.
Who is
But I
Scott?
think, you know, all in all, they, especially more recently, they got along a lot better. I think she gave him a really hard time about our relationship. So that's one of the reasons he really wanted to keep it under wraps.
So, you know, moving over to his trip to Cancun that he was going to. When did you first find out about that he was going with me?
Oh, I found out about that at his memorial services.
I gotta turn this
That's
off.
the Monday night memorial service.
So you didn't know that he was going to Cancun?
I knew he was going. Yeah,
You didn't know he was taking Mimi?
I didn't know that. I think that's awesome, actually.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, unfortunately, Mimi had called him a week or two before, and I told him, look, if you want to take somebody else, it's fine, but I have something to tell you. I don't look at you that way. I don't look at you as a boyfriend. If you want friends, we can be friends. And that really broke his heart.
I know. I mean, he didn't tell me that, but I found out from his bishop afterward when I talked to his bishop. And
I agree,
his bishop did
Lori.
say that Travis really took that one hard, and he said he took it to heart. And he said he realizes that it's, speaking from a bishop's perspective, he said it's because, you know, he is of a certain caliber when it comes to her spirituality, and Travis was just in another
He's
place.
struggling. And that's something he struggled with for a long time.
I feel responsible for that part.
Why do you feel responsible?
Because I moved away, but I had participated with him in so many things that kept us both down spiritually for a long time. I mean, if I had just cut ties completely, I could probably be married right now. I could probably be working on my own family.
Oh, hon.
What kept you there? What kept you to him? I don't understand.
Straight up
Well,
Delulu.
moving is expensive for one. So once I was there, I was kind of stuck there.
But why do you continue to go back to him? You know what he wants. You know that it's not healthy, but yet you continue to go back.
I did that with my
To this point
ex-boyfriend.
right now.
Um,
Okay, I mean,
I guess I
you
physically, I
keep
was,
saying you knew that it wasn't healthy and you knew it was contributing to something that wasn't good.
I think at
But
the
yet you
time,
guys continue to do it.
yeah. And part of my perspective now has to do with the fact that I'm going through a repentance process that I worked out with, you know, with my bishop, and he's given me, you know, certain scriptures to read and then ponder and pray about, and it brings me back to where I was prior to all that. I don't know how much I ever really was there as much as I am now, because even before I was baptized, even the 2 days before I was baptized, 4 days, it was on Wednesday and I was baptized.
I know most of us
before
women are
Thanksgiving.
like,
And
yep.
it was just like Travis and I were making out, and, you know, that was prior to, we hadn't gone all the way at that point, but which is too far. And I called him that evening and I said how it felt different. First one, I was like, hey, I was great, you know, whatever. And then it just felt different this time. It was right before I was about to be baptized, and, you know, I already had my interview, and so it was like, it was just different. And he said, well, yeah, he's like, I feel the same way, and I think that's the Spirit, you know, telling us this, that, or the other. And so I think that by driving the Spirit away so much, you just get into this pattern of, I don't know, it was convenient. There was a couple times where I didn't answer his text messages, and he would send me little sad faces, or eventually he would wait and he would call, and he would call again, and if I didn't answer, he'd call 3 times.
And obviously, you guys kept this relationship hidden from everybody else, and because nobody really knew about it.
Sorry.
Well,
There were some people who I talked to and said, yeah, they continued to have a relationship even after they broke up. And there are others who were saying that you become obsessive with him to the point to where you would go to
Swim
his house when he
fan.
wasn't there, or when you were invited, and he would talk to people saying, she just kind of showed up, and I don't want to tell her to leave, but you know, I don't want her here.
oh, must have been early on, because there were a couple times when we established a rule early on, just don't come over enough. He said, you can come over anytime, but I need to know first. He's like, you just never know.
Because you ran into somebody one time, right? Did you run into like one of his ex-girlfriends as well, or was it Deanna?
Oh yeah, well that was okay. That was there. He asked me to stay there and be with Napoleon, because that was during general conference in October last year. He took a road trip with some friends from his church to Utah, and
I agree,
unless he's in
buddy.
California, he pretty much leaves Napoleon at home, and so he needed someone to be there. And it's like I got full house privileges. I could sleep in bed. I could eat, you know, food.
And I talked to her, and she said that was kind of an unusual kind of situation. She didn't expect you to be there.
She didn't at all. And so at first I was like, well, did you give Deanna any flack over coming over unannounced? Because we had just set this rule. And he's like, I talked to her about it. He's like, but I'll tell you what, I was on the phone for 3 hours with her. She was freaking out that you were there.
Headphone
And,
fund.
I think the more people knew about us associating, the more stress we both got from it. And so it was just easier to try and keep it a secret. And we didn't always do a good job of that. I think his roommates made some case secrets and things. But they were kind of kept to themselves. So we didn't worry too much about them. There was actually one roommate, John Hepworth, who ended up remarrying his same wife and moved back to Utah. And I was cleaning his house one day, and John told me, he's like, Travis is dating. And I said, okay. And I assumed he was, going on dates and things. He's like, no, he's really trying to date. And I said, okay. He's like, he's desperate to get married. And I said, I know, that's true. And he's like, I just wanted to tell you that because I don't think he's being honest with you. And I was like, okay. So that night, I confronted him about it, and we had a really big fight. It was also just a bunch of things were thrown in the mix together, and then he said, listen, I'm not dating anyone. But he was very angry at John for getting into his business. He told John in a very nice way, I think, hey, I know that you probably have good intentions, but just, mind your own business kind of thing. And from then on, I don't think John really said anything. And that was in October, I think.
You kind of given me a really good rundown of your relationship and how you guys thought of each other and stuff. And I was pretty close to right on with my theory on how you guys, why you continue to see each other and what was going on during that time. I think there's some other things that you're not telling me. I think maybe the jealousy probably continued even after the fact that you moved away. For instance, was it the week of the first?
This is going to be really hard to do, but we are just going to finish this interview, which is the interrogation video number 2, and we'll call it a night once this is over. And then tomorrow between 3 to 3:30, I will go live again. But this is why it's important for you to have notifications turned on. If you are subscribed, you have the option to turn on all notifications, and you'll just get an alert when I create a stream. And you can get a notification for when I go live, and it just makes it a lot more simple. I was making that way too difficulter. Anyways, yeah, because you never know. You never know. Thanks.
Week of June. You took a trip to Salt Lake City. Remember that trip we talked about?
Oh, this year. Oh,
Yes.
sorry, I'm thinking back.
You had left, I think it was like a Monday,
I left Monday, June 2nd.
June 2nd, in morning or afternoon or something.
I think it was morning.
Okay, and you'd gone down to Reading and rented a car.
Mhm.
Where did you rent that car?
The Reading Airport.
Do you remember what car company it was?
I don't remember the rental company, but I remember the make and model. It was a Ford Focus.
Yeah, I got that from people in Utah. They said you showed up in a Ford Focus.
It was white, four-door. No, cruise control. I like road trips. Cruise control is pretty good.
You don't remember what company it was? Who rented it?
Maybe. I did.
Was it with your credit card?
Yeah.
Or-
I could look it up.
And so you took a trip and you decided to go to, instead of going over to Utah, you went straight out to Los Angeles area,
I went to Santa Cruz first.
Santa Cruz.
Mhm. And then I stayed the night in Monterey. And the next day I drove to Pasadena,
Okay.
waiting for Laura to call me back.
You didn't contact her at all?
She contacted me finally after I'd already left LA.
That was too late. You're already
Yeah,
left at that
and we
point.
had plans to do that again this
And
week.
which route did you take from there?
I was supposed to get on the 15 and go all the way up. And I somehow got off the 15.
Where did you end up?
For a while I was lost, and I'm not above sleeping in the car, so I slept for a while. I'm a heavy sleeper and I sleep a lot, so
But you were on the 15 for a while and you ended up getting off the 15 somewhere.
yeah, I looked at a map and I'm pretty sure I know where I went. Can I draw you a map?
Sure.
Because I eventually started seeing signs for Phoenix, and I was like, and it was several hundred miles away still. I was like, that's weird. Where am I going? So we have California, Los Angeles, and Nevada, Arizona, Utah. And I was supposed to go somewhere right up here. Oh, I'm lefty. So the 15 kind of does one of these.
Yeah. Goes through, let's say Las Vegas right here.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. My
No,
notes
that's
are
okay.
so
That's
wrong.
okay. So we'll just put
I know
Las-
it's Arizona in the corner, Las Vegas, St. George, somewhere here. And then the 40 runs somewhere this way because somehow I ended up on the 40. And when I saw the 40, I'm like, the only thing I associate with the 40 is Flagstaff, and Flagstaff is somewhere
Yeah,
north of
Flagstaff is
Utah.
right up here.
I mean, northern Arizona. And so, and I was going east, and I was like, what's going on here? I wasn't going the right way. And so I've had for the last 2 years, I've had a car that has a GPS system in it. It's really good. And I think it hasn't served me as far as getting a sense of direction. When I moved to the desert,
You kind of rely on it a little too much.
too much. In fact, when I moved in the last place I lived in Arizona, I did not know how close it was to Travis. I didn't realize. I have a very bad sense of direction, and it wasn't until I used my GPS the whole time I was there pretty much just to find things. Anyway, so I got back. I looked at the MapQuest that I MapQuested a bunch of places. I was maybe going to go to Death Valley. I was maybe going
Did
to
you
go.
actually cross over into Arizona? Is that where you went?
I crossed over twice, I think. But my map was wrong because the 93 goes north, and then I hit the 15 again, and then I got here, and then I hit Arizona, and then I'm here. Somehow I got north on the 93, and then I hit the 15. So, I mean, I don't know where Phoenix is, and Mesa, it's got to be over here.
Yeah.
I didn't go anywhere near there.
So you took this trip and you left on, was it Monday 2nd? Right? You didn't get to Utah until Thursday, you told me.
Yeah, a few times.
So Thursday, that's
That's a long ass trip.
Yeah, I think so.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah. Okay, so we have, it's like 48 hours there that, well, obviously 3 days, but there's 48 hours. This trip took you a little.
Unaccounted
over 48
for.
hours. I have a problem with this trip.
Well, I went first too.
Yeah, I know you went down here.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, Wairika, right there, beautiful little place here, except it's kind of smoky.
Yeah,
You
right
can see
now.
the views. I was hoping to see some mountains, but
You really should see Mount Shasta.
Okay. I've gone over this trip over and over in my mind and on paper. And even if there's still 20 some odd hours, even if you pull over to sleep a couple of times,
But did I tell you that I got stranded?
you mentioned that. If you slept for 10 hours
I only slept for like
here
an hour.
and here, it would still leave 18 some odd hours or something else. Okay. This is what people are focusing on. It's a strip that you took because they're saying that you left until Thursday. Wednesday, some Travis was killed.
I did not go near his house. Isn't there? Are there?
I pulled your cell records. Your cell phone was turned off between here and here. Okay, but the last place it pulled it was here. The next place it turned on was here. It's actually me.
Oh, well, I can't. Oh, no.
Is there plenty of time for you to do that? Yes. And I believe that you had come to visit Travis? Yes. I truly believe it. Did you have the opportunity? Yes. You were traveling alone. There's no other witnesses. Your phone just happened to turn off from here to here.
Well, I didn't turn it off physically, but it died.
And then magically you found your charger here.
It was under the seat of the passenger side. It was when I was.
When you were lost, you couldn't have maybe pulled over and found it.
Well, I did finally start looking when I was stranded. I wouldn't have pulled over when I was lost.
Okay, I've been focusing on this and going over and over in my mind. Why this happened? Why your phone turns off here, outside of Los Angeles?
What city is that? Because I
Going
got
towards
as far as
some cities. There's towers.
Oh, okay. Well, I
And
got.
there's towers dotted all over this place.
Yeah.
One tower hit here. The other tower here on the 93. There's no way somebody can get on that 15 and magically get on that 93. Because that 15 goes right to Las Vegas, right there. It continues this way. It never goes through Arizona.
I got off before Las Vegas.
Okay.
I didn't get that
The
close.
15, you'd have to go to Las Vegas and then come down south, go through Boulder City.
I went through Boulder City going north.
Did you cross over the
I know.
dam?
Uh-huh.
You didn't think that was odd? You were crossing it over
Well, after
Arizona?
I figured out it was lost by then, and I found the 93 and found my way back to 15.
And this tower here, it's not just over the border in Arizona, it's quite a distance inside of Arizona that it hit. Because there's a mountain range all along here. And if you're on this side of the mountain range, pretty good distance, that signal's not going to hit Utah or Nevada or California. It's only going to hit Arizona.
Well, I had somehow gotten off the 15 and got onto the 40. What happened?
Well, the only way you can get on the 40 is
Have you guys subscribed yet? Have you liked this video? Okay, thanks.
after you cross the bridge or the dam.
I think
river dam,
I got on the 40 in California.
from the 15.
Well, like, because I actually began to drive at 10 last.
But you see what I'm saying? The confusion that we're having. And we'll come back to this
Well, I got on the 40 somewhere over here.
in California.
Yeah, and continued to drive this way. Realized I was not in the right place at all. And then I got onto the 93 North. And then I hit the 15 again. And then I went through Las Vegas and then St. George. And at the same time.
That still doesn't make any sense to me. I can pull the maps and show them to you, and you go over and over and over again. But I don't think you're being completely honest with me about that trip.
I honestly got lost. It's bad timing.
Were you at Travis's house on Wednesday?
Absolutely not. I was nowhere near Mesa. I was nowhere near Phoenix. I wasn't even close to him.
What if I could show you proof you were there? Would that change your mind?
I wasn't there.
Can you be honest with me, Jodi?
I was not at Travis's house. I was not.
You were at Travis's house. You guys had a sexual encounter, which there's pictures. I know you know there's pictures because I have them. I will show them to you. Okay? So, what I'm asking you is for you to be honest with me. I know you were there.
Are you sure those pictures aren't from another time?
Positive. Absolutely positive.
The last time I had any kind of sexual contact with Travis was in April.
Oh my God.
Remember I told you about the
God.
camera?
Mhm.
That camera was damaged. Someone put it in the washing machine, ran it through a wash cycle with some clothes of Travis's, but the card's intact. Remember I told you that card was destroyed? I didn't want to tell you the truth because I wanted to make sure those photos were accurate. And we can pull deleted photos. I don't care if you delete them 6 months ago. We can pull every photo that was ever on there. Pull the little pixels together. Get the timestamps on them. Not all of them, but most of them have timestamps on them. And we can verify those timestamps. And I have pictures of you in Travis's bedroom with Travis, pictures of him. And it's obvious you guys are having sex. Taking photos of each other.
Whoops.
Dated and timestamped on the day he died.
Are you sure it's me? And that, because I wasn't there.
You know it's you.
Okay. All right. There we go. I so badly wanted to start the next one, but I'm not going to. Excuse me. Thank you guys so very much for participating, for watching, for donating, subscribing, all the things today. Like, it's been a great day. We hit 900 subs and the goal is 1,000. Like, that's the final goal. And I'm really excited to get there. So I will plan on seeing you guys tomorrow between 3 o'clock and 3:30, but make sure to turn on your notifications so that you are notified once I do go live or I make I create a stream ahead of time. That will help so that you guys know when I am going to be on screen and you don't miss a thing. So tomorrow is going to be the day that we officially end Jodi's big adventure. And I will announce which trial we are going to do next in preparation for the trial that I will be watching or streaming here locally. If you guys could, please double check to make sure that you like the stream, that you are subscribed. And if you're on the replay crew, what's up? Please drop an emoji in the comments. Love to hear from you. And most specifically, I'd love to know where you heard about this channel from, like whether it was populated by YouTube, whether it was shared by someone, or some other way. That would be so magnificent. Again, thank you all so much. Thank you, Betty. Thank you, all of my mods. You guys are fantastic. I am going to log off for now, go eat dinner, but I will see you back tomorrow afternoon. Have a great night. Make wise choices, and I'll